Welcome back, everyone. Today, let's dive into an epic apocalyptic story. Grab your snacks and enjoy the ride. Tran Ca was just an ordinary guy who loved raising exotic reptiles. Right before the apocalypse hit, he unexpectedly bought a rare, strange water salamander to keep as a pet. But the moment he opened the box, the creature bit his hand, leaving behind a bizarre glowing mark. From that instant, Tran Ca could directly connect with it, unlocking a broken infinite evolution system. Before the end of the world arrived, he raised this little salamander, and through their bizarre connection, Tran Ca's own body began to mutate, growing infinitely stronger and evolving into a superhuman entity far beyond any normal mortal in this chaotic era. Standing right there in the middle of a city completely engulfed in flames, I face a colossal towering monster so massive it literally blots out the sky. A strange sense of connection rises deep within my chest, I whisper. This giant beast blocks the entire sky, yet I feel a bizarre deep resonance with its massive body. I smirk, a wild thought flashing in my mind. It feels as though that monster is actually me. Suddenly that feeling becomes absolutely certain, leaving no room for doubt. I am indeed that monstrous beast. Military fighter jets roar all around us, but their desperate heavy airstrikes do absolutely nothing to scratch the giant beast. In my days, I wonder, have you ever had a dream this bizarre? A monster so gargantuan it blocks the sun and plunges the sky into darkness, yet you feel like it is your ultimate soulmate. The feeling is insanely intense. It feels like we are a single living being. I smile with smug satisfaction. The monster is me, and I am the monster. Under my direct control, the beast unleashes a wave of destructive fire, turning everything in its path to ash. The terrified screams of the fleeing crowd below do not bother me one bit. Sitting atop the ruined, smoking debris, I proudly declare to the world, from this moment on, everyone will revere me as a god. But suddenly I snap awake, slumped over the desk with a bloody hand, a frantic question echoing in my mind. Wait, is this not my own body? A bizarre sensation washes over me. Panicking, I look around my messy room and catch my reflection in the mirror, completely stunned. What on earth is going on here? Staring down at my tiny, unfamiliar body, I scream in pure despair. Did I seriously just transform into a tiny sea salamander? My name is Tran Ca, and I am a sophomore at Ning University. I rented a private apartment off campus because I hated living in dorms, and I recalled my unique hobby. I am obsessed with cold-blooded animals. I have always been fascinated by their vibrant, striking colors. That day, I rushed to the local pet store after hearing they had just received a fresh batch of exotic imported pets. You and I both know what happens next. Right there, I was instantly captivated by this gorgeous exotic marine salamander. Tran Ca remembered that marine salamanders are generally docile creatures. Yet disaster struck the second he released it. Glaring with savage eyes, it suddenly lunged forward and bit Tran Ca's hand. In a panic, he reflexively swung his phone to hit the creature, but it bounced off and smacked him right in the face. Now Tran Ca is slowly waking up. He and the creature lie face to face on the floor in absolute eerie silence. Whenever Tran Ca moves, the creature mimics his exact actions. He gasps in shock. What the hell is this? I can actually control this little lizard's body. It feels exactly like I am moving my very own arm. A smug smile spreads across his face. Could this be the legendary cheat ability he always read about? Is it finally time for my legendary hero journey to begin? But then reality hits him hard. He thinks practically. What can this tiny salamander brother of mine actually accomplish in the real world? Should he livestream to show off its high intelligence or use it to hunt and sell sea cucumbers? Tran Ca grabs its tail. He smiles bitterly, realizing he might not be an overpowered main character. While other people get crazy cheat systems, they either become legendary, powerful villains destined for greatness or evolve into giant cosmic gods of the universe. He sighs heavily, staring down at the tiny, growling creature in his hands. Meanwhile, he is stuck with a measly little lizard. Looking out the window, Tran Ca suddenly realizes he is starving. Turns out he was knocked out all day. What do marine salamanders even eat anyway? He picks up the little salamander and tells it confidently, "Since you are basically a lizard, meat should be fine." Tran Ca heads to the kitchen to show off his culinary skills, plating a juicy, fragrant steak right in front of the eagerly drooling creature. Watching it eat happily, he nods in satisfaction. He knew it. Both marine salamanders and lizards can eat meat. Suddenly, a blue notification panel pops up. What do you think happens after it eats? You and I are about to watch his clone gain 5 evolution points, boosting his stats by 0.5. He gasps. What is this? A detailed status screen suddenly materializes in front of him, clearly displaying his name, Tran Ca, and his attributes. Level 0, Physique 8.5, Mind 12, Talent Mind Control, and his specific traits. Elementary external chi with 0 out of 1000 experience, and elementary chi sensing at 0 out of 1000. Skills, elementary 4 limbs fist at 48 out of 100, cloud stepping at 66, and springing kick with experience at 39 out of 100, with his sea salamander clone 0 evolutions and 5 out of 200 evolution points. Tran Ca stands there completely stunned, a wild thought flashing through his mind. Wait, is this my actual cheat code in this world? He slowly stands up, staring at the holographic screen floating before him as his mind continues to spin. Memories of his brutal, exhausting training days suddenly come rushing back to him. His father's voice still echoes in his ears, warning that if you only practice the forms without understanding their meaning, do not even bother. The root of your power lies in your feet. It must flow from your thighs and engage your core. He corrected Tran Ca's stance while molding his form through the bones of his fingers as a young Tran Ca begged in exhaustion, "Dad, please, I am too tired. Can I please take a quick break after this horse stance?" But his father strictly refused, absolutely not. Quitting halfway is for cowards. Hearing those words, young Tran Ca clenched his fists tightly, promising himself that he would never be a coward. Faster, run even faster. His father's commanding voice urged him on as Tran Ca ran until his legs burned. But then he tripped over a rock, crashing hard to the ground, lying there gasping for air in pure exhaustion. His father stood over him, his calm voice echoing, "Get up on your own, because no one will be there to help you in the future." Eventually, the day his father departed arrived. He handed Tran Ca a small box and said, "This is all of my savings. I must go on a very long journey. For the rest of the road, you must walk it alone." Patting his shoulder with tearful eyes, he warned, "Remember, you must never slack off on your martial arts training. Once you are strong enough, you will be able to see a completely different world." Tran Ca sobbed, asking, "Dad, how will I ever find you again?" He replied sadly, "Only when you have become a grandmaster. Even though I might not be in this world by then." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Tran Ca standing alone, watching his sturdy back disappear. The heavy door slammed shut, taking away the presence of Tran Ca's beloved father. Snapping back to reality, Tran Ca looks at the old photo on his wall and sighs. A whole decade has already flown by. Suddenly, a loud burp echoes through the room, snapping him out of his deep thoughts. The tiny salamander is finished eating, its round belly looking hilariously bloated. Tran Ca smiles, commenting that his little friend eats incredibly fast. But wait, pay attention here, because a strange pink light suddenly begins to wrap around its entire body. Rubbing his eyes, he wonders if he is seeing things or if it actually just grew. When the status screen flashes again, he mutters, so after just one meal it gained 15 evolution points. Next to it, his own level, 0 physique 8.5 mind 12 talent mind control traits. Elementary external chi at 0 out of 1000, and elementary chi sensing at 0 out of 1000. Skills, elementary 4 limbs fist at 48 out of 100, cloud stepping at 66, and springing kick with experience at 39 out of 100, with his sea salamander clone 0 evolutions and 15 out of 200 evolution points. A bright spark flashes in his eyes. You and I can see his total shock as he stares at his reflection in the mirror with the virtual screen floating nearby. He pulls up his shirt and cannot believe his eyes. Six-pack abs are clearly defined. His body was never this toned before. Could it be that the points gained by his salamander clone are directly affecting his own body? Tran Ca looks at the salamander, and a bold idea crosses his mind. If it gets more points, it can achieve its first evolution. Who knows, maybe it will even grow into that massive colossal beast from his dreams. The image of that magnificent giant beast once again flashes in his mind. And with a confident grin, he knows he can finally become a true martial arts grandmaster. Wasting no time, he heads straight to the nearby market and excitedly tells the butcher, "Hey my friend, give me 10 kilograms of premium boneless beef, and add 20 kilograms of lean boneless pork too." The butcher quickly packs everything up and asks, "Cash or QR code?" "QR code," replies instantly, holding out his phone to pay. Loading the bags into his trunk, he asks, "Is this enough?" "Well, you and I are about to find out." Let's dive into the journey of Tran Ca as he starts his engine and rides away from the lumberyard under a beautifully clear sky. Back home, he prepares a massive, delicious feast to cheer his little companion on. Telling it to eat up so they can get closer to Grandmaster level, the salamander's eyes light up as drool drips down. It devours the meal, sending a telepathic thought to him that pork just does not taste as good as beef. Tran Ca stretches out feeling refreshed, thinking that next time he should definitely add some dill to the beef. After that heavy meal, the salamander just splays out on the floor. Wearing a super cool pair of sunglasses, Tran Ca walks into the gym, takes a deep breath, and punches the heavy bag. A system notification pops up, showing his diligent training has increased his 4 limbs fist mastery by +5. Tran Ca smiles in satisfaction as his physical strength has improved, making his training speed much faster than before. 2 days later, Tran Ca is gasping for air after a grueling high-intensity workout session at the gym. Wiping his sweat, a satisfied smile appears on his face, because getting stronger through sheer hard work feels absolutely incredible. With a loud shout, he delivers a devastating spin kick that tears the punching bag open, sending it flying. Watch closely here. An incredibly detailed status screen instantly flashes right before him. It lists his details as Tran Ca level 0 with 28 constitution and 16 spirit. His talent is mind control, featuring basic external Kai with 10 out of 1000 experience and basic Chi sensation. Plus 10 experience, alongside intermediate 4 limbs fist at 48 and basic step technique at 66. Then there is basic snapping kick at 39 and his clone status. A sea salamander clone with 0 evolutions and 195 evolution points. Looking closely at the virtual status screen, Tran Ca mutters that from a traditional martial arts perspective, he has reached the peak of the obvious force realm. He remembers his father explaining the 3 stages of martial arts: obvious, hidden, and transformational force. The peak of obvious force turns a fighter into an elite warrior capable of defeating 10 opponents single-handedly, while hidden force makes you a master who can easily take on 100 enemies at once. This secret level is usually kept hidden inside legendary martial families, his father had explained. But reaching transformational force allows a person to face thousands of foes, matching the grandmasters of modern history. It represents an indestructible and immortal physical form, something that is only ever described in ancient texts. As a curious young boy, Tran Ca had asked, "So father, what realm are you in?" With a brief flash of sadness, his father answered that he had once touched hidden force, making young Tran Ca cheer in pure awe of him, asking if his father also came from one of those legendary martial clans. Hearing that word, his father's expression instantly turned incredibly solemn as he repeated the word. He had replied sadly that he only came from a group called Lac Doan. But back in reality, you and I can see his beast has grown absolutely massive. He cannot believe how quickly the little guy has grown. Smiling with anticipation, he knows that just one more meal will trigger the evolution, hoping it will not disappoint him. The beast gobbles down the final meal as system notifications begin to pop up continuously. Munching sounds play as evolution points hit 197. More chewing sounds follow as another notification shows the count reaching 199. Tran Ca mutters in pure excitement that they are finally ready to evolve. He truly cannot wait to see how much his little friend is going to change. With the very last bite completely devoured, the final screen confirms they have reached 200 points, declaring that the sea salamander clone has officially met all necessary requirements for its upcoming evolution. The evolution process is officially starting right now. The salamander's body suddenly starts convulsing as bright yellow electricity begins flashing all around it. Shouting in shock, Tran Ca is completely engulfed alongside his clone by a sudden violent surge of purple energy. Screams of agony echo as the intense pain forces them to writhe on the floor. Roaring in intense agony, the creature's body begins to mutate violently, thrashing all around the room and shattering all the furniture into tiny pieces. After what feels like forever, the pain subsides, leaving Tran Ca gasping on the floor, wondering what on earth just happened. He never expected evolution to hurt this much, and as he sits up dizzy, you and I cannot wait to see what happens next. Let's dive into the moment Tran Ca's pet salamander undergoes a massive mind-blowing evolution. It clings to the wall in the middle of a totally trashed room. Tran Ca smirks with confidence, eager to test its newly evolved power. He issues a command, and the salamander instantly whips its tail against a dummy with shattering force. Satisfied, Tran Ca declares the results. The evolved creature now possesses unbelievable power. Right then, a brand new status window flashes before his eyes, displaying all the shocking changes. It shows every detail named Tran Ca level 0 physical constitution, 28 rising to 56 spirit, 16 rising to 18 talent, mind control unique trait, primary external Chi experience rising to 20 out of 1000, primary Chi sensation experience rising to 20 out of 1000, skill intermediate 4 limbs fist, experience 48 out of 100 for primary defense, experience 66 out of 100 for primary legs. Experience 39 out of 100 for sea salamander clone, evolution count 1, evolution points 0 out of 1000. But wait, look at this. Tran Ca realizes that when his sea salamander clone evolves, his own physical stats instantly double. He ponders in silence. He wonders if this massive stat boost is just because he was weak, or if his body doubles every single time. If his attributes will double with every evolution. If it is the first case, his strength will still improve at a decent pace during the early stages. But if it is the latter case, then this power is truly terrifying. Tran Ca stands up as a bright red aura envelops his body. By martial arts standards, he has just entered the dark energy realm. Activating these traits lets him unleash his external chi. He smiles with joy, wondering if he has officially become a genuine top-tier martial arts expert now. But with training limits capped at 10 skill experience points per day, he has to try harder. Since these upgrades mirror each other, he must rely on the sea salamander to grow his strength. He concludes this while both he and his massive clone start radiating a powerful, blazing red aura. He is shocked to discover that even the pet salamander can release its own external chi. He orders it to stop, and the wild energy instantly vanishes into thin air. Suddenly, a loud, aggressive pounding echoes from the door. Bam, bam, bam! Tran Ca turns around as the noise continues without stopping. Standing outside is a heavily muscled, furious man repeatedly banging on the door. Tran Ca calmly opens it, still surrounded by the red aura. Is something wrong? You can probably guess what happens next. This buff neighbor completely freezes, left utterly speechless by the terrifying invisible pressure radiating off our main character. Covered in cold sweat, he trembles and thinks this kid feels like he could easily crush him in a matter of seconds. The muscular neighbor forces a weak, awkward smile and tries to find the words to explain. Well, it's just that it has been pretty loud up here lately. I came to check if you're doing renovations. Tran Ca instantly suppresses his red aura, offering a friendly smile and scratching his head innocently. Sorry about that, no renovations here. I've just been working out lately and didn't realize it was making so much noise. Sweating profusely, the neighbor looks up in utter disbelief. Working out? What kind of workout sounds like a literal earthquake? As soon as he speaks, he curiously peeks inside and stands frozen at the sight of a room looking like a literal war zone. His jaw drops in shock, but he struggles to maintain his composure. The neighbor waves his hand, saying it's fine, no big deal. But hey kid, could you maybe change up your training routine? Try to find a much quieter way to practice? Tran Ca waves cheerfully as the neighbor steps into the elevator. No problem at all. I'm really sorry about the trouble. I will adjust my training routine right away. The neighbor sighs with relief and thanks him, genuinely appreciating the quick response. The elevator doors slide shut and Tran Ca turns back inside with his giant sea salamander clone. He locks the door, looks around the messy room, and sighs heavily. Crossing his arms, he looks at the beast and decides it's simply too large now. Keeping it indoors is no longer an option. It's time to release the giant salamander clone back into the wild ocean. Night falls over a deserted beach. Tran Ca drives his car all the way down to the water's edge. Sitting behind the wheel, he speaks with determination, saying he's ready. He gets out and opens the trunk to set the creature free. Tran Ca closes his eyes, focusing his mind as his powerful clone merges with the dark waves of the night sea. The giant salamander crawls into the ocean, slowly diving deep under, as a thought echoes in Tran Ca's mind to activate his sensory power. With his current sensing power, he can cover a 10-meter radius. And trust me, things are about to get wild. You and I are diving into this crazy world where our main character senses nearby marine life, suddenly spotting a bizarre fish with multiple eyes. This bizarre creature actually has 5 eyes, he realizes in pure shock. Guess what? It is his first target of the day. Immediately, his salamander avatar charges toward the 5-eyed fish with terrifying lightning speed. A massive crunch echoes through the water as the attack begins, catching the mutated fish completely off guard with a devastating bite. The sea salamander clamps down hard, ending the hunt in a flash. After devouring the mutant prey, 2 system screens pop up before him, stating that after eating the mutated fish, your avatar receives 10 evolution points and your constitution stat increases by 1. After evolving, eating normal food only provides a single evolution point per meal, Tran Ca realizes. But these mutated fish can actually grant up to 10 points at once. With these mutated creatures lurking in the deep and recent chaotic news spreading, it is clear the world will not be peaceful for long as the salamander continues hunting. Another system notification pops up to remind him that his avatar has reached the limit of 100 daily evolution points, meaning no more points today. Now watch closely, because to human eyes the night ocean is freezing and pitch black, but through the eyes of his sea salamander avatar, this underwater world is incredibly vibrant and colorful. As an amphibian, The creature can stay submerged for a long time, but without gills it still relies entirely on its lungs to breathe. Because of this, it occasionally needs to swim back up to the surface for fresh air. Tran Ca commands his avatar to dive deep down to the seabed until it finally locates a quiet underwater cave. This spot seems safe enough, Tran Ca thinks, deciding to let his sea salamander avatar rest here. Back on the beach, he exhales a deep sigh of relief, knowing his avatar is secure and it is time to head home. Tran Ca drives along the quiet, empty highway with streetlights flashing past. He raises an eyebrow in surprise, spotting a secluded house by the roadside. Does someone actually live out here? Suddenly, a desperate, terrifying scream for help echoes from inside that house. Tran Ca slams on the brakes, staring toward the old wooden cabin where the scream came from, gripping the steering wheel tight, telling himself to stay sharp and strike at the right moment. Inside, a thug asks his partner if that car has finally left. The other guy peers out the window and grunts that it is gone. Good, the leader mutters as another thug struggles to keep a terrified, writhing girl quiet, growling at her to shut her mouth. Furious, the leader kicks his subordinate, snapping about how careless he is when he was supposed to keep a close eye on her. You did not even notice the gag fell out of her mouth. The henchman clutches his bruised stomach, whining that it is too dark inside. How was I supposed to see when we dragged her in? The leader brutally shoves the gag back in. He sneers creepily, telling her to behave and shut up, or he will let his men have some fun with her tonight. I know what you are thinking, but watch closely as he closes his eyes to activate his sensory energy. Immediately, the entire layout of the house and everyone inside is mapped out in his mind. Two thugs are drinking, while the girl is tied up in a corner. Another stands guard, a textbook human trafficking setup. Tran Ca assesses the threat. 3 men total and 2 of them are armed with knives. He decides to wipe them out within a minute to keep the hostage safe. No sooner said than done, Tran Ca rushes forward and kicks the door open. Moving like a violent whirlwind, he takes down the first guard before he can even blink. Before the second thug can react, a crushing kick sends him flying into the wall, screaming in agony. The leader curses furiously, swinging his blade, but Tran Ca slips the attack effortlessly and counters with a devastating strike, knocking him out cold. The last thug rushes over, telling his boss to rest as he takes a stance. Yo Wong Fist Ning Fu style, your turn. Tran Ca stands firm, readying his Baji Quan. For Tran Ca, this duel unfolds in a quiet, isolated countryside setting. The opponent strikes first, unleashing the first form of Ye Wong Fist, but Tran Ca effortlessly blocks and counters. The foe presses on with the second form, but Tran Ca maintains absolute control as a realization hits him. This guy is a real expert. He slips the incoming blow like a pro before executing a devastating countermove, Bajiquan Iron Mountain Lean. The leader is sent crashing backwards, spitting up blood, yet a sinister grin creeps across his face. Interesting, things are getting fun. He struggles to his feet, shocked that after coming down from the mountain, he would actually run into a true disciple of Bajiquan. That Iron Mountain Lean truly lives up to its reputation, don't you think? Tran Ca stares back coldly, murmuring that it is a shame. We're about to witness an epic clash. Ning Fu wipes his bloody lip, utterly confused by those words. Zhenge stands tall, staring down coldly at his defeated opponent, amazed that a mere thug could actually master the legendary Yu Wang Fist to such a decent level. With deep disappointment in his voice, he says it is a shame a Yue Wang Fist disciple chose such an evil path. Ning Fu angrily snarls back, asking why on earth he is acting so noble when he is just a student who knows absolutely nothing about the real world. I only learned the truth after leaving the mountain, he roars, lunging forward with a desperate strike. If you want to survive, you do whatever it takes. But Shenge just calmly dodges with effortless grace. With one lightning-fast kick, Zhenge drops him. Now Ning Fu lies completely motionless on the hard floor. Standing alone, Zhenji silently reflects on the fight, noting that a battle between real martial artists is incredibly dangerous, and this man put up more pressure than dozens of muscular thugs. Looking at the defeated thugs scattered across the floor, he sighs, realizing his control over his own strength is still far from perfect. Yeah, things definitely did not end well for these guys. He tells himself he must learn to master his overwhelming strength somehow, as the rescued girl finally breathes a massive sigh of relief while sobbing. Zhen quickly unties her. Now pay attention. She immediately hugs him tightly, sobbing as he whispers that she is safe. She stammers out her endless gratitude, but he gently pulls back, hands over her phone, and tells her to dry her tears. You can call the police once I am gone, but first I need you to do me a small favor. Looking straight into her teary eyes, he says, if the police ask about me, can you tell them you didn't see me clearly and have no idea who I am? The girl nods resolutely, replying that she will never say a word. 10 minutes later, flashing red and blue police lights completely illuminate the entire abandoned building. A SWAT officer storms in screaming for everyone to freeze, but he instantly halts in absolute shock. What is this? All they find are 3 unconscious thugs slumped on the ground, and the female victim completely unharmed. Officer Guan steps right into the deputy director's office, delivering the files he requested with an incredibly serious look. She continues her report, explaining they found a deep footprint on the shattered doorframe, and based on the massive depth and how the metal hinges snapped, someone kicked it in from the outside. This direct impact launched the heavy door 3 meters across the room, meaning the physical force of the kick was easily at least 1,000 kilograms. The deputy director closely studies the crime scene photos in complete disbelief, while Officer Guan points out that among the cruel kidnapping crew, 2 of them died on impact, while the sole survivor was left in a complete vegetative state from a severe brain concussion. According to the statement from Lin Rongya, the mysterious savior wore a mask, and she absolutely could not tell what he looked like. And honestly, you and I can see why the deputy director of security is absolutely baffled by this report. Even a heavyweight boxing champion can only strike with 800 kilograms on a specialized testing machine. In reality, exerting that kind of physical impact is absolutely unheard of, and while Officer Guan agrees his raw strength is totally inhuman, she points out that even stranger things have been happening lately. Outside the window, lightning violently cracks across the dark night sky, signaling an oncoming storm, while Zhenji sits quietly in his car parked near a remote riverbank. Under the cold moonlight, a shady group is gathering together when one of the lackeys complains, "Boss, we just made some good money, and you immediately spent $1 million on a woman from the Fox clan? Isn't that a huge waste?" That is right, we spent so much time and effort salvaging that old sunken ship only to make barely over $2 million, but their boss just sneers at how short-sighted they are. "Do you idiots even know who she is?" he asks, claiming money won't matter once they have her fully under control. The thug gasps in surprise, asking if it is true, while the boss turns to another lackey called Four Eyes. "Have you finished the entire business deal with the company yet?" The guy confidently replies, "Don't worry, boss. I have already sorted out everything with a transport shipping firm. We have even rented a high-end luxury office building exactly as you requested." Bragging proudly about his work, Four Eyes adds that he even hired a headhunting agency to secure the absolute most gorgeous girls for their new secretary and receptionist positions. You definitely won't be disappointed. The leader, Zhang Changshu, smiles smugly, thinking about the incredible underwater breathing ability he has recently awakened. As long as we find the coordinates of these sunken ships, we can easily haul every single treasure chest straight back to land, he boasts with deep ambition, promising they will soon have more money than they can ever spend. "Just stick close to me, and I promise you will never go hungry." Suddenly, a razor-sharp dagger flies right past his face, making Zhang Changshu flinch as he barks out, "Who's there?" And trust me, you and I are about to see this trash get wrecked as Zhenga steps out from the shadows. Zhang Shou immediately pulls out another sharp dagger, getting completely ready to fight to the death. "Alright, you and I are about to watch this giant guy learn that big talkers usually don't live long." Tran Ca easily stops the spear tip with just 2 fingers, unleashing a massive shockwave that sends Truong Tho flying backward. With one swift move, Tran Ca disarms him completely, leaving his 2 lackeys staring in absolute terror, unable to believe their eyes. Their boss had become so much stronger and faster after gaining his superpowers. "He can even take down a TVS easily. This is bad, we need to run." But as they turn, a cold shiver runs down their spines. Tran Ca coldly orders them, "Where do you think you 2 are going? Look at me," his eyes glowing with a strange purple light as he tests his mind control. "What is your name and what do you do?" Truong Tho stands frozen, his eyes turning completely lifeless as he mutters mechanically, "My name is Truong Tho and I own a ship. I make a living by smuggling, and a month ago, I gained the superpower to breathe underwater." Tran Ca thinks to himself, this mind control is incredibly effective. At this point, he is basically a helpless puppet under my absolute control. Truong Tho continues his confession, explaining how he raids sunken ships in the deep ocean and trades those treasures for massive cash with wealthy elites. He even offers up his hard-earned payment. Now watch very closely as Tran Ca cuts the mind control, leaving the boss completely confused. He clutches his broken hand and screams in pain, "Boss, what on earth just happened to my hand?" Tran Ca calmly replies, "You accidentally did that to yourself." And Truong Tho just nods blankly, saying, "I understand. Yes, you are absolutely right, boss. Tran Ca smirks, realizing his mind control has completely warped the guy's ability to reason, and coldly orders him to go rest on the boat first. I will head over right after waking up these other two. Truong Tho obediently complies. Yes, boss. Tran Ca calculates that to properly feed his growing lizard, he is going to need a massive amount of food. Since Truong Tho owns a ship and regularly deals with extremely wealthy clients, maybe I can use his business to fund all this lizard food. Looking at the three subdued goons, he realizes the sheer power of his mind control is absolutely terrifying. There was a bit of resistance when he tried controlling Truong Tho, but dominating the other two was completely effortless, proving his power works best on those with weak minds. Soon the entire group boards the massive ship. Seeing Tran, a crew member asks Truong, "Who on earth is this guy?" Truong Tho immediately snaps back, "This is my new boss. You better show him some respect." The stuttering crew member bows, while Truong Tho orders him to immediately prepare a contract transferring the entire ship to Tran Ca. You and I both know Tran Ca doesn't waste time, and seconds later, they bring him the official deep-sea transfer agreement. Tran Ca takes the paperwork and orders, "Four Eyes, wait for me at the office tomorrow." Then he tells Truong, "You are injured, let's head to the hospital." Both men quickly reply in unison, "Yes, boss." The next day, his salamander clone is enjoying its brand new life, finding the ocean to be an absolute paradise of endless food. Meanwhile, back at the gym, Tran Ca is training hard and pushing his limits. He knows he cannot just rely on his salamander clone to grow stronger, as system alerts flash, +5 evolution points, +0.5 physical stats. I really need to keep pushing myself, he tells himself. After those two battles, I can clearly feel that my overall control over my power has vastly improved. Meanwhile, deep inside the mountain cave, his salamander clone is busy training as system alerts confirm that all absorbed energy has been fully digested, granting another 6 evolution points. Back in the bustling city, Four Eyes bows deeply to Tran Ca, reporting that the ship's transfer is finally complete. Going out for just one day earned him over 100 evolution points, and his beast's body has already grown 20 centimeters longer. Four Eyes says with deep respect, "Please take care of yourself, boss." Watching him leave, Tran Ca feels a surge of determination, deciding that tomorrow his lizard clone will finally venture into the deep ocean. Besides, I am definitely not the only person with superpowers in this world, so I have to keep getting stronger. Especially with those mysterious beasts lurking in the dark ocean depths. Out on the deck, the crew sighs, noting how empty the sea has been lately. "We haven't caught a single thing." The other guy slacks off, guessing that maybe there is a massive school of sharks down there, and they always hunt in deadly packs. Even killer whales have to watch their backs around them. Deep beneath the clear blue water, a massive orca is surrounded by a pack of ferocious sharks. Without hesitation, the clone rushes into battle. "Trust me, you cannot miss what comes next." Alright, you and I are watching this beast attack a giant white shark. It tears it apart, triggering an evolution +10 notification. Tran Ca tastes the meat through his clone. It is incredibly tender. The shark is massive, yet he tears it apart with ease. Right after that, another system alert pops up. "Your clone has finally met all the requirements to evolve. Do you wish to evolve?" He wonders if he can finally make his own choice now. Tran Ca does not hesitate and clicks confirm. The salamander clone twitches violently as red electricity wraps around its entire body. Meanwhile, back at the gym, Tran Ca collapses onto the floor in sheer pain. A brand new status panel appears, detailing every single stat. Name: Tran Ca, Level 1, Constitution 130, Spirit 38. Talent: Mind Control. Trait: Elementary External, Experience 280 out of 1000. Elementary Key Sensing, Experience 280 out of 1000, Active Skills. Intermediate Baji Fist, Experience 370. Intermediate Step Splitting, Experience 2901. Intermediate Whip Kick, Experience 390 out of 1000. His scaly thorny lizard clone is a newborn beast evolve into a legendary beast lord. Evolutions 2. Evolution points 0 out of 5000. Water Affinity unlocked. Tran Ca collapses, but his body feels tighter than ever. Stick with me because a massive breakthrough just happened. His physical strength is now 13 times that of a normal human. He has reached the Grand Master level of ancient martial arts. He sits up staring at the status screen and reflecting. His physical stats did not double even after this major evolution. He realizes that makes sense. It only doubled last time because his base stats were incredibly low back then. Evolutions 2. 0 out of 5000. With his water affinity ability, Tran Ca wonders what having this affinity actually means. But through his clone, he immediately senses a very dramatic change. Its body has grown significantly larger, with bone density several times higher than before, and its weight has reached 4 to 5 tons. Its power has doubled and its claws are now sharp as steel. It is far more explosive than before. I can swim up to 70 kilometers per hour. This speed is faster than a massive ship, he realizes in shock. I also make less noise and feel much less resistance while swimming. This must be the benefit of having a water affinity. Now you and I are pivoting to his new office where Tran Ca calls Four Eyes. Any buyers for the treasure? Not yet, boss. Tran Ca commands. Then we will find it ourselves. What is the status of our research? Four Eyes reports that they have successfully located several deep-water shipwreck sites. But since Boss Truong, who can breathe underwater, is gone, Tran Ca cuts him off. Do not worry about that, we can handle it. He studies the map, noting that the shallow waters previously used by Country Z and the main commercial trade routes of Country H and Country V have already been completely cleaned out. However, there are still countless priceless shipwrecks waiting in the deep ocean waters. His clone has already arrived at the marked spot, 25 kilometers southeast in the Yellow Sea. He realizes he can easily breathe deep underwater after this evolution. His sensory perception has also increased dramatically. I can sense everything up to 20 kilometers around me. I will be ready to act once I clean things up here. Back home, Tran Ca stretches out comfortably. After all, isn't the whole point of raising a powerful clone just to enjoy life? He glances at the clock. It is nearly 11 p.m., time to go find some good food to reward himself. Down a busy pedestrian street, a blonde girl is dozing off against a lamppost. Tran Ca strolls past, enjoying the cool night air. He sits in a high-end restaurant, treating himself to an expensive meal. Not bad at all. But wow, a single meal cost over 3,000. His total life savings are only 30,000. But soon he will take over Boss Truong's entire company. At least he is finally getting a taste of the rich life. He gazes thoughtfully out the window. Suddenly, a group of local thugs starts causing trouble with innocent passers-by. Tran Ca stares and a thug yells, "What are you looking at?" Beat it, Tran Ca thinks. With his growing power, his passion for combat is waking up. As long as there is no real danger, he does not mind throwing hands. The thug approaches him, snarling, "Damn it, kid, what did you just say?" Tran Ca replies coldly, "Get lost right now and I will pretend I never saw you." He unleashes his massive aura and a powerful wolf-shaped energy erupts violently behind his back. His entire body is enveloped in a blazing fire. The thug leader begins to tremble. Why does he feel like a wild beast is staring him down? Let's see what happens next as he panics and orders his men to attack. "Alright, you and I are jumping right in. Let's go, Scram." But suddenly that blonde girl bursts out laughing. "What is this? Are you not real men? Are you actually scared of him? Ha ha ha." Tran Ca frowns. Is this woman insane? The thug turns back, thinking a girl like this does not come around every day. No way, I cannot let her think I am weak. The other thug backs him up, saying the boss has no reason to fear since he is all alone. "Yeah, get him. This punk is way too arrogant. Watch me crush him." Tran Ca just stands silently as they charge. With lightning speed he strikes, completely wiping out both of these street punks with a single devastating move. Standing there, Tran Ca looks down at the defeated trash, muttering that he only used 10% of his strength. Otherwise, that kick would have turned him into complete mush. He turns to leave, deciding to spare them this time. Watch closely here, onlookers whisper in absolute terror, trembling at how terrifying he is. A demon, he is literally like a devil straight from hell. The blonde girl stumbles over, giggling and murmuring about how amazingly strong he is. Tran Ca frowns. Seeing her act like this, he wonders if she was drugged, so he pulls out his phone and immediately calls the police. There is a woman outside the Sungtong bar, and she does not look well at all. But she suddenly clings to him, whining, "Why call the police? Am I not pretty enough? Do you not want to take me home?" A few minutes later, the police arrive and drag the reluctant girl away. "You are no fun at all, handsome." Meanwhile, Tran Ca explains to the officer that he was indeed the caller. "I just came out for a midnight snack and found her." Once they finally leave, he sighs with relief. Now that this is settled, it is time to control his giant salamander clone and search for that sunken ship. Deep under the dark ocean, his giant salamander clone is actively using its energy sensing ability. Four Eyes was right. Online records show there is definitely a sunken ship resting in these waters. Right now, my energy detection only reaches about 20 meters, so I will need to keep upgrading this power. Using its sharp claws, it digs through the thick sand. Wow, look at that, solid gold bars. Tran Ca orders over the radio, telling Four Eyes to sail 3 kilometers east and drop a storage crate. Four Eyes obeys immediately. As they do, a curious crewmate asks him, "Hey buddy, Besides the captain, is there anyone else on the boss's crew who can actually breathe underwater? Four Eyes sternly warns him to shut up and stop digging into the boss's secrets. Meanwhile, down below, the salamander clone begins salvaging the massive loot. It swims after the sinking crate, suddenly noticing a strange glowing piece of metal nearby. "Boss, we have safely brought it on board and are heading back now," a voice echoes inside Tran Ca's mind. He examines the metal piece. It is incredibly hard. "My claws can easily rip through normal steel, but they barely leave a scratch on this. This has to be a special alloy." Realizing its massive potential, he decides it is best to take this mysterious material back for research. Don't blink, because a giant sea monster suddenly charges from the deep. Who does this beast think it is? His clone roars, "You might be bigger and longer, but in terms of offense and defense, you are absolutely no match for me." After a quick, brutal battle, the giant clone emerges victorious, leisurely enjoying a fresh sashimi feast. A few hours later, on a deserted beach, Tran Ca begins testing his own physical limits. These coral rocks have been hardened by seawater for centuries, making them tougher than steel. This quiet, empty beach at night is the perfect playground to test his raw physical strength. He throws a heavy punch. The impact flows both ways, but his bone density is nearly 20 times that of a normal human. Plus, with his external chi shield absorbing most of the force, he barely feels a slight sting. And even that minor sting vanishes instantly thanks to his rapid healing. He keeps punching the rock over and over, boom, boom, boom. Ultimately, after all of these insane evolutions, his physical stats have officially surpassed 200. He has not fully tested it, but his punch must pack at least 3,000 pounds of force, or 1.5 tons. With Chi and Bajiquan, you and I both know he could easily punch straight through a human. He delivers one final earth-shattering punch, completely pulverizing the massive stone. Alright, you and I are about to watch our hero train, lying on the beach because his home sandbags keep breaking. With modern technology, if someone records his training and uploads it online, it would be a massive headache. If people find out he has superhuman powers, it will only bring endless trouble. Only on this empty beach can he train with absolute freedom. "This feels amazing," he shouts. His healing ability is absolutely insane. He stopped for barely a single minute, and all the cuts on his hands have completely vanished. Suddenly, his salamander clone emerges from the water, holding that strange piece of black metal in its mouth. Tran Ca sits up, staring at the strange object. This unusual black ore shines with a metallic luster, but at first glance it looks totally ordinary. He tries to lift it and gasps. This heavy metallic block weighs nearly 500 kilograms. And it is incredibly tough. Even the massive salamander's sharp claws can barely leave a single scratch on it. It would make the absolute perfect material for crafting weapons. But with his current skills, forging even a simple weapon is going to be incredibly tough. Tran Ca decides he must focus on dealing with those gold bars first. He arrives at the harbor and calls out for his cargo, prompting Four Eyes to rush over quickly. "Yes, boss, everything is already on the ship. We have cleared out and cleaned up everything." Stepping inside the captain's cabin, Four Eyes gasps in utter shock, wondering how much this fortune is actually worth. Tran Ca picks up one of the shiny bars. Four Eyes admits he has never seen so much gold in his life, noting that the unmarked bars must have been privately cast. "It looks like we cannot sell them as historical antiques." Now pay attention here, because Tran Ca goes downtown alone. He steps into a jewelry shop where a smiling clerk welcomes him, completely unaware of what he is carrying. Tran Ca asks her, "Do you buy raw gold here?" She replies that they do, asking if he wants to sell rings or necklaces. But Tran Ca simply opens his backpack, revealing glittering bars, saying he wants to sell these. The clerk gasps in absolute shock, stammering that this is a massive amount of gold. "Please follow me upstairs, sir. I will take you directly to meet our store manager." The friendly store manager warmly shakes Tran Ca's hand, introducing himself. He asks for the young man's name and politely inquires exactly how much gold he is planning to sell today. Pointing at his heavy backpack, Tran Ca calmly replies that he wants to sell all of it. The manager politely replies, "Mr. Chen, I will need my team to inspect the quality of your gold." "Please wait a moment, sir." Tran Ca sits patiently while the staff inspect the precious metal. After a while, the manager returns with the appraisal results. "Mr. Chen, your gold bars weigh a grand total of 11,250 grams. Since they are not completely pure and were custom cast, we can offer you 400 yuan per gram. Does that price work for you?" Tran Ca nods in agreement. A bank notification instantly pops up on his phone, stating that his account has been credited 4,500,000 Chinese yuan. "I know what you are thinking, college is tough. But while other students his age are still struggling with classes, he just made millions from a single wild adventure. The whole situation feels completely surreal to him. First things first, he decides to buy a proper car. He thinks his current car sits too low, which is terrible for those bumpy coastal roads. So he drives over to a luxury car showroom to find an upgrade. He steps inside surrounded by rows of incredibly shiny and expensive luxury vehicles. A female clerk bows politely to welcome him, but Tran Ca suddenly freezes when he spots a very familiar couple. He instantly recognizes her. Is that actually his ex-girlfriend? Back then, he had spent a small fortune trying to win her affection and make her happy. And what did she do? She chased after wealth and status, leaving him to live comfortably with rich playboys. His ex-girlfriend clings to another man's arm, speaking in a highly sarcastic and mocking tone. "Honey, look over there. That guy is the pathetic loser who used to chase after me. What is a dirt-poor college student like you even doing inside a high-end luxury car dealership anyway?" Four Eyes gets furious and tries to speak up, but Tran Ca quickly stops him, telling him not to bother. The other man sneers, "Oh, are we not allowed to speak the truth here? Aren't you just a broke dirt-poor college student with nothing to your name? This is definitely not a place you can afford, is it?" His ex pulls her boyfriend's arm, saying, "Honey, let's not waste our precious time on him. Let's go look at the cars." She points directly at a red sports car. "Honey, I want this one." The man looks at the vehicle, murmuring, "This one? Let me check it out for you," he says, while secretly panicking inside. He only gets a few $1,000s a month to spend. How could he possibly afford a high-end luxury car like this? Tran Ca just points at a white SUV with high ground clearance. "Trust me, you and I will love what happens next. Stick with me." This is where we watch him pull a massive power move. "This one will do. I will pay by card." The saleslady politely responds, "Certainly, Mr. Tran. This car costs 2.38 million yuan. Will you pay by card or the full amount?" He instantly replies, "Full amount." His ex-girlfriend gasps in absolute shock. "What? Is he really paying by card for that ride? That car is 2.38 million. Her new boyfriend sneers, "Please, he is just faking it. How could a guy like him have 2.38 million in his bank account?" The ex quickly agrees. "Back then, he could only afford instant noodles for weeks just to pursue me. How does a broke student pretend to buy a luxury car?" He smugly thinks to himself while his ex watches with utter disbelief. This has to be a joke. Waving his hand like a big shot, he sneers, "Hey, no need to play pretend here, all right? It is going to be so embarrassing when your card gets declined." Four Eyes steps up to block him, but the guy snaps. "What if he actually buys it? What will you do then?" Four Eyes fires back without any hesitation. The arrogant guy dares him. "If he actually buys it, I will call him Dad right here. Otherwise, he calls me Dad." The bet is on. Now pay attention here, because his ex-girlfriend sneers, acting like a broke loser could ever actually afford this. Yeah, he is just talking big. Right at that moment, the saleslady returns and respectfully hands the keys and card back to Tran Ca. "Sir, here is your card and keys. This car is now yours." Tran Ca calmly takes them, saying thanks. The snobbish couple freezes in total shock. Did he really just buy it? That was 2.38 million yuan, his ex stutters. How on earth did Tran Ca get this rich? Four Eyes immediately grabs the arrogant guy by his collar. "Aren't you going to keep your promise and call our boss Dad?" Tran Ca gestures to him. "Four Eyes, do not waste your time on people like this." Four Eyes angrily lets go, muttering that their boss is way too kind. "If it were up to me, you would not leave here today without calling him Dad." The guy stands there, completely paralyzed with shame. As Tran Ca's brand new luxury car rolls away, his desperate ex-girlfriend chases after him in vain. "Tran Ca, please listen to me. Just listen to what I have to say, okay? You and I both know exactly how this goes." She thought she landed a rich guy but missed a true powerhouse. Four Eyes simply adds, "That is just how people are." Next, Tran Ca heads to Cloud's restaurant. It is the city's premier spot for luxury dining, and both he and Four Eyes get a royal welcome the moment they step inside. A waitress approaches their table politely, asking, "Sir, what would you gentlemen like to order today?" Tran Ca points at the menu, ordering a Boston lobster for 5,888 yuan and a king crab for 7,888. They are surrounded by absolute opulence. The wealthy elite around them enjoy their meals, while Tran Ca happily digs in. After preparing endless feeds for his pet lizard, it is finally time to treat himself to the good life. He pulls out his phone. A notification from his class group pops up, warning that classes start in 1 week, so do not forget to arrive on time. He suddenly remembers. Oh right. He checks his system status panel. Tran Ca, level 1. With Constitution 327, Spirit 49, Talent mind control, basic external aura, and experience points at 337 out of 1000, basic chi sensing at 341, and intermediate Bajikwan at 429 out of 1000, intermediate split palm at 389, and intermediate spring kick at 376 out of 1000. His companion, the armored spiny lizard, has evolved twice, possessing 2,160 evolution points out of 5,000 and water affinity. Leaning back, he realizes he will have less free time once classes start. He needs tons of cash fast to help his little lizard break through to the shadow realm. Meanwhile, far away in the deep ocean, his powerful aquatic clone is busy hunting down swift swordfish. Known as the fastest swimmers in the sea, they hit speeds of 60 miles or 90 kilometers per hour. But right now his clone is even faster than that. It rips into a sailfish, which tastes absolutely delicious. Once full, it is time to hunt for treasure. A notification pops up, evolution points plus 10, and we are just getting started. Alright, you and I are diving into a story where expanding his senses lets him detect everything for miles. Unfortunately, even after thoroughly scanning the deep ocean floor, he still cannot find any shipwrecks. Several days pass by with absolutely no results. He ponders this rapidly changing world, a world that is starting to shift in a very bizarre way. He wonders if some secret supernatural organization is run by the government. Regardless, now that he possesses these incredible, absolutely insane powers, he must be extremely careful with his future actions. Back in the city, Tran Ca and Four Eyes stand before a luxury office building in City N. Walking into the lobby, he realizes that since Zhang Changtuo transferred the company over, he has not visited even once. This is the absolute busiest area in all of City N. Zhang Changtuo really put in a lot of effort to make the company look impressive. At the reception desk of Tianlam Maritime Industries, Four Eyes is immediately greeted with, "Assistant Zhang, you are here?" He gives the command, "Xiao Ning, call everyone into the boss's office right now." The receptionist replies, "Yes, sir." With that, the door to the boss's office opens. "This is the owner of our company." The staff gasps in surprise. "Chen Ca, Mr. Chen?" Then they bow and say, "Hello, boss." Now pay attention to these two female employees whispering, "Is he seriously our new boss? He is just so young, incredibly handsome, and clearly filthy rich." Four Eyes continues, "Boss, this is Ning Nashan, our main receptionist." The girl bows, "Welcome, boss." Just then, another woman walks in bringing hot coffee, saying, "Here is your coffee, sir. And this is your secretary, Su Lengia." Four Eyes introduces her, and Chen Sa nods, murmuring to just leave the coffee there. Alone in his office, he thinks, even though this is a shell company, it is surprisingly well equipped. Maintaining a setup like this must cost hundreds of thousands of dollars every single month. Looks like he will need to scavenge for more sunken treasures from deep shipwrecks. Calling Four Eyes inside, he says, "Jiangshu, let's wrap up our introductory meeting here. Tell everyone to get back to work. You should head back to the ship and keep an eye on things." Four Eyes obeys, "Understood, boss." Watching them leave, he silently ponders. The mind control effect is highly stable right now, but subconscious hypnosis is never completely flawless and has gaps. I must make sure they do not interact too much with the outside world. Taking a sip of coffee, notifications pop up again. Physical points plus 0.7, physical points plus 0.7. He smiles, using his avatar to hunt prey while he simply lounges around and gets stronger. You and I both know this lazy power-up feels absolutely amazing. Meanwhile, deep underwater, a brutal hunt is unfolding as his Leviathan avatar clashes fiercely in a bloody battle with a monstrous sea creature. It is a star barracuda. But normal barracudas are only 2 meters long, while this freak is 4 to 5 meters. Chen Ca analyzes through his avatar. Its speed is mind-blowing, and its teeth are harder than steel. Honestly, if he did not have his powerful life force field, he would have been severely injured by now. It seems the number of mutant monsters in the ocean is steadily rising. Tearing the prey apart, it senses an abundant, overflowing source of pure energy. This mutated monster meat is clearly different, providing way more raw power than usual. Instantly, a massive surge of energy rolls through his real body as a notification screen pops up. Your avatar has successfully devoured the target, gaining 90 evolution points. Physical points plus 9. He suddenly realizes with shock that something is wrong. That fish was definitely out of the ordinary. Right. Now his muscles and bones are being strengthened, and this boost is 10 times greater than before. As the avatar swims away, Chen Ca feels a bit regretful. What a shame. In such a vast ocean, that mutant fish seemed to be the only one of its kind. Back at the office of Tianlam Maritime Industries, Ning Naixin curiously asks Su Lengya, "Sister Lengya, do you think our handsome boss already has a girlfriend?" Su Lengyu teases her. Why are you planning to make a move on him? Xiao Ning, are you falling for him already? Chen Ca asks, you guys haven't off work yet? Right at that moment, he walks in. Hello, boss. We still have a few tasks to finish up. He thinks to himself, with his enhanced hearing, he already overheard their entire conversation while in the elevator. To avoid any awkwardness, he will pretend he heard absolutely nothing. Smiling, he tells them, since you all worked so hard today, dinner is on me. Both girls cheer in joy. Really, boss? Thank you, boss. At the luxury Abav Teklas restaurant, a waiter politely asks, excuse me, sir, would you like to order now? Meanwhile, his female employees are whispering. And trust me, seeing his ultra-luxury car worth over $2 million? That is pure wealth, guys. Let's dive into this wild journey. After dinner, the waiter brings a massive bill of 48,888, but Tran Ca just calmly swipes his card. The female staff member's eyes light up instantly. What kind of wealthy family did their boss actually come from? He is throwing money around like it's nothing. Following a boss this generous definitely means a bright and wealthy future ahead of them. He tells them that he has some personal business to handle tonight, but he will make sure they all get driven home safely. They cheer and thank him in unison. Later that night, on a deserted rocky shore, Tran Ca is secretly practicing his arts. The cool sea breeze feels incredible, completely refreshing his exhausted mind and spirit. He reflects on his rapid progress, having trained relentlessly day and night without a single moment of rest. His physical stats are now over 20 times stronger than an average human, with a punching power exceeding 2 tons. With his external energy force field activated, his strength doubles, bringing his maximum punch close to 5 tons of pure force. But he suddenly loses control for a second. The stronger he gets, the harder his power is to manage. Damn it, his foundation is still unstable, causing him to lose control yet again. He needs to keep training to master this raw power. Suddenly he senses a strange presence. Why would anyone be out in a deserted wasteland like this, especially this late? Now watch closely, because offshore a shady deal is taking place between criminals who have done business together many times. Do you still not trust me? Look, boss, it is just that things are incredibly tense around here lately. Same old rules. Watching from afar, Tran Ca recognizes this as a low-level black market deal. But they are armed, so he needs to be cautious. The dealer smirks, boss, this is top-quality stuff, not bad. Pleasure doing business with you. The leader warns his buddy to stay alert since the police are cracking down hard lately. Be careful out there. Understood, boss, do not worry, we have got this. We only operate through isolated channels. Even if the police intercept us, they will never be able to trace anything back to you. But they have no idea that a dark shadow is rushing right toward them with terrifying lightning-fast speed. The panicked leader tries to pull his gun, but it is already too late. Tran Ca easily wipes out the entire crew. Within seconds, all 3 smugglers are lying unconscious on the cold ground. He stares down at them. These scum have lost all humanity. Getting rid of them is basically a public service. After dealing with them, he turns his gaze toward the offshore boat. Let's pause for a second. His giant salamander clone suddenly ambushes the boat, blasting everyone into the freezing sea with a massive explosion. Did we just crash into something massive? One of them screams out in pure panic. What is happening? The crew members begin sinking fast into the freezing, deep, dark abyss. Surfacing survivors scream in absolute despair. There is a monster here, a real monster! Run for your lives, hurry! Help me, someone save me! One thug desperately thrashes toward the shore, screaming for his miserable life. Another begs, boss, please save me. The leader pulls his gun, realizing there is absolutely no way to escape this nightmare. Come on, I do not believe you can dodge bullets. He blindly fires into the dark. The bullet grazes the clone's head, leaving it mildly surprised. The leader freezes in shock before the beast swallows him whole. His final blood-curdling scream echoes through the night. The salamander clone cleans up the scene, retrieving the briefcase packed with cash. Later, back in Tran Ca's room, stacks of cash are arranged neatly across his table. He sits there counting them. One stack is 10,000, making $3 million total across 300 stacks. Seeing raw cash right in front of you feels way more real than just viewing numbers on some banking app. The next morning at a cafe, 2 guys are gossiping about a stunning woman walking past them. What a gorgeous lady. She exudes a freezing, untouchable vibe. It turns out she is Tran Ca, Tran's secretary. Approaching his table, she politely asks him to sign some documents. The 2 onlookers are completely dumbfounded. Wait, that young guy is actually her boss? He looks incredibly young to be running things. Who is this guy? Tran Ca stands up, instructing her to head back to the office and call a meeting. The 2 onlookers watch in awe. noting he stands as solid as a mountain. His mere presence is absolutely overwhelming. Back inside the corporate boardroom, Tran Ca leads the presentation, reminding everyone that mastering the smallest details is what makes them company heroes. As long as their quarterly profits keep climbing, everyone will secure a massive bonus at the end of the year. Suddenly his phone buzzes. Tran Ca quietly warns him that today is the final deadline to register for classes and he is the only student left. He picks it up. "Oh, sorry, I will go now." He stands up. "You and I are going to want to see what happens next." Alright, let's dive into this wild story of a boss who lets his staff leave early. Plus, while I am away, Tran Ca handles everything. The female employees are completely shocked to realize their mysterious boss is actually still a college student. He is just so calm and composed. I totally thought he was some wealthy heir with flawless manners. Back on the N University campus, Tran Ca steps out of his incredibly luxury ride. A student gasps, "Wow, is that Tran Ca? Is he really a wealthy young master? That sweet ride is worth over $2 million. Another person responds, "What? Over $2 million? Meanwhile, on the N University online forum, a pinned post about the start of term is absolutely blowing up. It says on the final day of freshman registration, a tall, rich, and handsome guy rolled up in a ride worth over $2 million. A blonde girl scrolls through the forum, reading the comments and realizing, "Wait, is that Tran Ca? He got so much more handsome over the summer break. Who cares if he is handsome? Look at that $2 million car he is driving. His family must be billionaires." Staring closely at Tran Ca's photo, she thinks he looks incredibly familiar, particularly his eyes, clear and deep like the night stars, radiating an incredibly sharp, brilliant light. He is not even a freshman. He is a sophomore in the finance department. Wait, he is actually starting his third year. Stunned, she reads his name, Tran Ca, from the finance department. No way they are in the same year. Don't blink, because Tran Ca is about to make his next move. My physical strength is growing fast, but I only know basic martial arts like Bajikwan Cloud Step and Tan Tui. I need to learn new martial skills to fully control and channel all this raw power surging inside me. Walking past the Taekwondo club, he watches their training and scoffs, thinking, "What showy, useless moves. I could crush someone like that with a single slap. If I want to master my strength, I just need to keep training on my own." Later, he visits the Longdang Steel Company, stating he wants to custom order over 100 tons of steel. The receptionist replies, "Of course, sir. Please follow me right this way to our VIP waiting room. I will call our sales manager immediately." Led inside, the eager sales manager warmly shakes his hand, saying, "Hello, sir. What kind of steel are we looking to order?" Tran Ca requests a giant steel pillar, 2 meters wide and 5 meters tall, plus blocks weighing up to 20 tons. The sales manager calculates the figures, "Sir, based on your custom request, the total weight is about 200 tons, costing around 700,000. The final price depends on the finished product." Tran Ca just smiles and says, "Fine. Let us sign the contract." The next morning at Pier 8 of Changshu Port, let's pause here. His glasses-wearing assistant reports that this entire warehouse district is now his. Tran Ca says, "Great. Changshu, you can leave now. I want to look around the area alone." He stands there, feeling power surging as his clone gains 8 evolution points through constant, disciplined eating, reaching Huajin stage and beyond, with a physical stat boost of 0.8. I have not even hit the Huajin stage yet. There is still a long way to go. Looking at the empty warehouse, once that steel pillar is up, this will be my training ground. He looks up, noting the maximum daily evolution limit is 100 points. I will need at least a year to match the progress of the giant monitor lizard. My body is still way too slow. Meanwhile, at the security bureau, the deputy chief reviews a new case. Luo Hao, known as Boss Luo in the criminal underworld, left a bar leading over a dozen henchmen. His right arm was nearly severed by a blunt weapon swung with devastating insane force, left hanging by just a piece of skin. Luo Hao was hit with absolutely crushing, brutal force, completely shattering his internal organs, causing instant death. All 3 men were killed within 60 seconds by the same person. The raw speed and power of this killer are absolutely insane. Who could possibly do this? The radio crackles, "Captain. We have just found another lifeless body floating out at sea." Over at Tianlan Maritime, Tran Ca complains, "Boss, we have absolutely nothing to do here every day. Everyone is just slacking off. Should we hand out some flyers?" Tran Ca calmly replies, "No need for that." Tran Ca worries, "Even if you are rich, won't we go bankrupt? Stick with me to see what happens next. Wait for the fish to bite. Let's dive in. Without advertising, how will anyone find us?" Right then, Ning Nai Sin rushes in, shouting that someone is here to see the boss. They say they have a massive business deal to discuss. Tran Ca stands stunned. Someone's actually here to hand over cash? A sharp-dressed man struts in, demanding to know where Boss Chang is. Brother Chen calmly replies that he and his entire crew now work for him. The man is impressed. Truly impressive that you managed to bring Boss Chang over to your side. Allow me, Ms. Wang Tianhua. Brother Chen responds, Boss Wang. Let's sit down and discuss this. Tran Ca chimes in, Boss, let me brew some tea for everyone. Brother Chen nods, go ahead. Wang Tianhua gets to the point. My friend, I have a century-old sunken ship worth tens of millions. What do you think? Can you pull this off? Brother Chen asks. Once we recover the cargo, how do we split it? Wang Tianhua offers, I supply the map, so I get 70% and you get 30%. That is the standard rate even for international salvage crews. Brother Chen doesn't hesitate. Then you should go find an international crew. Wang Tianhua hesitates. So what is your offer then? Brother Chen smirks, we split it 50-50, or we can just forget it. Wang Tianhua thinks to himself, with today's strict maritime laws, private salvage is completely impossible. He's our only shot. He asks again, are you absolutely sure you can bring it back up? Brother Chen is confident. I have plenty of guys like Boss Chang working under me. If you're not reassured, Boss Wang, you can tag along and see for yourself. Wang Tianhua finally agrees. All right then. It's a pleasure doing business with you. Brother Chen shakes his hand likewise. Right after Wang Tianhua leaves. Meanwhile, pay attention here. The deputy director is examining chilling photos of bodies lost at sea. The massive claw marks are terrifying. What kind of creature has claws this huge? Could it be some kind of anomaly? Suddenly, a top-secret alert pops up on his internal communicator. In Guangda, multiple casualties have been reported. 4 victims dead at sea with strong suspicions of a beast attack. Attached secret file S3110102 notes that experts will investigate. Over at the dock, a massive iron pillar is being raised. Tran Ca asks, what is this giant iron pillar actually for? Brother Chen smiles. It's a sea-calming pillar anchored at the dock to stabilize the waters and suppress the deep-sea kings. Four Eyes looks on in absolute awe. Boss, you know everything. Brother Chen checks his bank balance, sitting at 321,800. He sighs deeply, just vanishes. This is all I have left now. He drives Tran Ca back to the BD Garden complex. Boss, sorry to keep bothering you. Why don't you come upstairs for a quick drink? She invites him, but Chen declines. No, I have other things to attend to. Tran Ca feels a bit disappointed. Oh, all right then. Watching his car pull away, she blushes. How could I say something so bold? I think my underwear is still hanging somewhere in his place. Meanwhile, sitting in his car, Brother Chen recalls their dinner earlier. I accidentally snapped my chopsticks. I still need to master controlling my raw power. That is the ultimate key. He heads back to the deserted beach to train. Stick with me here. He looks at his hands after punching a boulder, realizing he must achieve perfect control to unlock his full potential. Closing his eyes, he focuses. His energy shield can now expand up to 30 meters. He can feel every single movement of the wind and grass around him. 3 days later, his clone kills another mutated fish, triggering an alert: evolution points plus 210, physical stats plus 21. He realizes these red-eyed fish have mutated, looking exactly like the strange creatures he saw that night. Wang Tianhua's ship slows down. They must be getting very close now. He calls Wang Tianhua, Boss Wang, my other crew has already arrived. When do we start? Wang Tianhua replies, fast work. Let me get ready and we will begin tonight. Brother Chen agrees, all right. Meanwhile, back in the gym, Brother Chen is training hard. After some intense effort, a system alert pops up, plus 15 experience points in energy control. Feeling the power surging inside him with this energy boost, his strength has multiplied immensely. Out at sea, Wang Tianhua crackles over the radio. My friend, you and I still don't see your other crew anywhere. All right, you and I are diving right back in, as Brother Chen calmly says he is already underwater. Wang Tianhua is shocked, asking if it is real. Impressive. Go 200 meters to the left of my ship, about 700 to 800 meters deep. Down there, his clone feels the crushing pressure. Even with his insane physique, the water pressure is highly uncomfortable. It reaches the designated spot but sees absolutely nothing. It seems there is nothing here. Wang Tianhua speaks into the radio, 800 meters deep, 200-meter radius, and nothing. He is completely blown away, asking if he already searched. That was fast. He stares at the vast ocean, thinking in utter disbelief, scanning 800 meters deep in just 20 minutes. How is that even possible? His assistant then suggests, Boss, after hundreds of years the location might have shifted. Try checking about 1 kilometer to the east. Wang Tianhua immediately says over the radio, sorry buddy, But can you check about 1 kilometer to the east? Brother Chen's clone quickly swims over to the new spot. It uses its energy-sensing ability once more, casting red waves spreading outward. Suddenly, he spots the target. Watch closely, found it. On the ship, the crew is busily hauling up the crates. Keep going, almost there. Wang Tianhua's assistant reports excitedly, "Boss, 8 items are broken, but 3 are completely intact. The estimated value is about 30 million. If sold separately, we can pull in another 20 million. Wang Tianhua grins proudly, speaking into the radio. "Did you hear that, buddy? That is the situation. The rest is entirely up to you. I just have to collect the cash." A few days later at the docks, Wang Tianhua splits the cash, totaling over 23 million. "We each get 11.5 million, count it if you want." Brother Chen calmly replies, "No need, I trust you." Wang Tianhua laughs out loud. "Haha, you are truly a straightforward guy. Next time I hear about a sunken ship, I will contact you." Brother Chen stands there, staring at the stacks of cash. The money problem is finally solved. But his own physical strength is still way too weak. He needs to train until bullets and grenades cannot even scratch him before taking any more risky steps. The next day at the Tianla Marine Industrial Company, Tran Ca submits a report saying, "Boss, someone turned in their resume yesterday. He claims he can bring in over 200 fishing enthusiasts every single month, but he wants a salary of 50,000. Brother Chen just arrived, saying, "Let me see." Nin Naihan greets him, "Boss, you are back." He quickly glances over the resume highlights. He is a member of the fishing association with many connections. But Brother Chen immediately decides, reject him. He is a scammer. Nin Naihan curiously asks, "Boss, why haven't you been coming to the office lately?" Brother Chen casually replies, "I had a big project and made a few million." Nin Naihan's eyes light up. "Wow, boss, you are amazing." Brother Chen smiles. "Didn't I promise to treat everyone after this project is done? Tonight I am taking you girls to Vanthong Thien Guai to relax. The female staff chat working here is truly wonderful. The work is easy. The pay is high and the boss is so cool. Not like my friend's company where her manager is always trying to flirt with her." One of them blushes, thinking, and honestly, you and I probably know what her answer would be. At the Vanthong Thien Guai restaurant, the staff is still amazed. "Boss, I had no idea sea fishing was this profitable. Just a few fishing trips and you made millions?" Brother Chen explains, "It was actually just luck. Catching a giant bluefin tuna worth hundreds of thousands of dollars." Suddenly, a strange man walks right up to them. Clearing his throat, "Are you Mr. Chen, the owner of Tianla Marine Industrial Company?" He introduces himself. "Hello, Mr. Chen. I am Li Tiandui, Deputy General Manager of Tianhong Group, and also a good friend of Wang Tianhua." Brother Chen calmly replies, "Hello." Li Tiandui then suggests, "Mr. Chen, I want to go deep-sea fishing. Are you interested in cooperating?" Brother Chen replies, "As long as it makes money, I am interested. Come to my company tomorrow and we will talk." Talangwet hands over a business card, saying, "Here you go, managerly. This is our boss's business card." Li Tiandui nods. "All right, Mr. Chen, I will see you tomorrow." After he leaves, the girls whisper again, "Sister Tiu, hey, is that corporation actually that big? Their chairman is worth tens of billions, even richer than the wealthiest person in this city. He shares the same surname as the Tianhong chairman. Trust me, you and I should keep an eye on him." Let us dive into this crazy story where Talan Wet gets totally shocked after casually running into the richest man's son at a simple dinner. Tran Ca smirks, amused that even the son of the wealthiest tycoon is highly interested in a sunken shipwreck. Meanwhile, deep on the ocean floor, his avatar stumbles upon an incredibly rare sight. Talk about a massive coincidence. He had just told Xiao Hui about a fish worth over 10 million, and now he randomly finds 2 of them swimming right there. Over at the port warehouse, gentle waves lap against the shore. Inside, a massive tuna rests in an ice tank, a fish worth over 10 million whose meat does not even taste special. Tran stares at the giant catch, knowing it is not just a fish, but literally swimming cash. Next step is finding a buyer to sell it off. The following day, as Tran Ca works out, Four Eyes reports that young Master Li has been waiting in the office for a while. Tran Ca sets his weights down. He promises to head over immediately, while a sleek yellow sports car parks right outside the Thien Lam Maritime Company. Inside the office, Li Tianduye says excitedly that he has secured the exact location of a sunken shipwreck. Tran Ca asks if someone as wealthy as the Tianhong Group heir would genuinely care about a shipwreck. Li Tianduye laughs, claiming nobody ever has too much money, and proposes a clean 50-50 split once the cargo is recovered. Now watch closely as Tran Ca thinks it over, nods calmly, and agrees without any hesitation. Staring into his guest's eyes, he senses that the young master wants far more than just shipwreck treasure, making things very interesting. Tran Ca shifts the topic, asking him if he knows anyone. He asks if the young master knows anyone running high-end seafood spots, since he has a 4-meter bluefin tuna. Lithian Duya is thoroughly impressed, admitting it is amazing that Tran Ca can easily get his hands on giant bluefin tuna. Pulling out his phone, he mentions he actually knows someone who owns a premium seafood restaurant. He invites him to lunch for an introduction. Soon at the warehouse, a man rushes over as someone tells manager Lam to slow down. The giant fish is right there and is not going anywhere. An expert thoroughly inspects the massive catch and reports that its quality is absolutely flawless. Every single aspect meets Class A standards, and the restaurant owner agrees that this fish is truly top-tier quality. Since they are all friends there, he offers a flat rate of 7 million, asking for his thoughts. You and I can probably guess Tran Ca's reaction as he instantly seals the deal, leaving Talan Wet completely speechless at the 7 million price tag. Good grief! Afterwards, the entire group heads over to the Marriott International. Talan Yuet thinks to herself in utter shock, realizing they made a massive fortune today. Time to splurge a bit at Marriott International, a prime hub for the world's finest luxury brands. Following Tran Ca around, she watches him spend money without a care, the ultimate definition of being spoiled. Her boss makes money so easily. After his massive shopping spree, they head back to the port warehouse. Talan Wet blushes, thinking that her boss's brand new watch alone costs a whopping 2 million. Plus, he bought her so many luxury items worth well over another 2 million. Tran Ca hands down a brand new task, telling Lan Wet to look for a massive spacious villa for him to buy. A peaceful, quiet location would be ideal since he loves absolute tranquility, and a budget of around 30 million works fine. She responds professionally. Meanwhile, deep beneath the ocean, his salamander avatar suddenly spots 2 stealth submarines. It is a shame he isn't strong enough yet, otherwise he would have ripped those submarines to shreds. Deciding to stay out of trouble, he senses something highly dangerous lurking below and chooses to leave. No need to take useless risks, but suddenly a massive crab blocks his path. Talk about bad luck. Did this giant creature think he was an easy target? The avatar charges forward at breathtaking speed, realizing this beast is far more powerful than the mutated oarfish. Massive thundering explosions echo out. An earth-shattering boom reverberates through the dark waters as Tran Ca's deep-sea avatar unleashes unstoppable force, completely shattering a giant wall of ice. He thinks with sheer excitement that the raw force unleashed by this monster easily exceeds 10 tons. Things are getting incredibly exciting. With a devastating, blinding punch, his avatar slams directly into the giant crab, triggering a massive, violent underwater explosion. Standing victorious on top of the defeated beast, the avatar knows this massive prey cannot be devoured at once, so we will just have to watch him slowly absorb its power. Alright, let's dive back in as we see Tran Ca in his apartment, staring at his laptop, opening a classified file. The file contains reports of bizarre ocean anomalies from recent years, and he mutters to himself thoughtfully about sightings of giant oarfish, giant spiked pufferfish, and now a giant crab-like spider. Maybe this world is truly changing. Suddenly, a shocking news headline catches his eye, reporting that the nuclear submarine SSN-698 vanished 600 meters deep in the Pacific Ocean. The latest updates suggest it was attacked and dragged down by an unidentified massive sea creature. Then he scrolls down to read another report that is even more alarming, detailing how a nuclear submarine in the Arctic collided with a massive underwater iceberg, instantly killing all 127 crew members. Tran Ca leans back, his expression turning grave. All of these incidents happened within the last 2 years. And it seems the deeper you go into the ocean, the more terrifying and powerful these unknown creatures become. Watch closely here. Deep on the ocean floor, his clone is resting inside a dark cave, absorbing raw energy from its prey. 2 system alerts flash on screen, granting him 290 evolution points and boosting his stats by 29, followed by another 280 evolution points and body stats. Once the absorption is complete, the majestic clone stretches its massive body, feeling the immense surging power inside, as he exclaims in pure excitement that his body has already grown to a massive 18 meters. Back at his warehouse, Tran Ca is testing out his newly acquired physical power. He throws a heavy punch directly at an iron pillar, smiling with satisfaction because his physical stats just jumped by over 100 points. His entire bone structure and muscle strength have reached a completely new level, to the point where punching solid iron doesn't cause him any pain at all. He confidently crosses his arms, feeling his skin, which has now become as hard as steel. Now even a shot from a standard handgun wouldn't do anything more than scratch his skin. And with this incredible natural armor combined with his insane reaction speed, ordinary bullets won't even leave a single dent on his body. To search for more knowledge, Tran Ca decides to visit the Manhwa bookstore. Picking up a book, he thinks to himself that this world is far more complex than he ever imagined. Continuous learning is always the right path. His tall frame and powerful aura quickly draw the attention of two young girls standing nearby, with one of them whispering to her friend, "Oh, look at him, he is so handsome." Her friend urges her to go ask for his contact information, but she shyly hesitates, saying she does not dare to. Tran Ca completely ignores them, focusing solely on his goal as he picks out two martial arts books, Xingyi Quan and Baji Quan, knowing that constant study is the only way to keep pushing his limits and growing stronger. Back at the warehouse, he diligently trains without stopping. Sweat pours down as he throws relentless punches at his heavy bag. You and I both know that while these martial arts seem simple, truly mastering them is no easy task. Suddenly, his phone rings with a sharp chime and the name Li Tiandui flashes across the screen. He answers, hearing the polite yet serious voice on the other end say, "Boss Tran, we have finally arrived." Tran Ca replies shortly, "Got it, send me your coordinates. My diver will be in the water within half a day." Shortly after, at the shipwreck site, one of Li Tiandui's men reports over the radio, "Boss Li, we have found the gold chest along with some broken porcelain." At the same time, Li Tiandui asks Tran Ca over the phone if he has spotted a very special box. Wearing a highly mysterious smile on his face, Li Tiandui speaks into the phone, insisting that if Tran Ca can secure that specific box, every other treasure on the shipwreck is theirs to keep. Tran Ca casually replies, "All right, let me ask my diver to take a look." Under the sea, Tran Ca's clone easily lifts the entire heavy chest of gold, calculating that this treasure alone is worth over 20 million. He then shifts his gaze to a small wooden box resting nearby, wondering about that special item. He opens the box to find nothing but a strange gooey substance. Tran Ca scoffs, "It's just a pile of black mud, why on earth would he want this?" But when he opens the delivery box and finds it completely empty, Li Tiandui screams in absolute despair, clutching his head, shouting, "This cannot be! My elixir, where is my sacred elixir?" Meanwhile, at a gruesome crime scene, an officer reports to his captain, just like the previous victims, all of their blood has been completely drained, leaving their muscles shriveled up like dry jerky. He adds that the time of death was only 10 hours ago. The superior concludes they must wait for the higher-ups to investigate. The bearded captain stares grimly into space. "Trust me, you and I can't miss what happens next. Alright, you and I are diving into a mystery where every victim is a thug with zero family ties, but crazy physical strength." He turns to his subordinate and barks a sharp order. "Tiu Chung, write up the report and shut down every entertainment venue in the city immediately." The subordinate salutes, "Understood, Chief." That very night, in a dark corner, a horrifying scene unfolds as another victim collapses, his blood mercilessly drained completely dry. The captain screams into his radio, his face twisted in pure rage and shock. "What? Everything was shut down, so how are there 4 more dead bodies?" Bam! A few days later at the warehouse, Tran Ca unleashes a powerful punch on a sandbag. He smiles with satisfaction. After just a few days of training, his skills in both Baji Quan and Xingyi Quan have reached a whole new level. Right then, a system notification pops up. "You have comprehended a new martial arts technique. Please give it a name." Tran Ca clenches his fists, his eyes burning with absolute confidence. "Let's call it the Violent Power Fist." He analyzes the technique, combining the Baji stance with the explosive half-step punch of Xingyi Quan. One step and his fist explodes forward like a cannonball. Meanwhile, far out at sea, a fishing boat glides across the water. The captain smiles widely, bursting with pure excitement. They finally caught the school after chasing them for so long, but he quickly calms down. He must be extremely careful because this investment is absolutely massive. Just one of these fishing nets cost millions. There is absolutely no room for any mistakes here. Suddenly, a crew member screams in absolute panic, "Boss, there is a huge hole in the net. The fish are escaping." The captain yells in fury, "You idiots, pull the net up right now." But another crew member reports in utter confusion, "The radar shows nothing, but the net is completely stuck, boss." Under the water, Tran Ca's clone is happily feasting away. He thinks a single bite is enough to swallow dozens of fish. This free buffet served right to his mouth is absolutely amazing. Besides, with his crazy water compatibility, those sonar detectors cannot spot him at all. That is it, time to go home. Up on the deck, the captain collapses to his knees, clutching his head in pure agony. "Why is my net shredded, and where are all my fish? Just what kind of terrifying monster or deity is behind all of this?" Now here is where it gets interesting. Relaxing at the harbor, Tran Ca takes a call from Li Tiandui, who is returning to City N. To show my gratitude, tonight I am going to take you to an absolutely amazing place. Tran Ca smirks. Since young Master Li is inviting me, I will definitely have to check it out. Their destination is a luxurious grand mansion called Manhwa, where a gorgeous woman in a seductive red kapao smiles warmly to welcome them. In a sweet voice. Welcome to Manhwa. Li Tiandui walks in like a total boss with his arms wide open, asking the woman, "No one has booked the Vantu hall, right?" The charming woman replies gracefully, "That hall is always reserved exclusively for you, young Master Lai." Inside the Vantu hall is a scene of pure high-end luxury, where graceful beauties serve guests in an incredibly lavish setting. Resting his chin on his hand, Tran Ca smiles meaningfully as he looks around, thinking, no wonder ancient kings neglected their empires. There is definitely a reason. He continues to himself, a place like this is truly perfect for blending right into the local crowd. After the fun night falls as an off-road vehicle speeds down a dusty road cutting through the dark, deserted forest. While driving, Tran Ca suddenly frowns as his razor-sharp senses start to tingle intensely. Is there something following me? He feels a deeply unpleasant aura completely enveloping him, an energy that makes him feel absolutely uncomfortable. This feeling is exactly like the night he was stalked by that terrifying giant lizard. You and I both know him. Despite the creepy aura, his mouth slowly curls into an amused smile. Is it a monster or a ghost? He thinks to himself, this is finally starting to get interesting. It has been a while since I last got to stretch my legs. Out of nowhere, a red sports car speeds up right beside him as the driver yells excitedly, "Hey buddy, want a race?" Tran Ca clicks his tongue in sheer annoyance. He glances at the sports car with annoyance and mutters a single word, "Fly." Instantly, Tran Ca's car launches into the air, executing a spectacular flip over the sports car before landing smoothly back on the ground. The couple in the sports car are completely stunned as the driver stammers out, "Damn, that flip was absolutely insane." Is he trying to kill himself? The girl beside him shrieks in sheer horror, "Oh my god, is that guy even human?" As Tran Ca sits calmly in his car, you and I are left wondering what crazy encounter awaits him next. You and I are jumping right into a wild chase where even the fastest car cannot outrun the monster tailing our hero. He smirks, realizing this stalker is definitely not some weakling. Driving his car to a completely deserted beach, he stops, steps out, and calls into the darkness with a playful, teasing voice. "Come on out, I do not bite," he says. Suddenly, a gorgeous, long-haired woman steps out from behind a tree, smiling gracefully. "Oh, you have a really interesting way of talking, handsome." In a highly flirtatious voice, she whimpers that someone stole her clothes while she was swimming, begging him to find her something to wear. Brother Chen sneers coldly, immediately seeing right through her obvious little trap. "You want clothes? Sure, I will get them. Now pay attention," because he lunges forward with absolutely blinding speed. Boom! Just as Brother Chen is about to land his heavy punch, the girl vanishes instantly, leaving a giant tree trunk to block his strike. Brother Chen hesitates for a second, eyes showing surprise at this bizarre ability. She reveals her true form as a mermaid demon, licking her lips hungrily. "What a strong, delicious life force you have. I really want to devour you." Guarded, Brother Chen demands, "What are you?" The demon sneers, "Just a far more advanced, perfect version. My name is Yin Xiao." Slithering her long tongue greedily, she adds, "Eating you is like devouring hundreds of healthy humans. You are so full of energy. It is enough to help me complete my very first evolution." Swoosh! Brother Chen effortlessly dodges Yin Xiao's rapid strikes before spinning around to deliver a swift counterattack. He yells, "You want to eat me? Let us see if you have the guts." Yin Xiao is completely shocked by his insane speed. Boom! Brother Chen unleashes a devastating punch, triggering a massive wave of fiery red energy. Blasted away, Yin Xiao crashes hard into a stone wall she conjured. She mutters in pure disbelief, "No way, how is this possible? You clearly do not possess the aura of an awakened person at all." Brother Chen charges ahead again, his body merging with the strike to shatter Yin Xiao's defenses completely. The demon screams in agony as a barrage of heavy, rapid punches hits her directly. Watching coldly, Brother Chen analyzes her weaknesses. She can merge with trees and stones, but every single time he targets her extra limbs, her power rapidly fades away. A moment of tense, heavy silence. Standing tall, he speaks with absolute confidence. "Merging with trees? A decent survival trick, but too bad you ran into me instead of anyone else. Now answer my questions, and I will make sure you get a quick, painless death." Gasping heavily on the ground, Yin Xiao laughs maniacally. "Do you honestly think I fear dying? The moon is beautiful tonight. Too bad I will not see it again." But it is fine, I already got my revenge. Her dying eyes flash with intense regret and bitter hatred. If I only had one more month, I could have fully completed my dark transformation. At that point, not even a legendary martial god would have made me feel afraid. Chen coldly looks down at her dissolving body, cutting off her bitter final complaints. But instead, you ran into someone like me inside an ordinary city. Under the moonlight, Yin Xiao's body turns into countless glittering fragments and vanishes forever. Wait, did you see that? 2 unexpected system notifications pop up showing he killed a corrupted entity. Obtain 10 attribute points, and he murmurs, a corrupted one? Attribute points? What on earth is this? The system interface continues to explain that these attribute points can enhance his skills, upgrade his weapons, improve his stats, and even unlock special elemental powers like lightning, ice, fire, and so on. Brother Chen falls deep into thought. He already possesses incredible godlike strength, and soon his giant lizard clone will acquire this amazing power too. He flashes a highly confident smile as he imagines his own clone evolving into a massive blazing monster, basically a real-life Godzilla roaming around the earth. After driving back to his warehouse, Chen sits in front of his computer and types in 2 specific keywords, corrupted and awakened. But the screen remains completely blank, displaying a message that no matching results could be found. Leaning back in his chair to stretch, he mutters that the government must have blocked all of this information. Oh well, I guess I am still way too weak. Once I get much stronger, I will definitely explore that hidden world. He stares up at the ceiling with determined eyes, planning to do so once his physical stats surpass 10,000 points. Suddenly, a notification pops up right in front of him. Please choose an element to enhance. What will he choose? Wind, fire, water, earth, lightning, light, or darkness? His current physique is too weak, so he can only upgrade basic elements. Without hesitation, our main character raises his hands. Trust me, you are going to love this part. He yells for a lightning upgrade, and the system instantly confirms he has unlocked this power. He has acquired basic lightning mastery, and his spirit stat increases by 1. With a gentle snap of his fingers, a tiny crackling spark of electricity appears, making him smile with deep satisfaction. A budget version of lightning power? Well, I will take it. He soon realizes that even this basic level of lightning mastery can earn experience points. It seems he can level it up just by practicing, which is actually not bad at all. A detailed status screen pops up showing his stats. Character name Tran Ca, level 1. Physique in 65+. Spirit is 57+ with telekinesis, basic external chi, and basic chi sensing. His skills include basic avalanche fist, intermediate air step, and intermediate spring strike. Under abilities, basic lightning mastery is at 10 out of 10,000 plus 1. Attribute points are 0, and his clone is a thorny lizard. Evolved twice and now an adult beast, its ultimate goal is to become the Monster King. Evolution points, 3,190 out of 5,000. Abilities, observation hockey, armament hockey, water compatibility, and lightning mastery. Meanwhile, deep under the ocean, look closely here. His lizard clone, now surging with wild lightning, is locked in a brutal clash against a massive blue sea monster. After finishing off its opponent, the lizard devours the prey, triggering a system notification. Gained 980 evolution points. Tran Ca analyzes the battle, realizing this mutated sea beast was just as dangerous as that giant spider they fought before. But then he notices something crazy. His giant lizard clone also has lightning mastery, and it is actually way stronger than his own. Over at Cityend's airport, a couple of private jets have just touched down. Captain Quan Duck steps forward to greet 2 men stepping off the plane, asking if they are the special agents from headquarters. He introduces himself, saying he is Quan Duck and has been assigned to assist them during their stay. The man in the black suit smiles, shakes hands, and introduces himself as Huang Tuan Fong, thanking him for the warm welcome. The other guy, wearing a white coat and sunglasses, coldly speaks up, identifying himself as Nam Kung Kiem, lead investigator of Case 907. He demands to be taken straight to the morgue, where Quan Duc points to a body, reporting this victim died last night and is the only one found. He adds that over the previous 4 days, 4 people died mysteriously every single night. Huang Tuan Fong steps forward, places his hand on the corpse, and activates his unique power. You and I can clearly see a glowing blue soul rise from the cold corpse. It screams in silent agony for a moment before dissolving into thin air. Nam Chung Kim states with absolute certainty that the lingering aura is completely gone, meaning the target is dead. Huang Tuan Fong turns around asking in complete shock, "What? Are you saying it is already dead?" Back at his warehouse, Tran Ca is training relentlessly. He unleashes a devastating kick at his heavy bag, realizing that his raw physical power is growing so fast that he can barely control it. He is even too scared to visit Ning Nai Hian's house, worried that he might accidentally smash her sofa to pieces just by sitting down. He recalls the time he walked a female employee back to her place. She asked him, "Boss, do you want to come up for some tea?" But he had to refuse her, replying, "No thanks, I have some business to attend to." He simply did not dare to get too close, constantly worrying in his heart that a simple hug or accidental touch might actually break her bones. The very next day, a real estate agent takes Tran Ca to look at a luxurious, massive villa. "Mr. Tran, this is Villa 88, featuring a main building of 560 square meters and a 70 square meter front yard. There is also a backyard of 200 square meters and an 80 square meter indoor pool room." The broker adds that the previous owner already paid in full, including luxury furniture worth over $1 million. The total price is $34 million, but Tran Ca counters with $25 million. In the blink of an eye, his phone rings with a successful transaction alert. Suddenly, his phone starts ringing loudly, and as he picks up, a panicked voice from the other end screams out in terror, "Boss, there is a monster here!" begging for help, but Tran Ca just listens in silence with a completely blank expression. Up on a high-rise rooftop, Huang Tuanfong reports to Nam Kyung Kiam that there has been zero unusual activity since last night, meaning the corrupted target is definitely dead. Nam Kyung Kiam adds that it was in a semi-spiritual state. Let's see what happens next. Alright, you and I are jumping into a story with entities that normal humans just cannot handle. Huang Tuanfong asks, "Captain, should we stay and investigate further?" Nam Kyung Kiam crosses his arms, looking out over the city as he replies, "We should enjoy this city's bustling energy for a bit. You better use this time to train. Otherwise, when the apocalypse hits, you will end up as nothing more than useless cannon fodder." Huang Tuanfong turns around with a highly skeptical look. "No way." Nam Kyung Kiam explains in a dead serious tone. "The professor predicts the next spatial distortion will be 10 times stronger than the one 20 years ago. Our most urgent mission right now is to fully upgrade our powers to prepare for that dark day." With eyes burning with pure determination, he adds, "This is the only way we can truly repay our country for raising us." Meanwhile, deep down on the ocean floor, Tran Ca's clone has just uncovered a small box hidden among the ruins. Crack. Finally, something of real value. He thinks to himself, but kicking up all that sand earlier shattered several porcelain pieces. That was totally my bad. Back at his apartment, Tran Ca scrolls through his phone looking up info on rare antiques. Smirking, he realizes he hit the jackpot. A single Song Dynasty porcelain piece could be worth millions, maybe even tens of millions. He lets out a heavy, regretful sigh. Unfortunately, his carelessness ended up destroying so many of them. They should have been worth hundreds of millions. Then at a nearby cafe, Tran Ca witnesses a massive argument. A waitress is aggressively confronting a sleazy customer, demanding, "Hey, what do you think you are touching?" The guy flatly denies it. "Touching? Hey young lady, what do you think you saw? Do not make false accusations here." The man chuckles sleazily, reaching out his hand. "Well, since you already claim that I touched you, how about I go ahead and touch you for real?" Suddenly, a young man sitting nearby jumps to his feet, shouting in pure rage, "How can you be so incredibly shameless?" "I saw it clearly." The thug smugly sneers, "So what if you did? If you are so angry, why don't you try hitting me?" The terrified waitress just stands there, trembling and muttering. Now pay attention to this part. Tran Ca steps in, looking at the trembling girl while whispering, "Interesting. I have never met anyone as arrogant as you." The thug turns to Tran Ca, putting his hands on his hips and mocking him. "Well, you just met one today. Not happy about it? Then why don't you try hitting me?" Spreading his arms wide, he screams, "Do you dare to touch me?" Tran Ca calmly walks forward, making the thug smirk. "Ha, another hot-headed brat who is all talk." Tran Ca turns to the waitress with a mysterious smile, asking, "Hey, does your shop have working surveillance cameras?" A slender hand quietly pulls a plug right out of the wall socket. The waitress holds up the disconnected cord, putting on a perfect act. "Oh no, our security camera is broken." Tran Ca smirks in satisfaction, and then smack! A thunderous slap lands directly on the thug's face, catching him completely off guard. The thug staggers backward, his eyes spinning like crazy. He literally spits out his food. You and I have to appreciate the instant karma as Tran Ca dusts off his hands, looking down at the floored thug. In this day and age, to think someone actually begs to get beaten up, how absolutely ridiculous. Returning to his dockside place, Tran Ca lounges back on the sofa, practicing his newfound abilities while lost in deep thought. 2 notifications pop up: lightning control experience +10 and mental power +1. He thinks to himself, a human life of barely a century is just a brief blink of an eye compared to a star. One day, I will shatter the boundary of life and death itself. The next day, Tran Ca tells his female assistant, make sure you find some time to study accounting. When the time is right, you will manage our company finances, and I will pay you double your current salary. Surprised and thrilled, the girl gracefully brushes back her hair and gasps, oh, sure thing, boss. As they head outside, she curiously asks him, boss, where are we heading next? Tran Ca chuckles, we are going to sell a few things. Soon they arrive at an antique shop. A man dressed in elegant traditional attire steps forward to greet them. My surname is Cao and I own this antique shop. Tran Ca politely asks, Mr. Cao, could you help me estimate how much this antique plate might be worth? Mr. Cao invites them, please let's head upstairs to discuss this further. Once upstairs, he meticulously inspects the porcelain plate. He notes it carries the distinct salty scent of the ocean. It looks like it was recently salvaged. After examining it thoroughly, he says, young man, it is indeed authentic. However, this is part of a set, and since you only have one piece, its value drops significantly. Tran Ca feigns utter surprise. Oh, so this really belongs to a larger set. He spins a lie, claiming he found many other pieces. Trust me, you and I can't miss what happens next. Stick with me. We are diving into a deal where Mr. Cao says, since this is the only intact piece, I can only offer 4.5 million. Tran Ca shrugs and replies, fine, I will think about it. Out on the street, Lan Wet sips her drink and reports, boss, after checking so many shops, Mr. Cao seems like the most honest buyer. Tran Ca sucks on his lollipop and scoffs, honest. Well, he did offer us the highest price. Maybe we should just go ahead and sell it to him. Then he narrows his eyes, but something was off in his gaze. That guy is definitely hiding something from us. Inside a luxurious villa, Mr. Cao is reporting to a blonde man who asks, so you are saying you found a clue on that sunken ship? Mr. Cao holds up a briefcase containing the porcelain piece. He speaks eagerly. Look, this porcelain has the exact official seal we have been searching for. Boss, a young man sold this to me, and he definitely knows more details about it. The blonde man commands coldly, send all the information to Fa. Within 30 minutes, I want everything on him. Minutes later, Mr. Cao gets a phone call, and his expression instantly turns extremely grim. He reports back he is just a normal college student. He suddenly spent 3 million to buy a luxury car and even went abroad using a flimsy excuse. Mr. Cao asks, boss, should we try to cooperate with the people backing him? Now pay attention. A sinister grin spreads across De Hong's face as he mutters, work together? Haha. Back at the antique shop, Mr. smiles warmly, handing Tran Ca a file. Fill out this form, please. We will need your details for future transactions, or whenever we do upcoming auctions. Tran Ca takes it and replies quickly, fine. That night, lying in bed, he cannot stop thinking. Today's deal went incredibly smoothly, but I just cannot shake the feeling that Boss Cao is hiding something from me. I just hope nothing weird is going to happen. The next morning, Tran Ca wakes up and reassures himself as he walks toward the elevator, absolutely nothing bad happened last night. Maybe I am just overthinking things. Whatever, I will go straight to school and check out the situation. Feeling the raw energy surging inside, he thinks, after absorbing that deep-sea beast, my strength, muscle density, and physical stats have increased to 20 or 30 times that of an average human. I wonder if I can survive being shot now? And watch closely now, the elevator door dings open, and a hooded man suddenly lunges forward. Grabbing his arm and whispering a threat, do not move, do not make a sound, just come with me. Immediately, Tran Ca feels the cold barrel of a gun pressing hard against his ribs. Forced into a waiting van, Tran Ca pretends to be terrified, holding his head and asking, excuse me, where exactly are you guys taking me? I do not recall offending you guys. The driver in sunglasses snaps back coldly. We are taking you to see someone, do not try anything. At an abandoned warehouse, one of the henchmen yells out, get moving. Meanwhile, another reports to their boss, chief, we have successfully brought him here. A massive man with a scarred face, chewing on a meat skewer, growls, damn it, let us see what kind of punk made me wait all night long. As Tran Ca is pushed forward, one of the thugs asks, why is it just you guys? Another whispers, this kid was absolutely terrified just a second ago, but now he is suddenly acting incredibly calm. Something is definitely wrong, because his calm composure is actually very disturbing. The scarred leader roars, what are you standing there for? Get your weapons out. Immediately, the thugs draw their blades. Whoosh! Tran Ca moves fast as the wind, instantly closing the gap to the hooded kidnapper. He delivers a precise karate chop to his wrist, sending the gun flying into the air. With one fluid motion, he catches the falling gun. Get him! The panicking thugs scream, kid, drop the gun! Another yells, did you not hear the boss tell you to put the gun down? The scarred boss smirks, revealing his nasty yellow teeth. You might have one gun, but I have two of them. And by the way, your gun only has one bullet. Kid, you are completely surrounded by us right now. Tran Ca stands tall, the gun in his hand suddenly looking terrifying. He asks back, have you still not realized? You are actually the ones who are surrounded by me. He sneers, now tell me who is backing you guys. Be honest and trust me, you and I know I will make it quick. Bang, without warning, Tran Ca fires a shot, making the scarred boss scream in utter panic. Let me show you what happens when a bullet tears through a guy's hand, sending him crashing backward in agony as someone yells, he is out of ammo. Get him! A hail of bullets flies straight towards Zen. But he just stands there, calmly letting the bullets bury into his body without taking a single scratch. He slowly opens his palm to reveal a caught bullet, completely enveloped in a blazing red aura. The lackeys freeze in sheer terror as one stammers. What on earth is that? Another panics completely. Oh my god, he caught a bullet. He is a monster, a complete monster. Zhen simply flicks the bullet away with a cold smirk. So I have actually gotten this strong now, huh? Suddenly rumble, the entire warehouse violently shakes. A blood-curdling scream echoes from outside. One of the ringleaders is thrown back inside, trembling as he confesses. Speak up, who sent you here? The man stammers out that it is Du Hong, the wealthy director of the Manhwa group. He also owns shops on Guluan Street and lives at number 3 Guanshan Villa. Now watch closely as Shen grabs the phone from the unconscious leader and dials Du Hong. In a calm but deadly tone he speaks. I am Zen, let us meet tonight. Back in his office, Du Hong roars into his phone, 20 million? That guy is way too greedy. He orders Mr. Cao to prepare, saying that kind of cash is worth dozens of lives. Let us see if he can survive to claim it. A sleek black sports car speeds furiously through the pitch-black night. The speedometer hits 120. Inside, Zhen thinks, my personal speed has reached 120 meters per second. He arrives at Du Hong's massive villa, brilliantly lit up with heavily armed guards stationed everywhere. Inside, a guard asks, boss, do you think that punk got scared and backed down? Du Hong replies, he took out 7 armed men completely alone. There is definitely more to this guy than meets the eye. Du Hong smirks arrogantly. Well, I have got a dozen professional shooters and dozens more loyal men here. It is time to put them to work. Suddenly, whoosh! The entire villa plunges into absolute darkness as the power cuts out. The guards panic instantly as one of them scrambles to go check. In the office, the emergency lights flicker on as a guard shouts to activate the backup power generator. You and I both know he is fast. But the guards panic when the main gates and front door cameras go dead. Du Hong roars with a face twisted in absolute rage, shoot anyone who comes in. I do not care who they are. Out in the hallway, gunfire erupts and quickly goes silent, leaving only the lifeless bodies of guards scattered across the floor. Inside the office, the final 2 guards desperately unload their clips into the heavy metal door. Bang, 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 stops and the door slowly creaks open. Du Hong screams in sheer terror, shoot him. Bang! Shen sweeps in like a ghost, effortlessly dodging the hail of bullets and neutralizing the remaining guards in a flash. Swoosh! Du Hong backs away, raising his hands and pleading desperately, 500 million! Brother Zhen, if I give you 500 million, will you let the 2 of us live? Shen replies coldly, well, that does sound tempting, but I simply cannot let you 2 live after I have already slaughtered everyone else. He steps closer, his voice carrying a haunting chill. Now let us talk about the awakened ones. I will make sure you have a very good time. Du Hong stands frozen, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He begins recounting in absolute horror. Back in 1999, we were fighting for territory with a dozen men in Hushan town. Suddenly, a person covered in flames descended from the sky, turning the entire town into a sea of fire in an instant. The next day, nothing remained but a massive lake. The government called it a crater lake. Zhen listens in silence, thinking to himself that the awakened are truly terrifyingly strong. Luckily, I had not caused any trouble back then. Suddenly, Du Hong pulls out a hidden gun, aims it straight at Sen and screams, die you punk! Zhen easily grabs Du Hong by the head, his voice turning icy. If you are within arm's reach, you are already dead. A wealthy man like you is nothing but a mere insect in my eyes. Soon Du Hong's entire villa is completely reduced to ashes. Captain Guanda looks over the devastating scene and draws a conclusion. A total of 31 bodies have been recovered, and one of them is the director of the Long Ho group. This must be Zhen's doing, and he's definitely responsible for the Red Forest deaths too. Looking at Zhen's file, we both know a storm is coming. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a world of chaos. The ground is shaking, and another strike is imminent. I wanted to give him one last chance. Quan Duck stares at the horizon with absolute resolve, but the guy is just too ruthless. He has completely abandoned the righteous path. Meanwhile, in another place, a lonely dining tray sits with only a single coin left behind. Over at the dock warehouse, Tran Ca is examining the scene. The chicken he left behind is gone, leaving only greasy stains. Whatever broke in last night was clearly extraordinary. Suddenly, a system notification pops up. You received 67 evolution points and 6.7 added to your physical stats. Deep beneath the ocean, his clone just swallowed an absolute giant of a fish. There is definitely more down below, so let us go check. It dives down to 1,200 meters deep, where an active volcano rages. But now the crushing ocean pressure is becoming too much to handle. Meanwhile, back at the dock warehouse, Tran Ca spots a blurry silhouette walking away carrying a bag of fried chicken. He yells out, "You are not getting away." With a loud boom, he charges forward with terrifying speed, throwing a powerful punch right where the figure vanished. Standing on the cracked ground, he stares into empty space. Nothing is there. It completely disappeared. What kind of power is this? A spatial rift? A pathway to another world? What else could it be? Now pay attention here, because a very strange feeling suddenly overcomes him. System alert. Warning. You are currently being corroded by a corrupted energy source. System alert. Fortunately, your physical body is strong enough to remain immune. However, this resistance will be breached in 5 hours. Tran Ca steps straight through the spatial gate, feeling a strange energy wave. He gasps. This is a completely different world. He finds himself inside a pitch-black corridor, and at the far end is another glowing portal, with a stumbling shadow slowly stepping out. With a roar, a humanoid creature with glowing red eyes and razor-sharp claws lunges straight out of the portal. Tran Ca gets into a fighting stance, sizing up his opponent, wondering if it is a zombie or some other terrifying monster. Boom! He unleashes a devastating punch that shatters the monster, turning it into a cloud of black smoke. A prompt pops up. You killed a mutated corpse ghoul and gained 2 stat points. The portal light illuminates a crooked sign reading, "Welcome to Ho Sun Town." Stepping through the gate, he is greeted by a desolate, ruined landscape. Ho Sun Town. This is the exact town that Do Hong mentioned was wiped out and turned into a lake overnight. And here is the mind-blowing truth you and I just realized. It was not destroyed, but dragged into another dimension. Time to head back. This place is way too dangerous. As he turns to leave, he has no idea a twin-tailed blonde girl is watching him from a dead tree branch. The girl is devouring something that looks exactly like a beating heart. Back in his own world, Tran Ca immediately uses his new points. He decides that he will use these 2 stat points to heavily reinforce his lightning powers. System confirmed. Your stat points have been used to greatly enhance your control over lightning energy. Experience plus 20, spirit plus 2. He sits down to research online. Ho Sun Town was submerged, with 180 people missing and 30,000 citizens displaced. Leaning back, he calculates that over 30,000 people vanished right along with that town. If they all ended up turning into monsters, just imagine how many stat points he could farm. He picks up his phone and calls Li Tian-du, saying, "Hey, can you help me check where the people who were displaced from Ho Sun Town 20 years ago are located now?" The next day, Tran Ca meets with a manager and places a unique order: build me a small steel shelter and a giant blade to decorate the place. The sword needs to be 2 meters long, thick, wide, and razor-sharp. The manager hesitates. Boss Tran's strict regulations make that request very difficult. Tran smiles mischievously. Slinging an arm around his shoulder, "Boss Li, do you really think anyone is going to run around causing chaos with a 60-kilogram blade?" Haha! With a mysterious look, he adds that after all, those corpse ghouls are truly bizarre creatures. I could get infected, you know. Aside from the heavy blade and steel shelter, I should probably buy a set of armor too. Over at the Hai Tian Hotel, Li Tian-du reports that there is far too much conflicting info regarding those Ho Sun survivors. The government claims the issue was fully resolved, but I did some deep digging and found absolutely nothing. Sitting inside his car, Tran Ca realized his prediction was correct. Over 30,000 people were buried along with it. Deep under the ocean, his beast clone is happily enjoying the spoils of a hard day's hunting. Not bad, catching over 40 today. And trust me, you and I do not want to miss his upcoming 3rd major evolution. Alright, you and I are dropping into a luxury villa, where Li Tianyi introduces the owner, Miss Lin Qing. Turning to the girl, he praises Boss Chen for having such a sharp, keen eye. In another room, Li Tianyi tells the lady that the money is all here, and they can start once she verifies it. The 20 million, all in cash. Meanwhile, Chen Jie's deep-sea clone receives a system alert. Evolution points plus 29. You have reached the maximum possible evolution points for this current stage. Do you want to evolve? Resting 1,500 meters below the surface, the clone decisively answers. Yes. A blazing sphere of fire wraps around its massive body, triggering the transformation process. Back on land, Tran Ca feels the change too, his palms burning hot. His physical senses are suddenly amplified to an unbelievable degree. He realizes he can hear ants moving food from over 100 meters away. His body radiates a scorching hot aura. His strength and speed have doubled, yet he feels as light as ever. Having broken through to the Earth realm, his combat power hits 1,000 while his spirit reaches 200. A system screen pops up displaying talents, water lighting compatibility, thunder fire breath, and electromagnetic control. He thinks thunder fire breath? That must be because his clone devoured all of those mutated tigerhead fish. Now, watch closely, because down in the deep ocean, the clone has successfully completed its evolution, transforming into a massive leviathan with steel-hard scales. He's now a towering 40 meters long, no longer just some oversized lizard, but a literal Godzilla. Gathering its new power, it unleashes a powerful blast of thunderfire but realizes it quickly dissipates. The inner power is still too weak, meaning this elemental breath is only average. Peering into the abyss, it spots a massive beast lurking below. Suddenly, a giant predator fish charges, but Tran Ca's clone easily blocks the strike. Once I devour that thing, I might be able to snap an entire aircraft carrier in half with a single bite. I am strong, but this is only the beginning. With a surge of raw force, it tears the giant fish completely apart. Swimming into a dark cave, it reflects that the giant tigerhead fish provided over 2,000 evolution points and massive fire energy. This cavern must have been the nesting territory of that giant predator. Suddenly, a powerful suction force pulls it in. To its horror, a colossal skeleton is actively draining its energy. A wave of nameless dread washes over the beast as a mysterious power inside its mind begins to violently boil. Alright, pay attention here, because a prompt asks if it wants to absorb this ancient element. Without a single second of hesitation, yes, having absorbed the ancient element, the beast now undergoes an absolutely extraordinary god-tier evolution. You have acquired the legendary power of an ancient monster, the Crimson Flame. Currently absorbing the energy of the Crimson Flame power plus 10. Inside its gaping jaws, a blazing sphere of pure destructive energy begins to condense. Still absorbing the raw energy of the Crimson Flame plus 10. Then boom! A cataclysmic earth-shattering explosion erupts as the energy orb fires, completely vaporizing a massive stone cliff. Tran Ca's massive clone breaks the ocean surface. Staring at the giant mushroom cloud rising in the distance, it watches in absolute awe at such a terrifying display of raw power. With just one blast of energy, that entire island has completely vanished. Back in the warehouse, Tran Ca equips his titanium alloy armor and grips his newly forged greatsword. Satisfied, he notes that this blade weighs 120 kilograms, an absolutely perfect weight. That's right, I shall call it the Heavenly Sword. He admires his brand new combat gear, a massive 2-meter-long blade paired with this titanium alloy armor. It really isn't bad at all and feels incredibly practical. With a confident smile, he realizes that after evolving, he can now easily detect other living creatures nearby. He just didn't expect the target to be a little girl, spotting a young blonde child clutching a teddy bear in a dark corner. Is she one of the rare survivors of Hushantown, possessing some kind of special supernatural ability? In other words, could this little girl actually be a monster in disguise? Stepping outside, he spots hundreds of dark figures gathering near the welcome sign. He remarks sarcastically that the town seems to get a lot more lively once the sun goes down. Charging into the crowd, he delivers a clean, decisive slash. You have slain a ghoul, gaining 5 status points. He immediately decides to upgrade his heavenly sword. Please select the attribute you wish to upgrade. Durability, sharpness, armor penetration, bonus damage to monsters, or elemental infusions like wind and fire, lightning, electricity, or light. Without hesitation, he drops 3 points into durability and 2 points into sharpness. Suddenly, a giant beast with glowing red eyes and dark shadow tentacles charges right at him. Tran Ca's hair stands on end, enveloped in a vibrant blue aura. He notes its speed but easily dodges and finishes it off. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. Alright, we are diving straight in as our main character slays a level 2 corpse ghoul, gaining 10 attribute points and plus 5 armor. You have unlocked a level 1 ability, Shockwave Resistance. He immediately allocates his attribute points, putting 5 of them to boost his armor recovery and another 5 to increase his sword sharpness. He stands there calmly as several massive dark figures begin to close in on him. With a roar, he plunges into battle, slashing relentlessly. You have slain a level 2 violent ghoul, gaining 12 attribute points. You have killed a level 2 4-armed ghoul and received 10 more attribute points. You have slain a level 2 snake ghoul, earning 10 attribute points. He stands tall as the thick smoke clears, radiating pure confidence. Suddenly, an absolutely massive monster looms right in front of him. It is a colossal armored beast. Now watch this, he smirks, knowing those attribute points were not given to him for free. He charges straight ahead, facing the giant beast head-on with an earth-shattering strike. Landing gracefully, he drives his sword down, noting its strength matches his own, but its sluggish speed makes it boring. He lunges forward, delivering one final devastating slash. You have killed a level 5 armored ghoul, receiving 100 attribute points. You have discovered the demon armor element. You can now spend 10 attribute points to absorb it. Looking back, he realizes why it was so tough. Being level 5, it makes sense it took over 10 strikes to slay. He is still missing an ultimate finishing move. Suddenly, a panicked scream echoes from the distance, telling him to run away. He spots a blonde girl huddling in fear on a rooftop. She is the one who stole his chicken, yet she also warned him to run. She seems to bear no ill intent. He kneels down before her and speaks in a gentle voice. Your name is Hai Hai, right? I am Tran Ca. From now on, you are my little sister and I will protect you. Let us go. Hai Hai, I will take you to the city and buy you a beautiful new set of clothes. On their way back, Tran Ca asks her, Hai Hai, do you know what that dark lake in the flooded area is? Frightened, she replies that it is the Black Tide. She does not know what is inside, but it is extremely dangerous. Later, Hai happily shows off her brand new white dress. The food is ready, so let us eat. Tran Ca calls out and she runs over joyfully. A detailed status window appears, showing that Tran Ca's combat stats have absolutely skyrocketed. You and I can see him planning his next move, realizing his heavy armor suppressed his powerful crimson flame during that fight. He figures if he can trigger a sudden burst of power, it would serve as an absolute finishing blow. With 80 attribute points left, he spends them all to upgrade his armor. He clenches his fist, unleashing a blazing crimson fire that leaves Hai completely speechless. He has finally surpassed the intermediate level, making him at least 3 times stronger than before. Over at Ning University, a group of students gathers in the common room as one presence, stating that their current training ground is at least 2nd lieutenant level. Another student gasps in disbelief, a rank 2 2nd lieutenant? Another asks if they have caught the attention of some classified department. Their instructor steps in to clarify the situation. Indeed, a special unit has been established in the city. Once this training program concludes, those who pass will officially become 2nd lieutenants. However, it is filled with extreme danger. Do you want in or will you quit? The group shouts together, we are in. Back inside the warehouse, Chen Zhou is busy training his brand new ultimate technique. He flexes his muscles, focusing all his strength onto a stone pillar. With a grunt, he presses his palm against the surface, channeling his energy deep inside. By compressing his outer armor, he forces his crimson flame to condense deep within him before violently detonating it outward. This will be my ultimate skill. That single strike packs a force of at least 150 tons. I will call it annihilating fire. He steps back, staring at the deep craters left on the stone pillar, confidently declaring that 100 strikes like this will suffice. If I face that armored ghoul again, 3 of these punches will finish it. Over at the Ning University campus, a shuttle bus carrying students drives down the road. A girl suddenly gasps, wow, that guy is so handsome. Her friend chimes in, pointing out his incredibly expensive car. He must have been born with a golden spoon in his mouth. In the front row, a girl eagerly whispers to her friend, oh my gosh, are you really that interested in him? Her male friend replies, just be patient. The instructor in the passenger seat explains that a month ago he saved Lin Roya from 4 dangerous kidnappers. A blonde guy sitting in the back is shocked, wondering how that scrawny kid managed to save someone from 4 kidnappers. The girl beside him asks if he is really that strong. And that is where we leave it, with this cocky guy dismissing kidnappers as simple fools. Alright, you and I are starting off in complete silence as Tran Ca and Hai sit together on a school bench. Deep beneath the ocean, his clone detects an approaching submarine. It quickly realizes that this is actually a secret vessel packed with bandits from Australia. That explains why the ship is so small. Seems like a great place to test his limits. Inside the submarine, alarms suddenly start blaring like crazy. A panicked sailor screams that their sonar has detected a massive living creature at a depth of 100 meters, and it is heading right for them. Oh no, it is about to crash into us. After a violent impact, a crew member reports in sheer panic that 2 rear compartments are heavily damaged and leaking water. Sonar is dead. The captain barks orders to close the valves and stop the flooding immediately. Turn on the multi-beam sounder, lock the coordinates, and scan the surroundings. Another sailor stares at the screen in horror, yelling that they are facing a giant creature 40 meters long. That thing is even bigger than a blue whale. How can something be that huge? Even a blue whale only grows to about 30 meters long. The captain orders them to seal the rear hatches and resurface, but with massive flooding and a relentless attacker, they must fire torpedoes. Launch them with maximum power and reload the tubes as fast as possible. Now pay attention here. Tran Ca's clone watches the incoming torpedoes and easily dodges them with a cocky laugh. He hits speeds of 200 kilometers per hour. Those missiles will never catch him. The show is just starting. He loops around and grabs the submarine, but the missed torpedoes detonate right behind him, causing a massive fiery explosion. Emerging from the smoke, he admits that those blasts are actually pretty painful. A direct hit definitely would have injured him, meaning he still needs to grow much stronger than this. Back at the university party, a friend tells Tran Ca that the girl performing is one of the top 4 campus beauties. She dances as gracefully as a bird, leaving Tran Ca completely stunned as he looks up at the stage. Beside him gasps at how incredibly gorgeous she is. The stunning blonde girl in a white dress bows gracefully to her audience. A guy dressed in a sharp white suit steps onto the stage with a massive bouquet of red roses, declaring his love at first sight. He asks her to be his girlfriend, but she panics, telling him to stop joking and get off the stage. He keeps pushing, forcing her to point out that his move is way too old-fashioned. She tells him to stop embarrassing himself, because her audience would never let her accept his proposal anyway. Let's pause here. Just when things get awkward, the gorgeous campus beauty, Tran approaches Tran Ca while he holds Hai's hand. She asks if the student council president still remembers her. Onlookers whisper in shock that the campus beauty is waiting for him, while she reminds him of how he saved her from being kidnapped last month. Tran Ca calmly replies that he vaguely remembers the incident, asking if there is a problem. She blushes and hesitates, making Tran Ca feel awkward. Seeing no reason to stay, he bids her farewell and leaves. He walks away, scratching his head in confusion, while Tran watches him go with a curious look. She mutters to herself that his car is worth at least $2 million, and his brand new Gucci shoes cost $30,000. He is the literal definition of someone born with a golden spoon, completely unlike that pretentious guy from earlier. Back in Tiger Mountain Town, Tran Ca stands on a high cliff overlooking a desolate, ruined wasteland. He recalls Hai warning him about the upcoming black tide, meaning he urgently needs to find a secure cave. With everything on the surface about to vanish, this cave, measuring 30 meters deep and 5 meters high, should work. He easily takes down 2 monsters, with the system confirming he defeated a Tier 2 Frost Demon and gained 20 attribute points. Next, he defeats a Tier 3 Flame Demon, earning another 20 attribute points. Feeling the intense heat radiating from the defeated monster, he wonders if these demons have evolved to manipulate fire. It is getting hot, so he calls out to his system. He asks if he can upgrade his clothes to resist these fierce demon attacks, immediately spending 10 precious attribute points to do so. His armor successfully fuses with the demonic material and advances to an extraordinary grade, prompting him to kneel and test its fire resistance. This new extraordinary demon armor basically makes him completely immune to normal fire attacks. And that is where we leave things today, as his clone contemplates how hard it is to find deep-sea prey in the vast Pacific. Alright, let's join our main character as he decides to hunt them in fish farms. Deep underwater, his beast clone glides through a massive school of fish. Gobbling down over 20 fish will easily cover half a day of food. Back in Tiger Mountain Town, Tran Ca is practicing his swordplay. He swings so incredibly fast that he literally breaks the speed of sound. Suddenly, a dark shadow rushes out with a miserable scream. He blocks the attack effortlessly, keeping a sharp eye on his opponent. The swordplay of this mutated corpse demon is surprisingly fast and agile. He notices that whenever the beast swings, its arm twitches twice, altering the sword path. Now I finally get it. Deciding it is time to wrap this up, he charges forward with a massive spinning sword strike. The creature reveals its true form, exposing an old man with a long beard trapped inside this demonic shell. He unleashes a torrent of roaring flames, but Tran Ca stands completely unscathed. Channeling pure energy into his blade, Tran Ca roars fire annihilation. The shocked monster can only stammer out, "What on earth is that?" With one clean strike, Tran Ca finishes the monster. System notification: you defeated a level 5 blazing corpse demon, earning 100 attribute points. Fusion core element detected. Would you like to spend 10 attribute points to extract this rare material? Without a moment of hesitation, he extracts the core, causing a creepy heart to merge into his heavenly sword. Pay attention here, his heavenly sword just fused with the core, upgrading into an extraordinary weapon. It unleashes a brilliant trail of crackling lightning and roaring fire. Grinning with satisfaction, he realizes he can now combine these two elements to trigger massive energy explosions. Moving to the other side of town, he spots yet another beast. This mutated corpse demon looks exactly like a giant spider. Shaking it off, he notices the surrounding forest has grown eerily silent. Deciding to head back first, he returns to the warehouse where he offers to close the door for him. Smiling as he clutches his blade, Tran Ca watches the space portal completely vanish. He wonders to himself how he could possibly close a completely invisible door. This must mean she commands some sort of spatial power, making her far more mysterious than he imagined. Keeping it locked tight is actually a huge help, ensuring the remaining demons cannot escape while he is away. System alert, you can now expand your inventory. Every 10 attribute points will grant you 1 extra square meter. When prompted to proceed, he immediately agrees, happily stashing his massive sword and protective armor into the spatial pocket. This is exactly what he needs. Just as he was about to complain about dragging heavy gear around, the system solves his problem. Let's check his underwater clone, which has now grown significantly. In just 3 hours, his body expanded by another 5 to 6 meters, racking up over 500 evolution points. These farmed fish taste delicious, matching his expectations perfectly. Up on a nearby vessel, 2 fishermen are keeping watch. One of them yells out, "Sanbon Tuan, look over there. What is happening to that school of tuna?" The other replies, "That is weird, there is plenty of oxygen." "Oh no, look at that blood. Something is slaughtering those tuna." Boom! A colossal tail thrashes the water, violently launching both of the terrified men high into the air. Back inside his villa, Tran Ca realizes he still has over 100 attribute points left to upgrade his stats. You spent 40 attribute points to enhance your chi perception, gaining 400 experience. You successfully surpass the intermediate tier. You allocate 60 attribute points to reinforce your legendary movement technique. Experience increases by 600, evolving the skill into Moonwalk. He feels a massive surge of power as his perception range expands from 100 to 500 meters, allowing him to glide mid-air. Suddenly, a breaking news broadcast on television catches his eye, reporting that an eerie black mist has swept across the entire city, enveloping over 100 kilometers and causing more than 50 citizens to vanish. Frowning, Tran Ca wonders if this strange phenomenon is connected to the black tide of Tiger Mountain Town. It seems the peaceful days of this world are numbered. Meanwhile, deep inside a highly secure underwater laboratory near Odin Island, a high-ranking official asks Sanbon Tuan, "How is Professor Ken's top-secret research coming along?" Standing right next to a fierce lion beastman, Sanbon Tuan explains that the professor successfully extracted a highly unique substance from the massive creature, even uncovering its natural cooling mechanism. "An extraordinary substance, you say?" The man asks as Sanbon Tuan smiles triumphantly, replying that they now possess the key to creating genetically modified superhumans. Additionally, they can now mind control even the largest prehistoric monsters. Deep in their secret ocean base, a nervous scientist reports to the professor that the requested miniature nuclear reactor has finally arrived. "We are about to see what his superior does next." Respond MHM, "It is almost there. You and I are jumping right into a scene where they face a giant dragon frozen in crystal. Its chest is still impaled by a sword. Now this beast is being moved into a massive containment tank. A technician announces that installation is complete. The core power supply has been successfully connected." Smirking smugly, the white-haired professor watches as the core energy floods the beast, fully reviving its massive body. It is smart enough to know that metal collar will kill it. For now, it must follow orders. A young scientist praises him, saying Professor Can is even more brilliant than Albert Einstein himself. Professor Can laughs gleefully at the containment tank. "It worked. The monster will be awake very soon." Meanwhile, Tran Ca's clone is watching closely from a distance, realizing these fools are reviving a giant monster. "They must die," he growls, stomping his foot to shake the entire ground. When he suddenly appears, panic erupts among the scientists and guards. Someone screams, "Not another one! Stop him or we will all die here." Another guard yells out the order to open fire. Now watch closely as Professor Can tells his assistant Suji Muto to escape to the submarine while soldiers open fire. Boom! Grenades detonate all around the clone, burying him under a massive cloud of thick smoke. Suji Muto freezes in absolute shock. As the smoke clears, the beast stands completely unharmed while a soldier screams in disbelief. We use 24mm armor-piercing rounds and even high explosives. Those are heavy weapons normally used in actual civil wars. Tran Ca's clone roars as intense purple lightning crackles over his entire body. So this is the absolute best humanity can do? He releases an ear-splitting ultrasonic roar that melts the soldiers in a sea of fire before glaring at the fleeing scientists. A blast of electric fire instantly vaporizes their exit. Boom! Suddenly the white dragon in the tank begins to stir. It is alive. The beast is actually resurrected, radiating an incredibly terrifying pressure into the room. Get back, fall back, and kill it. Tran's clone braces himself, preparing for an epic clash. He fires a massive ball of lightning, detonating against the white dragon as it screeches in agony. I am not strong enough yet. No, stop. An ancient consciousness is detected. Absorb it? Let us watch as he ignores the damage warning and does it anyway. Your clone is now resting. You gained 5 evolution points and 0 constitution points. At a cozy cafe is relaxing and hanging out with Hi. He is genuinely surprised. Can he really get stronger just by resting after absorbing that damaged consciousness? Meanwhile, Hi is busy devouring some absolutely delicious cake. Suddenly, his phone buzzes with a new message. It is from Tu Tian. Senior, are you free tomorrow? Let us grab lunch together. He quickly replies, sure, I will pick you up at 11. Inside the dungeon portal, Tran Ca is hard at work, training with his powerful energy swords. These energy swords are amazing. They could probably shred an entire military tank. He instantly finishes off a giant dragonfly monster. You killed a level 4 demon creature and earned 50 attribute points. Still, he mutters with slight disappointment. Humph, I thought it would be at least level 5. Suddenly, his danger senses flare up from a nearby threat. There it is. A massive giant worm bursts out from beneath the ground, charging directly at him. He frowns as the impact hits, realizing the attack actually cracked his extraordinary great armor. He decides to immediately spend 50 attribute points to reinforce his armor, before leaping off the ground with an explosive shockwave. Boom! He swiftly slashes at the beast, but a glowing blue shield of energy blocks his strike. He bounces back. An energy barrier, huh? Fine then, prepare to face my destructive calamity fire. He screams, channeling all his explosive power into one single destructive strike. Boom! You killed a level 6 demon creature and gained 200 attribute points. He allocates them immediately as red flames erupt around him, putting 100 points into external chi and 100 into his creme zinc fire. His flame temperature instantly skyrockets from 3,000 to 10,000 degrees. Looking up at the monsters soaring in the sky, he confidently notes his attack range has also increased to 30 meters. Now I can swat down a giant dragonfly with every single blow, haha. His status screen pops up, showing his strength has surpassed top-tier extraordinary beings. You and I both know he is just getting started. Let's check out his insane new stat boost. Mid-tier external chi with over 6 million experience and mid-tier chi sense with 50,000 plus. Beginner ice mountain fist with 105 experience. Mid-tier sky step with 580,000 and high-tier spring strike with 60,000 experience. 1,000 plus. Lightning mastery at 400,000 and crimson fire at 1,930,000 plus. Attribute points are 280,000 with a 2 cubic meter inventory. Heavenly Sword has plus 13 recovery, plus 7 sharpness, plus 10 armor pen and core conversion. His Destroyer Emperor armor gives plus 45 recovery, plus 50 energy, and level 1 shockwave deflection. His Azure Scale clone has already evolved 3 times, becoming an ancient monster king with over 7 million evolution points. With his Return Home skill, Tran Ca is reviewing his massive powers while casually snacking. External Chi boosts his raw strength, Crimson Fire fuels his long-range ultimate attacks, and Chi Sense sharpens his sharpest instincts, all backed by an arsenal of demon-slaying weapons and legendary armor. A blazing red flame suddenly erupts right from his palm. Sizzling with heat, he realizes it is time to practice his Ice Mountain Fist, Sky Step, and Lightning Control skills. Watch closely now. The next day, Tran Ca picks up Qianqin in a total luxury ride. The standers immediately start whispering, wondering if that is the school beauty Qianqian, and if even she cannot resist the charm of a multi-million-dollar luxury car. Another onlooker scoffs, asking when the moral atmosphere at Nin University became so shallow and pathetic. The gorgeous girl shyly asks, "Senior, what are we having today?" She offers to pay, but Tran Ca casually suggests they get seafood instead. Soon they are sitting at a high-end restaurant as he browses the menu. Wild-caught lobster is 4,000, and 2 premium oysters. Qianqian breaks into a cold sweat, her face going completely pale with shock. $1,000. She only budgeted $10,000 for this. That is literally 3 months of her entire living allowance. She blushes and mutters softly, "Senior, I only brought 10,000. Can you please lend me the rest and I will pay you back later?" Tran Ca calmly waves it off and says, "No need, I already paid the bill, so just enjoy your meal." Her eyes light up in pure joy as she gasps, "Senior, did you open a seafood company? That is incredible. I heard you rarely come to class, so it must be because you are busy running your own empire." Successful businessmen always have that special aura. Hearing this, Tran Ca just smiles mysteriously and replies, "Not exactly. He skipped school because he is way too busy slaying terrifying beasts and leveling up to manage a company." "Wait, killing monsters and leveling up? Is that from some video game?" she asks, utterly confused, until a massive plate of giant crab is served, completely stealing her attention. "Wow, that is one massive crab. You and I know what is coming." But Tran Ca is just staring at his food, wondering if he will ever enjoy luxury like this once the apocalypse hits. After their meal, they head straight to a high-end designer store. Chan blushes deeply, thinking that while he wanted to go shopping, she never expected him to take her to a place like Louis Vuitton. 80,000 for lunch, and now another 20 to 30,000 for clothes. Thousand. Oh my god, she realizes she cannot even afford a single button on his designer clothes with her tiny $2,000 monthly allowance. Tran Ca casually says, "Let us go and pick out some new outfits for you." He suddenly grabs her hand, making her heart skip a beat as she realizes he is holding her. Does he think I am an easy girl? Meanwhile at the register, surrounded by mountains of designer bags, Tran Ca casually hands over his card and tells the cashier to wrap everything up. The sales assistant instantly recognizes his face and whispers to herself, "Oh, it is really him. The girl he brought in last time was incredibly gorgeous. But he managed to find someone even more beautiful in just under a month." Meanwhile, Chan stands there completely stunned in her new designer outfit. He just spent $30,000 on clothes for her, even though this is literally only their first time meeting. Is this what people mean when they say spending money like water? Following behind him nervously, she wonders if his next stop is going to be a hotel, panic setting in as she tries to decide what to do. Meanwhile, inside a nearby gym, a terrifying blue shadow monster is brutally slaughtering innocent people as screams of terror echo through the halls. A man in a black suit nearby suddenly stops as his senses react to the chaos, and you and I will have to wait and see what happens next. Let's dive right in after their shopping trip, where Tran Ca turns to Tian with some news. He has some urgent business to handle, so he's taking her back to school. Tian is left completely stunned. Wait, he has no hidden motives? Seriously? She continues to wonder if she's just wrong. Or is he just trying to take things slow with her? Yeah, she's definitely overthinking this whole situation. Suddenly, Tran Ca's senses sharpen. He glares into the distance with a serious look, sensing a tear in space that feels completely wrong. A moment later at the gym, the entire place is reduced to a bloody, ruined mess. Tran Ca arrives on the scene as a heavy silence fills the air. He realizes this is indeed the real world. Yet a corrupted aura suddenly begins to rise near him. A massive shadow monster with glowing red eyes lurks inside the dark alley, hissing with pure malice as it realizes it has been spotted. It lunges forward to attack like a flash of lightning, roaring for him to die. Boom! Tran Ca easily unleashes a devastating kick, blasting the monster to pieces. A system notification pops up. Low-level corrupted monster slain, granting 5 attribute points. He analyzes the situation. So this thing was only corrupted, not a true demon, just like that shadow goblin from before. At the crime scene, Quan Duc's investigation team is already hard at work. He speaks with deep regret, saying he wanted to use this corrupted beast to see if their hard training had finally paid off. But unfortunately, someone else killed it before they even got the chance. One of the team members points out that the attacker seems to be an awakened user who controls fire. Now watch closely here. Quan Duc crosses his arms, completely baffled about when a powerful fire user suddenly showed up in City N. Back at home, Tran Ca is watching an emergency news broadcast. The reporter announces that countless spatial tears have ripped open across the globe today, signaling that the end of the world is rapidly approaching. He stares at the screen with absolute determination, realizing the crisis of 1999 has finally arrived. Over the last 20 years, more than 500,000 brave citizens have died on that brutal battlefield. With deep emotion, he mutters that those heroes paid with their blood to give us 20 years of peace. Now, we have officially entered a brand new era of extraordinary awakeners. Anyone can awaken now. He grabs his phone, thinking about the information he sent to his grandfather, realizing it still wasn't detailed enough. to get deeper intel about this apocalypse, he knows he'll have to report directly to the city's Special Operations Bureau. Meanwhile, deep beneath the ocean, his clone is locked in a fierce life-or-death struggle against a colossal monstrous whale. The beast transforms surrounding seawater into heavy water, however, that power is completely useless. Against his clone, who realizes with a smirk that he is completely unaffected. The clone charges forward, its razor-sharp claws crackling with arcs of electricity as it rips into the whale. Once he devours this massive creature, he'll gain at least 10,000 evolution points, filling him with absolute pure excitement. Let's head over to the Special Bureau office, where a member admits that whoever managed to take down that corrupted beast yesterday must be incredibly skilled. They are definitely stronger than any of us. Another agrees, especially with that incredible fire ability. It must be an ordinary citizen who recently awakened. Meanwhile, the pink-haired girl quietly wonders if it could actually be him. Remembering what he did that day, she knows she could never replicate a feat like that. Just then, Kwon-duk walks in and announces that someone has registered as an evolved individual this afternoon. Do you guys want to see it? The entire team eagerly agrees. Just then, Tran Ca steps into the testing room wearing a high-tech black suit glowing with sharp blue neon lines. One of the girls points him out, recognizing him as the guy who drove that luxury car at school, while the pink-haired girl instantly gasps in shock. With blushing cheeks, she realizes it's him, while Kwon-duk stands there completely speechless at the sight of him. Regaining his composure, Kwon-duk explains that registering as an evolved user means he has to take a formal test. It measures your absolute strength and speed, is that okay? Tran Ca calmly smiles and replies, no problem at all. Kwon-duk points to a massive machine, explaining it can measure and display physical force up to 15,000 kilograms, instructing him to hit it with everything he's got on his signal. Nearby, two teammates whisper to each other, asking Old Lee how strong they think this newcomer actually is. The other replies that since he killed a corrupted beast last night, he's definitely on a whole different level. 3,000? Maybe another girl chimes in, betting on 4,000. Another scoffs, saying that means he'd need 5,000 kilograms of force. But trust me, you and I know he'll shatter that. Let's dive into a world where power is everything. And this guy actually thinks he can break the testing device. What a joke! Our elite captain is a 5-star evolved human, while this rookie only has a power rating of 10,000. But then the screen flashes an unbelievable 12,186 kilograms. A squad member screams out in pure shock. He really is a 5-star powerhouse. Meanwhile, Tran Ca quietly thinks to himself, oops, I went a bit too hard. Gwanda immediately makes an amazing offer, saying he easily qualifies as a 5-star and can get 50,000 yuan monthly from the Special Agent Bureau. Plus, if he joins them, they will pay him even more. They will even promote him to deputy chief and give him an official title. Now pay attention here. Tran Ca instantly rejects the offer, calmly saying he prefers flying solo. Gwanda then asks if he was the one who killed that massive monster yesterday, and Tran Ca simply nods. Slightly unconvinced, Gwanda asks if he possesses powerful fire abilities as well. Your raw power is incredible, easily matching the best awakened elites I have ever met. With that talent, if you join us, you might even become a direct disciple of War God Zhang himself. Tran Ca muses, War God Zhang? Apparently that is what humanity considers the absolute peak of power. He declines politely but firmly. After all, his secret giant lizard companion must remain hidden at all costs. Plus, he has his own unique paths to gain strength, though he still appreciates their generous offer. Soon, a massive official announcement is broadcasted nationwide by the Special Agent Bureau. It congratulates their first registered evolved elite, Chen G21, possessing level 5 evolution and monstrous strength, and wielding blood-colored flames. He is officially ranked above all other local evolved citizens. At number 1, online forums instantly explode, and yeah, I know what you're thinking. His phone is about to blow up. His buddy Li Tianrui calls him in sheer disbelief, yelling, Bro, you're literally a 5-star ranked number 1? Please look after me from now on. Meanwhile, Tran Ca just sits on his couch, smilingly replying as so boss Li, haha. He puts his phone down, thinking how even old schoolmates he hasn't seen in years are suddenly calling him. His inbox is completely flooded with congratulations. Haha, is this really what it feels like to be a god walking among mere mortals? He stretches comfortably, remembering that after devouring that giant whale, his massive lizard beast has grown to 90 meters. His raw physical stats jumped by 1,800 points, boosting his lifting power from 25 to 70 tons. He smiles with absolute confidence. realizing his reinforced physical defense can now easily shrug off armor-piercing rounds. Compared to other average evolved humans, his true combat power is easily at level 7 or 8. Lounging comfortably on his sofa, Tran Ca carefully ponders the power hierarchy of this new world. A 7-star rank seems to be the absolute limit any normal awakened person can ever reach. Yet there is still a massive power gap between that rank and the ultimate 16 war gods. Looking down at his palm, crackles of deep red lightning begin to spark. Sizzle. In a completely peaceful world, even if your power grows daily, it means nothing without a worthy rival to clash with. His gaze drifts, feeling an undeniable sense of empty boredom. Suddenly, he clenches his fist tight as a satisfied smile creeps onto his face. But everything is different now. The apocalypse is here, and terrifying monsters are tearing through space-time directly into their reality. He envisions a future packed with thrilling battles. Soon, countless powerful awakened elites, legendary evolved humans, and mythical war gods will all take the stage, and he smiles with sheer anticipation. Standing up, he stretches lazily. At his current growth rate, standing shoulder to shoulder with those legendary gods is only a matter of time. His eyes flash with absolute rock-hard determination. Actually, scratch that. He will surpass them completely and become the ultimate apex predator. Ding! A phone notification cuts his thoughts short as he opens the company group chat. Lanwet, the secretary, types, "Oh boss, are you seriously a registered high-tier evolved powerhouse?" Cam 2, the receptionist, chimed in. "Boss surpassed Standard Awakening ages ago. He is a 5-star elite of elites. Even their medical tech," Xiaoxi adds. "Boss, you are amazing," followed by endless respect. The praise keeps coming, but Tran Ca simply replies, "It is nothing. You guys will get there too." "I'm just a few plies," eagerly. "Really? I want to awaken just like you, boss. It would be so incredible if I evolved into an angel so I could grow a pair of beautiful glowing wings." Lanyuet Sweatdrops typing back, "You cannot control your mutation. Let's see if she gets her wish in the next chapter. I can also turn into a toad, you know." Qinshu gets so annoyed she wants to punch her buddy Indy, while Leng Ye and Tran Ca chuckle. "But trust me, you and I know our boss is all business," as he texts. "No slacking." Instantly, Leng Ye and Qinshu reply back in perfect unison, "Yes, boss." Meanwhile, another female employee pouts in a super cute way at her screen while working. Over at the harbor warehouse, the legendary Azure Sky Sword fused with the Devil's Heart slowly materializes out of thin air. Clank, clank. The armor slowly materializes, wrapping itself around Tran Ca's body while Hai Hai stands by, watching closely. Turning to the little girl, he says, "We are finally back." He orders her, "Little Hai, go ahead and open the portal." Hai places her hand in the air and a blue spatial portal instantly appears. "Awesome." The door is open. "Little Hai, wait here and don't move. I'll go take a look," he says. He steps through the portal, immediately feeling a wave of intense, scorching heat. This smell is totally off. He finds himself standing right in the middle of a bubbling volcanic wasteland. Does this portal take us to a brand new location every single time we open it? He looks back at Hai Hai. If we want to be certain about the world behind that door, she has to keep it open. But if we actually keep it open, he frowns. Now pay attention. What if a far more terrifying beast somehow finds out about this open portal? He recalls the horrific beasts he previously fought, like that giant green-eyed monster that was constantly chasing Hai Hai. She had figured out the door's coordinates and sent the sausage monster to track her down. Once this gateway shuts, it will drop us into a completely different location the next time it opens, forcing me to map everything all over again. Placing a finger on his lips, he deeply ponders, "Is this really an entirely randomized world that we are visiting?" He smiles, "That's not bad." Then a system notification pops up. "Warning, the extreme temperatures in this area will kill most living organisms within just a few seconds." But Tran Ca remains totally unfazed. "My crimson flames can easily offset the searing effects of this extreme heat." Standing in a literal sea of fire, he wears a casual smile as hot winds brush against his heavy armor. Talk about a stroke of luck. This warm breeze actually feels pretty refreshing. But wait, you and I both knew this peace wouldn't last, as system notifications suddenly flash everywhere. "Alert! Your body is currently being affected by the hazardous pollutants in this area. Fortunately, your immune system has successfully and temporarily blocked the toxic effects of these pollutants." One final notification screen pops up to show the exact details. "Your poison resistance will last for exactly 15 hours. 15 hours, huh?" he mutters, his expression instantly becoming much more serious. "No matter how tough my body is, it seems I still cannot completely resist the effects of this pollution." He thinks of the strongest beings, his gaze shifting to the distant horizon. I can only imagine that those top-tier awakened ones and battle gods would be completely unaffected by this. In his mind, brilliant silhouettes of those legendary warriors flash, radiating an absolute crazy level of dominance. He shakes his head, shrugging off those useless thoughts to stride firmly across the burning ground. "Oh well," he says decisively, "we really do not have any precious time to waste. Let's see what's interesting in this world." He closes his eyes, focusing his mind. Pulsing rings of pink energy begin to expand outward from his body, sweeping across the desolate, ruined landscape just like an advanced radar system. Opening his eyes, he feels a bit disappointed. Sighing, he concludes not a single trace of life or monsters anywhere. This place is completely barren. Standing on a high cliff overlooking the hellish landscape, he mutters, "Well, it is not surprising. A hellish environment like this is naturally hostile to life." He prepares to turn away. "I guess I will have Little High open another gateway instead." But suddenly a massive dark shadow begins to emerge from the boiling lava right beneath him. Sensing a sudden hostile presence behind him, he spins around with lightning speed. Whoosh! A fiery humanoid creature is slashed to pieces before it can even make a move. The surrounding lava and toxic smoke continue to be drawn into its body, making its form clearer and clearer. As the monster fully forms and solidifies, "All right, you and I are about to watch a notification screen pop up in front of Tran Ca as a smirk spreads across his face. "I did not even notice it was there," he says with pure excitement. "This world is actually starting to get pretty interesting." The monster refuses to give him a single second, instantly launching another vicious attack right at him. It slams forward but only hits his barrier, doing absolutely zero damage before quickly reforming back into its original shape. "All right, look closely." A sudden realization just flashed in Tran Ca's eyes. Focus. So it was not that his senses failed to detect it. This thing is not a living creature at all. Blue sparks begin crackling along his armored arm. Since this is a filthy, corrupted monster, he has to use lightning magic to purge and disperse it completely. He speaks, his voice full of resolve. "Begone." Sensing the immense threat, the monster lets out a loud roar and quickly backs away. Crackle, crackle. Electricity wraps around Tran Ca's entire body. He reaches his hand forward, focusing all that lightning directly into his palm. With a sharp crack, an arrow of pure lightning shoots forward at unbelievable speed. Boom! The lightning arrow strikes the beast, triggering a massive, blinding electrical explosion. The monster screams in absolute agony as the surging current completely rips its body apart. As the blinding light finally fades, only a blackened skull drops to the ground, shattering into tiny pieces. Click-clack, a new system notification pops up. "You have defeated a level 3 abnormal monster and received 20 stat points." Tran Ca looks down at the shattered pieces, frowning in deep thought. "A level 3 abnormal monster?" He looks toward the boiling lava, where the monster has finally vanished. Now, pay attention, it seemed incredibly strong, but it has a special ability that makes physical attacks completely useless. Just moments ago, he could not harm it at all. He continues to analyze, realizing that since it was born in lava, fire attacks are probably useless too. He looks down at his hand, where blue sparks of lightning still linger. Sizzle. Or maybe he just got lucky to have the exact element needed to counter it. He tells himself with a relieved smile. Otherwise, this battle would have been incredibly difficult. A soft footstep sounds from behind. He whips around in pure shock and worry, only to find Xiao Shi standing right there. "Xiao Shi, I thought I told you to wait outside the entrance." He quickly walks over to her, his voice turning a bit strict. "It is dangerous here," but the girl just silently stares back. Xiao Shi looks at Tran Ca with wide, worried eyes, speaking simple words that show how much she cares. "Master, worried, dangerous." Tran falls silent for a brief moment, letting out a soft sigh.
His stern expression melts away. He smiles gently, admitting that staying outside probably is not very safe either. Placing his hands on her shoulders, his voice turns soft, yet carries a heavy seriousness.
"Stay far behind me. No matter what happens, do not get close." The girl obediently nods and says yes.
Right after that, her body turns transparent like a blue ghost before fading away completely into thin air.
With a swift turn, Tran Ca focuses his sharp eyes on the harsh surroundings once again.
He releases waves of energy to scan the area, acting much more carefully this time.
Clack, clack. He begins moving, his body lightly leaping across the jagged rocks, rising from the sea of lava.
Clack, clack, he leaps repeatedly. Each step is precise and powerful, easily conquering the treacherous, uneven terrain.
Clack, clack. Moving like a silent ghost, he quickly advances much deeper into this burning, hellish wasteland.
With a thud, he lands safely on a high peak. Below him lies an absolutely bizarre sight. Giant floating rocks bound together by glowing bright red chains. Looking down at this colossal structure, his eyes flash with intense curiosity.
And trust me, this is exactly where things get interesting for him.
He realizes immediately that while it resembles a building, it looks much more like a massive seal or a prison.
It completely masks the aura of a colossal monster. Hidden deep within the dark abyss below is a magnificent creature, tightly bound by heavy chains.
Tran Ca gazes down at the captive beast, his eyes gleaming with intense excitement.
So the real treasure hidden in this world is actually you. A giant black dragon, its entire body bound by glowing red chains, is fully revealed.
Vanden Fune with burning wings. Tran Ca is left completely amazed.
An actual living dragon. He stares at it with a mix of awe and pure greed, muttering that he cannot even begin to imagine what its stats look like.
The dragon lifts its head, its crimson eyes staring at Tran Ca with absolute, chilling contempt.
Foolish humans, challenging me without offering up your very lives is utterly ridiculous.
It spreads its colossal wings, causing the binding chains to tighten and screech loudly.
This is my world, intruder, since you stand before me. I will be merciful and give you two choices, it says in a condescending tone.
The dragon growls, showing sharp fangs. 1. I bury you here. Stick around to see what happens next.
All right, you and I are about to watch a fight where not even your bones will remain. As for your other choice, I would love a new servant.
Kneel down right now and acknowledge my absolute power, Vandenfeld.
Chenji just smirks, completely fearless. I want absolutely nothing to do with you. But then he spreads his arms, his eyes gleaming with pure greed.
But I am incredibly interested in your bones. You dare the dragon roars in pure rage?
From the blazing lava river, countless smaller fire beasts begin to rise up under the dragon's command.
Chen Ji looks at the newly summoned beasts with a mocking laugh. I actually thought that poison smoke monster was impressive. This is just pathetic.
Provoking the beast even further, he asks, wait a second. Is turning into one of those ugly monsters the consequence of agreeing to be your servant?
Kill him and drag his body down into the burning lava. The furious dragon commands its minions.
Chen Ji just stands there, calmly letting the lava monsters surround him.
He just lets out a soft chuckle, and suddenly, bright blue lightning explodes from his body, tearing across the entire ground.
Sizzle! The lightning spreads, forming a massive network of pure destruction.
In the blink of an eye, he tears right through them, lightning sweeping away everything in his path. The dragon stands frozen. What just happened?
My servants were wiped out in an instant. Chen Ca stands calmly amidst the rising smoke.
Now here is where it gets interesting. Pay attention to that glowing aura. Thinking about it, having a black dragon as a pet sounds pretty fun.
He looks back at the dragon, wearing an arrogant smirk. How about you become my servant instead?
Fool! The dragon roars in absolute fury. Boom! It slams its massive foot down, splitting the very earth wide open.
Chen Ji raises his sword as the demon heart on it beats violently, glowing with a deep red light as it fuses.
Roaring, he charges straight at the giant dragon. His sword transforms into a massive, burning weapon of destruction, ready for an epic, earth-shattering showdown.
Clicking his tongue in pure contempt, he swings his blazing greatsword in a perfect arc, slicing easily right through the dragon's thick skin.
Clang! The strike cuts straight through its hardened scales, spilling hot blood and forcing the beast to pause in shock.
Exhaling a furious breath, it spreads its giant wings and roars, "I will drag you straight to hell."
The dragon laughs in a savage, wild way as deadly flames begin gathering deep inside its throat.
Take my dragon hellfire! It roars, unleashing a massive sea of flames that swallows everything, but Chen Ca stands completely still.
Unflinching, his own body erupts into deep red flames, activating the power of his crimson fire form.
He charges directly into the inferno, but the dragon's flames can't even scratch him.
They just brush harmlessly against his armor. Standing in the fire, Chen Ca looked at the dragon with pure disappointment. Is that really all you've got?
But wait, look at this. The stunned dragon takes a massive breath, sucking the entire sea of flames back into its mouth.
Its eyes burn with madness as the energy inside its jaws heats up, threatening to reduce everything to ash. With a wild, crazy laugh, it unleashes a blast of fire even more terrifying than the last.
In this entire world, the dragon roars with massive pride. Absolutely no one has ever survived even a single second of my deadly hellfire.
But through the clearing smoke, Chen Ge's voice echoes mockingly. Wow, for a split second, I actually thought you might be pretty strong.
He steps out of the smoke completely unharmed, casually fixing his hair like nothing even happened.
Honestly, you just seem like an oversized hairdryer. Wait, what?
The dragon roars in utter disbelief and rage, trying to charge up its power once again. But Chen Ge doesn't give it the chance. He bolts forward, crackling blue lightning wrapping around his sword.
He leaps into the air, kicking the beast straight in the jaw.
The energy explodes violently inside its own mouth. Taking such a devastating hit makes the dragon roar in agony.
Chen Ji lands gracefully back on the ground, confidently explaining that he has a massive resistance to fire, thanks to the power of his Emperor monster armor.
You seriously cannot get any better fire protection than this.
He looks down at the writhing beast with a smug smile. Honestly, I can easily ignore your heat.
You are actually immune to my flames? The dragon pants heavily, struggling to stand back up.
Slowly lifting its head, a flash of twisted amusement gleams in its red eyes. Interesting. But let's see if you are immune to my teeth.
With a roar, it lunges forward with its jaws wide open, but those razor-sharp teeth bite nothing but empty air, as Chen Ge quickly dodges out of the way.
Slipping right past the beast, he leaps onto its back once again.
He drives his sword straight into another weak spot on its neck, chuckling. And trust me, you and I are about to watch this beast completely break.
Let's dive right into this insane fight as Chen Ge channels raw lightning into his sword, making the dragon roar in agony.
His blade is buried deep inside the dragon's thick scales.
Suddenly, he senses a strange new energy surging from the beast, causing his eyes to narrow in surprise.
The dragon thrashes wildly, but Chen Ji quickly leaps backward, performing a flawless mid-air flip to dodge its incoming counterattack.
He lands on a rocky ledge, his sword scraping against the stone as he glares at the dragon, which is now glowing bright red.
No wonder they call you the Flaming Wings. You can actually turn completely red.
Your struggling is useless. Suddenly, a pure red dragon phantom manifests right behind Chen Ge. He stands firm, takes a stance, and activates his armor.
Intense crimson flames wrap around Chen Ge as he smirks. This is a neat little trick he just copied from the Flaming Wings. Blood armor.
How dare you steal my power, human? Prepare to die.
The dragon roars in absolute fury. Chen Ji lunges forward, landing right on its massive head to deliver a devastating punch.
A blinding explosion of crimson energy erupts from the impact, shaking the entire area as the dragon's giant head crashes down.
Motionless, as Chen Ge stands on the giant carcass, watch closely as a system notification pops up.
You have defeated a level 5 dragon demon and received 1,000 attribute points.
The flames around him slowly fade. He looks down at the corpse with a cold stare. Game over. Trash.
A blue, ghostly figure of Xiaoxi slowly materializes on the dragon's back. She takes her true form, sits down, and gazes at Chen Ge with pure admiration.
Master is so strong. The fire dragon is dead. As the last embers on Chen Ge vanish, he feels a physical change inside his body.
So this is the power of dumping 4,000 attribute points into my physical stat.
That form is terrifying, and it only drained 10% of my energy. My natural recovery rate should easily make up for it.
Staring at the crimson orb of energy in his hand, he decides to name this powerful form Blood Armor, version 1.
He walks around the massive carcass, evaluating his newly acquired spoils of war. Scales, teeth, dragon meat, even that lava-like blood is an incredibly rare, top-tier crafting material.
He pats the giant dragon head. Just selling this head to the government would easily fetch at least 100 million.
Crossing his arms, he ponders. There is just one problem. How can he explain where he got a level 5 dragon head?
If he admits he killed it solo, it would reveal he is strong enough to be level 6 or even level 7.
He looks over at Xiaoxi sitting on the dragon's back.
Come on down, Xiaoxi. He carries her down, deciding to keep it for now. Who knows? It might actually taste good.
Now pay attention here. He spends 200 attribute points for inventory space, touches the dragon's head, and blue sparks ignite.
The entire massive head vanishes into thin air. The dragon head has been successfully stored.
Looking at his status screen,
He uses 400 attribute points to boost his intuition. He needs the ability to see through everything.
Your intuition upgrade is successful. You have obtained high-level intuition.
Monster auras can no longer be hidden from you, and inanimate objects can now be detected. He continues allocating his points.
He spends 400 attribute points to enhance his armor's intimidation effect. Intimidation upgrade successful. He closes his eyes, feeling the surge of his new power.
A terrifying pressure suddenly erupts from his body. You have awakened the king's intimidation.
He opens his eyes, slightly surprised. Did he really just awaken the intimidation aura of a king? He looks at his hands as golden-orange flames dance across them. They say this presence can make people tremble in absolute terror.
He smiles with absolute confidence. Just a single glance from him would leave them completely helpless.
Letting out a sigh of relief, he feels extremely satisfied. As the flames and pressure fade, he mutters that this will be useful for clearing out small fry.
The scene shifts to a vast open ocean where a long-distance fishing vessel from Country L glides smoothly across the waves.
Up on the deck, a young fisherman shouts with excitement as he feels a violent tug on his line. Something big has taken the bait.
His crewmate is just as excited, shouting to pull it in.
But as the massive net is hauled up, their excitement quickly turns into deep disappointment. Only a few tiny fish are scattered inside.
One crewmate wonders why the catch is so small, while the young fisherman clicks his tongue and folds his arms in annoyance.
Whatever. Who cares? As long as they are still alive.
Suddenly, another crew member points out to sea with a look of sheer terror. Look over there! What on earth is that?
Trust me, you and I do not want to miss what rises as massive abnormal waves swell up around the ship.
All right, you and I are starting with a stunned fisherman watching massive lightning bolts strike the distant sea. A colossal blast hits the water, triggering a huge explosion that sends countless fish flying high.
An old fisherman spreads his arms wide, joyfully welcoming this literal raining down of fish.
Fish! So many fish! In my entire life, I have never seen anything like this.
But beneath the waves, a massive head resembling a dragon slowly opens its terrifying eyes.
Deep on the ocean floor, a massive clone of Tran Ca in his giant Shenlan form stirs, his power churning the entire sea.
Back in the lava world, Tran Ca smiles confidently. The threat from the king has made his Shenlan suppression even more powerful.
Absolutely nothing can move within its domain. Under his feet, he feels the chaotic fusion of blazing fire and crackling lightning.
When I combine the powers of fire and lightning, I can actually fly.
Blue lightning twists with roaring orange flames, lifting him off the ground. Humans have always deeply yearned to conquer the sky.
He shoots forward, leaving a dazzling trail of light behind him.
By combining lightning and fire, he breaks free from gravity's grip, soaring high into the sky while leaving a beautiful, crescent-shaped streak of raw energy behind.
His expression turns dead serious as he glides through the air, heading straight toward a distant mountain range.
Trust me, we need to watch his eyes here, as he senses there are still hidden, unexplored places in this world.
An existence that even the dragons ruling this world have absolutely no knowledge of.
He speeds up. After all, the Fire Wing is just a captive demon dragon, meaning some higher power must be keeping it imprisoned.
He decides to investigate, landing right in front of a ruined ancient stone structure.
Ruins of a giant kingdom. He cautiously steps onto the massive stone stairs.
Once inside, the walls are covered with ancient stone carvings depicting a long-lost, fallen civilization.
He stares in awe at the murals. A giant dragon civilization once thrived here, but what on earth did they worship?
His face turns thoughtful. A dragon god? A real deity?
Gearing up, he stares into a pitch-black portal yawning before him, sensing an overwhelming danger lurking inside.
But nothing ventured, nothing gained. He heads down a long corridor flanked by imposing majestic stone dragon statues.
Suddenly, he senses a familiar presence as a faint dragon shadow manifests directly behind his back.
So the Fire Wing was their younger sibling. Suddenly, system alerts pop up warning that local corruption has spiked.
Fortunately, his incredibly powerful physique grants him temporary immunity to this corruption.
But in 3 hours, his body will weaken and succumb. Tran Ca just smirks at the warning.
Let's pause because you and I can see something is deeply wrong here.
causing insane corruption without even revealing itself.
He shouts into the dark, "Stop hiding. I know you are here."
His echo rings through the vast temple, demanding the hidden entity to show itself.
Suddenly, his danger sense screams. He ducks just as a green energy beam grazes him, triggering a sharp explosion nearby.
He glares toward the source with ice-cold, piercing eyes. Who goes there?
Emerging from the shadows is a massive four-armed humanoid entity, radiating a sinister, swirling green aura.
A voice booms. The Supreme One has awakened. The creature's face is a cracked white mask,
Bearing a single crimson symbol glowing like an eye. The mark on its face starts shifting in bizarre ways.
Chen-Ji silently confronts this new threat. The entity slowly raises one of its four thick arms.
Reaching forward, a terrifying shroud of black and crimson energy wraps tightly around its hand.
It whispers eternity. Chen-Ge freezes, his entire body locking up from this unimaginable crushing pressure.
He swings his sword to block, but the raw impact is overwhelming. A colossal wave of black and red energy blasts him away like a leaf in a hurricane.
As he gets swallowed by this destructive wave, a sudden realization flashes through Chen Ge's mind.
Is the Supreme Being I am currently fighting actually Star Tier?
Shaking off the thought, his eyes turn sharp and determined. No, this must be a level 7 demon. The four-armed beast reaches out to him.
Bow down and worship me.
Its booming voice exerts an invisible weight on Chen Ge. The horrific pressure cracks the ground beneath him, forcing him onto one knee.
Chen-Ji grits his teeth, veins bulging across his forehead.
We're leaving things right as he roars, asking if they want to die.
With a furious roar, a massive wave of blazing orange energy erupts violently from his body.
Trust me on this. His burst of power triggers an absolute energy hurricane, shattering the oppressive gravity and obliterating the surrounding debris. You can literally feel the temple shake.
In his blood-burst state, Tran Ca's face reflects nothing but cold, ruthless determination.
Standing tall as flames wrap around him, his voice drips with pure malice as he says, "For that you die."
But the creature floats in mid-air, completely unfazed by Tran Ca's explosive counterattack.
Staring down, it instantly recognizes his blood-burst form, Style 2. Suddenly, dozens of sharp stone shards materialize and hover in the air around Tran Ca.
Raising his blade high, he swings with blinding speed to slice through all of the beast's spikes.
He deflects every single incoming projectile, spinning his sword like a shield to block the onslaught before charging forward at a terrifying speed.
His devastating slash cuts straight through the monster's body, but both halves simply fade away like a mere illusion. Suddenly, a freezing hand grips Tran Ca's neck, catching him completely off guard.
The creature has materialized behind him, its body glowing with a terrifying crimson light. In a mocking voice, it whispers, "Pathetic insect."
A devastating blast erupts at point-blank range, leaving the entity standing calmly inside the smoke, watching in absolute silence. Suddenly, the sigil on its face glows bright. It senses something highly unusual happening within the dust cloud.
Now don't blink, because a fiery demonic new form is slowly rising from the ashes.
A voice thick with burning rage echoes through the smoke. I will end this.
Draped in hate and raw power, Tran Ca's new form stands before the Supreme Being as the final showdown begins. The god raises all four arms, channeling a mass of dark red energy.
In his ultimate bloodburst state, Tran Ca charges forward like a falling meteor, slamming his sword into the ground with shattering force. Roaring as he bursts from the blast zone, his burning eyes lock directly onto the enemy.
He and the Supreme God clash instantly in a high-speed battle.
His flaming blade repeatedly tearing through the air and obliterating everything in its path.
The god moves with impossible speed, his body fading and vanishing a split second before Tran Ca's blade can connect.
Suddenly, Tran Ca flashes right behind him, driving his blazing sword straight through the god's chest, leaving the deity completely stunned.
He bellows, channeling every ounce of his power into the sword, activating Bloodburst, Style 2.
Two of the Supreme God's four arms quickly grab the blade, desperately trying to stop it from stabbing any deeper. It glares down at Tran Ca with utter disdain, whispering, "How arrogant."
A massive explosion of raw energy erupts from the deity's body, sending Tran Ca flying backward.
His celestial sword gets blown high into the air before stabbing deep into the dirt.
You and I both know he is a total badass, especially when he mocks the god. Claiming his weapon only slowed him down anyway.
He boldly declares that he will crush the deity using nothing but his bare fists.
With a mighty roar, his body ignites in flames as he prepares for hand-to-hand combat. Ready to defend, the god raises all four arms, casting a brilliant red energy shield.
A relentless downpour of burning punches begins raining down directly onto the god's body,
with each heavy blow sending shockwaves through the air. The earth beneath them completely shatters from the intense impact.
Tran Ca refuses to let up, launching a non-stop barrage of punches that drives the beast down before one final, colossal strike sends the god flying backward.
While soaring through the air, deep cracks begin to splinter across the Supreme Being's face.
Tran Ca rockets into the sky, intercepting the crumbling head before it can even hit the ground.
He grabs the head with a single hand, his overwhelming grip spreading the cracks further. Squeezing tight, he slams it violently into the earth, causing a massive explosion that leaves a giant crater.
As the heavy dust settles, the god's remaining body slowly dissolves into thin air.
Reappearing in the distance, the god forms a frame with its hands, locking its target straight onto Tran Ca.
It bellows a powerful command: imprison. Tran Ca stands his ground, keeping his eyes sharp and alert.
Suddenly, the ground beneath him violently detonates, spawning sharp stone pillars that trap him inside. Out of nowhere, heavy silver chains burst forth from the shattered rocks.
They rapidly wrap around Tran Ca's body, binding him tighter and tighter.
He lets out a massive roar, straining every single muscle to shatter the heavy chains. Meanwhile, the Supreme God looks down mockingly at the bound warrior.
A system notification pops up right on screen to explain the secret mechanism of the dragon sealing array. It absorbs all of the target's energy to continuously power itself up.
With a calm and mocking tone, Tran Ca remarks that the harder he struggles, the tighter the bind becomes.
But check this out.
With an unwavering gaze, he asks if this is how they trapped the ancient dragons. Clenching his fists, the chains begin to creak under his immense strength.
Stick with me. This god isn't strong enough to seal our main character.
Flames erupt violently around him as he growls through gritted teeth. He is nothing like those foolish dragons they fought before.
With an earth-shattering roar, he channels his full strength, shattering the silver chains into tiny pieces under an unstoppable, crushing force.
Standing among the shattered debris, he makes his declaration with a voice full of absolute authority.
Hear this clearly. My name is Tran Ca. Hearing this, the Supreme Being's face literally cracks in sheer shock.
Tran Ca stands tall, wrapped in majestic fire. The Supreme Being unconsciously backs away as the ground under Tran Ca completely shatters under his immense power. He stands unshakable.
His surging flames roar, ready for a devastating counterattack.
In a flash, he vanishes from sight, leaving a deep crater in the ground.
The Supreme Being is stunned. Tran Ca suddenly appears in mid-air, diving down like a flaming meteor.
He roars, launching a fiery fist straight into the Supreme Being's face. Watch closely. This punch is so powerful it splits the ground, causing a mini earthquake.
Not giving his opponent a single second to breathe, he lands a blow that sends the god flying like a bird.
As the Supreme Being is launched into the sky, Tran Ca relentlessly pursues him, unleashing an absolute flurry of consecutive punches.
He finishes this brutal combo with a devastating, explosive uppercut.
A rain of fiery energy punches pours down on the Supreme Being, leaving him completely unable to defend himself. Under the weight of this relentless barrage, the Supreme Being's body begins to crack and shatter, sending fragments flying everywhere.
Tran Ca gives his foe absolutely zero room to recover. He charges forward, blazing past the god's rapidly falling body.
He slams back down onto the ground with earth-shaking force, causing a massive tremor that rattles the entire battlefield.
As the dust slowly clears, he stands tall, still engulfed in flames like the literal embodiment of destructive power. Reaching deep inside the dark consciousness of the Supreme Being, he grabs a glowing red sphere containing the god's very essence.
Standing right on top of the god's cracked body, he slowly pulls the essence out.
He holds up its beating purple heart, the core of its power, and grins greedily. And yeah, we both know he's going to steal every bit of that power. Suddenly, a series of system notifications pop up,
announcing,
Crimson Fire has evolved into Crimson Liuli Fire. Lightning has evolved into a Godspeed Lightning Storm. You have also received a legendary Dragon Sealing Talisman.
It can bind any creature below Tier 6, but the price is immense. You have severely overexerted your body.
You are 99% corrupted by the strange contamination. Gritting his teeth through the agonizing pain, he sees Xiao Shi running over, looking deeply worried.
Uncle, contamination, dangerous!
Panting heavily, his flames begin to flicker and fade. Fighting for this long has only made the corruption worse.
I cannot stay here any longer. Without the Supreme Being's protection, this world of dragons and giants is beginning to collapse.
Like a blazing meteor, Tran Ca flies straight toward the dimensional gate. But just as they draw near,
the blue portal is rocked by a massive explosion nearby, filling the area with thick dust.
Xiao Shi runs desperately toward the gateway, while Tran Ca lies completely motionless among the shattered ruins.
Once through, Tran Ca sits up in the debris, panting heavily. Xiao Shi stands right by the closed portal and calls out worriedly, "Uncle, the gate has completely shut."
Tran Ca coughs up a mouthful of black blood, his entire body trembling from absolute exhaustion.
He collapses backward onto the ruins, speaking with a barely audible, weak whisper.
Once the gate closes, we lose all connection to the other world. Who knows where it will open next time?
Xiao Shi rushes to his side, crying out for him. He gently pats her head and says he is fine.
power always comes with a heavy price. He stares into the empty space, reflecting on what he just unleashed.
Although Bloodburst seems like a simple blast of raw energy, only those with supreme, godlike power can actually survive its backfire.
If a normal person attempted to use even its weakest form,
their blood would evaporate in the blink of an eye, leaving behind nothing but a shriveled corpse. Tran Ca struggles to his feet as Xiao Shi watches anxiously.
He mutters to himself, his eyes filled with fierce determination. To break through to stage 3, I must push my physical limits even further. He stands tall, gently taking Xiao Shi's hand.
Since the gate is closed, we should rest for a while. But suddenly, he senses that something is terribly wrong.
Meanwhile, back in the ruined palace of the giant realm, the cracked, broken body of the Supreme Being lies motionless inside a deep crater.
Suddenly, one of its fingers twitches, while purple liquid leaks from its empty chest. Let's see what happens next time, because this is far from over.
Let's dive in as the mysterious mark on its cracked face suddenly glows.
Opening its eyes, it struggles to stand, its entire body trembling from pure exhaustion, slowly raising a hand to touch its own shattered face.
It looks up at the sky, roaring in sheer bitter rage, while somewhere far away, an anxious soldier speaks urgently into his radio.
35 degrees north, 1,200 meters out.
A pack of level 5 OE monsters request artillery support immediately. Humanoid beasts with razor-sharp teeth and glowing red eyes are charging straight at us.
Over in City K, soldiers watch from a distance as a massive barrage of artillery fire rains down upon the beasts.
A relentless storm of missiles unleashes an absolute sea of devastating fire, instantly wiping out a massive chunk of the horde.
The commander, Zet, asks if there are still 6 minutes left until the second barrage.
I just hope these monsters do not run away.
Another soldier, Mac, calmly replies, "Relax, Zet. They are busy eating their dead comrades and have not budged from their current position."
Zet orders him to check their pollution levels, so Mac looks down at his device and reports 15.5.
Mac confidently says they can easily hold out for 8 more hours, and Zet nods with absolute determination in his eyes.
Watch closely, that is enough time to bring this home.
A bald soldier named Tyler greedily points out that 7 level 5 monster corpses will bring in a massive fortune, adding that even damaged parts are still worth a crazy amount.
Mac realistically points out that they must use all of this cash to upgrade their firepower.
The third soldier adds he is happy with just 1/3, but Zet seriously replies, like the people of Ret say, "Be grateful for what you have."
Tyler replies with deep gratitude.
Without the heavy artillery support from our base, any single one of those monsters at full power could have easily ended our lives.
Zet smiles and commands, "All right, time to get to work. Leave that specific monster to me."
Tyler, Mac, go clear out these corpses, Zet calculates as he walks, noting they should yield 5 bottles of pure energy.
We will
keep 3 and sell the rest, Tyler adds excitedly, since the black market pays $200 million per bottle.
We are going to live like absolute kings for a while.
But don't blink, because a giant shadow suddenly rises like a mountain right behind them, freezing all 3 soldiers.
Zet's face twists in complete horror as scaly patches suddenly sprout across his skin, forcing him to gasp. What is this?
Then, the monstrous titan fully reveals itself, waving massive tentacles and terrifying tails high in the air.
Max stares in absolute horror as his scanner numbers go totally haywire, screaming 1997, and then skyrocketing up to 531.
One of the giant tails sweeps violently across the area,
effortlessly skewering a soldier who can only gasp a final, disbelieving why, before collapsing onto the ground.
With scales already overtaking half of his terrified face, the commander screams in pure, desperate panic. You have to run!
He spins around to escape, but it is already too late.
Another tail slams down, instantly crushing his last comrade and barely missing him, leaving him to scream out once more in absolute terror, "Run!"
He runs for his life, not daring to look back at the colossal nightmare looming right behind him.
The monster's emotionless eyes lock directly onto him, and suddenly, dark blood begins pouring from Zet's eyes and ears.
He freezes in shock, realizing too late that the beast is already right behind him, before his head violently explodes.
Over at the Doomsday base of Country M,
an alarm blares out, reporting an active apocalyptic event and instantly triggering the absolute highest level of defense.
To eliminate all threats for the sake of humanity, a massive missile is launched straight into the sky.
Watch closely as the rocket hits its target, unleashing a massive nuclear explosion that completely engulfs the beast in a destructive fireball.
Meanwhile, in a completely different place, Chen Ge is fast asleep in his own comfortable bed.
He stretches and lets out a massive yawn, slowly waking up from a deep sleep before walking to Xiaoxi's door with a key in hand.
"It is breakfast time, Xiaoxi," he says as the door slowly opens.
She stumbles out, rubbing her eyes sleepily while mumbling, "Kiss, hug."
He smiles gently, letting out a soft sigh of relief as he kneels down to wrap his arms around her. What am I going to do with you?
Xiaoxi quickly falls back asleep in his warm embrace, but his eyes suddenly snap wide open at the sound of the doorbell.
And trust me, you and I will want to see who this stunning, red-haired woman in a tight leather suit is.
You and I are about to meet a mysterious delivery girl who is not what she seems. "Hello, Mr. Tran," she says.
"Here is your food. Her name is Huangfu Ziyan." Brother Tran opens the door, cradling sleeping little Hai. Huangfu Ziyan waves at him with a warm, friendly smile.
"Hi," he mutters, turning around in silence. He whispers to himself that he has never seen a delivery girl riding a $100,000 motorcycle at dawn.
Huangfu Ziyan simply giggles at this. She replies that she has never seen anyone living in a luxury mansion ordering takeout every single day, especially with a young child.
Brother Tran's eyes flash with danger. He turns around, warning her that she seems to know far too much about him.
A dark red murderous aura erupts from his body, freezing Huangfu Ziyan right in her tracks.
The food bag drops to the ground. She stumbles back, stuttering. "No, you are from City N, the legendary first evolved human of the new generation."
Looking at Brother Tran, Huangfu Ziyan's face flushes bright red.
She stammers in pure admiration. "I finally get to see you with my own eyes." Brother Tran watches this strange girl, highly guarded.
Watch closely here. What exactly did this strange girl come to do?
Huangfu Ziyan shyly covers her mouth, her eyes sparkling with pure mischief.
"Well, obviously I came here to chase you." Brother Tran freezes, completely shocked by this sudden confession. "What?"
Still holding little Hai, he steps back. But she looks at him with determination, repeating that she wants to pursue him. She turns around, walks back to her motorcycle, and calls out, "Remember my name, Huangfu Ziyan."
"I live nearby, so I will see you on your next delivery order."
Later on, inside the house, Brother Tran is chatting with his blonde friend, Li Tianyi.
He laughs. "Brother Li, you are overthinking this. City N already has a special investigation team working.
If pollution spreads here, they will rush in immediately. Li Tianyi waves his hand. How can they even compare to you?
You do not work for the government, so you do not have to answer to anyone."
Putting his arm around Brother Tran's shoulder intimately,
He explains that knowing whose side you are on is extremely important.
Brother Tran frowns. Brother Li, what do you mean? Li Tianyi smiles mysteriously. Because you still do not know.
Let's pause here. Just from yesterday's news about you, almost every house in the wilderness nearby has changed hands.
You are so famous now that the entire area's value has increased more than 3 times. All the wealthy elites in City N are scrambling to move out here.
He explains further. They claim they want your help, but they really just want your power, your connections, and your money.
They will give you absolutely anything you ask for, as long as you agree to protect them when the monsters finally show up.
Looking off into the distance, Brother Tran mutters, "Resources."
Li Tianyi shrugs. They are all businessmen. Who can blame them? They want to treat you to dinner, which is why I am here.
Brother Tran smiles. Sure, I will go. Li Tianyi happily pats his shoulder.
Excellent. You had better keep your word on that.
See you at the Supreme Hotel of Linshu this afternoon, my friend. Just as Li Tianyi is preparing to head out, he suddenly asks, "Oh right, I saw Huangfu Ziyan outside earlier."
Do you actually know her? Brother Tran answers with a blunt, "No."
She suddenly showed up claiming she wants to date me. Li Tianyi clicks his tongue. She is pretty aggressive.
Since childhood, she has always gotten absolutely everything she set her sights on.
He leans close to Brother Tran's ear, whispering, "You should be careful now that she has targeted you."
Her father is Huangfu Tai, the wealthiest tycoon in City N. Meanwhile, global news broadcasts around the world continue reporting on the worsening pollution.
A sudden notification flashes on his screen with breaking news regarding the global pollution crisis. Country Z has deployed its most advanced tech to temporarily suppress the pollution, successfully restoring social order. Screens show various disasters, reporting that Village Y was overrun by mutated monsters and hundreds were brutally killed.
A sacred temple in Country Phi became corrupted by the vengeful spirit of a woman buried alive by monks.
This birthed a vengeful monster, leaving 20 people dead.
Another report reveals Country Z anticipated this apocalypse 20 years ago, building a massive defense network and a perfect, self-sustaining resource vault,
making it, as we can see, the safest city on Earth.
You and I are diving into a world where global tensions are reaching a breaking point, with wealthy elites flooding into Country Z, crushing everyone at the bottom.
A black market has even emerged for disaster avoidance contracts. Meanwhile, at Ningqing University, a blonde girl named Afen is busy studying German.
Sitting across from her, a green-haired girl named Glauber asks Qian,
"Since the apocalypse is coming anyway, why are we still wasting so much energy studying?"
Leaning back, Qian wonders out loud if she should work for some massive multinational corporation after graduation, or maybe just become a translator.
The blonde girl pulls off her headphones. Honestly, things are so bad that none of that even matters anymore. Who even knows if we will survive?
Honestly, it is probably better to just find a powerful guy here and get married.
Her mind drifts to Tran Ca, a legendary 5-star awakened powerhouse with the terrifying ability to manipulate and control raw fire.
He is a household name online, boasting a level of fame that easily eclipses actual mainstream celebrities.
Now check this out. While discussions about him could easily fill entire neighborhoods, his massive fan base is constantly clashing with loud, doubtful skeptics.
The blonde girl smirks, asking, "So, what is really going on between you and that extraordinary boyfriend of yours?"
The green-haired girl whispers with a mischievous grin, "Have you guys slept together yet?" Qianqian instantly turns bright red, stammering, "What are you even saying?"
Strong, talented, and incredibly handsome. She daydreams about him. He is so flawless that nobody could ever find a single thing to complain about. Tran Ca, my nominal boyfriend here at university.
But she wonders, deep down, does she actually have real feelings for him? Suddenly, her phone starts ringing out of nowhere.
It is a call from Tran Ca. The green-haired girl squeals in excitement. "Let me answer it."
Qianqian quickly snatches her phone back, tells her to go away, and steps outside to answer with her sweetest voice.
"Are you looking for me?" From the other end of the line, Tran Ca's voice comes through.
He is standing in the gym, lifting his shirt to reveal toned abs. "Are you free this afternoon? I already booked a place for lunch."
Qianqian beams with a bright smile.
her voice filled with pure joy. Yes, of course.
Chen Ji responds with a brief, perfect. Meanwhile, over at the Huangfu family villa, Huang Futai, a highly powerful middle-aged man, asks his daughter, "So you have already met him?"
Huang Fuzian stands there, still wearing her tight leather outfit, giving a very firm nod.
Yes, she replies. He smiles with deep satisfaction and asks, "So how is he?"
While tying back her fiery red hair, Huang Fuzian calmly replies, "He already knows that I am investigating him."
And he can be absolutely terrifying once he focuses on something. In that moment, she remembers the crushing, murderous aura she felt from him, radiating the raw presence of a true king.
You and I can practically feel that overwhelming, dominant aura as the memory flashes back in her mind.
Huang Futai bursts out laughing as he pours some tea, chuckling. It looks like this old man's investment was correct.
He is incredibly strong.
Huang Fuzian leans forward, warning him firmly, "If you think you can buy him off with a few million or even tens of millions, that is not going to happen." Taking a sip of his tea, Huang Futai looks completely confident. At the end of the day, Chen Ge is still just a kid in his 20s.
Do you really believe that a seasoned businessman like me could easily be outsmarted by a kid like him?
Leaning over the table, Huang Fuzian looks straight at her father. "The world has changed now, father. Your money is not always going to solve things, but raw strength can." Hearing this, Huang Futai's face instantly scowls.
You have only met him once. Do not tell me you have already fallen for him.
What did you actually say to him? Huang Fuzian turns away, crossing her arms with a smirk.
I am not chasing him because of you, nor do I want anything from him. Huang Futai frowns deeply.
Oh? She smiles warmly. I just simply like him. Huang Futai is left dumbfounded, stammering. Are you actually being serious right now?
Huang Fuzian daydreams about Chen Ge once again.
Of course, he is the very first man to make me feel anything in years. She turns back, her face turning dead serious.
Every powerful family from N City, and even H City and S City, are keeping a close eye on him.
I know exactly how they manipulate people. Huang Futai sneers cunningly. Money, women, and absolute power.
As long as he still has human desires and emotions, they can easily exploit them.
They want to break him, force him to kneel before them and join their ranks. He looks at his daughter, saying, "My girl, you are far too naive to play their game."
Huang Fuzian puffs out her chest. My aunt says the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. Well, let's see if she can cook up a victory, because trust me, you and I are going to want to watch what happens next.
Wait, hold on. Are you actually planning to learn how to cook? All right, let us dive into the story as he wonders how his notoriously wild daughter was actually moved by a man to the point of changing her entire life for him.
A devious, sly smirk spreads across his face as he ponders, and besides,
she is also gorgeous, so perhaps she can actually win him over. Huang Fuzian just turns away, declaring she swore never to touch cooking again after nearly burning down their old family house several times.
That is definitely not happening again.
Huang Futai asks what she plans to do instead, and she simply points to the text on her jacket.
She proudly announces that she is delivering food to him, and him alone, even going as far as using her father's elite name to start a brand new food delivery company.
Huang Futai chokes on his tea, coughing wildly. What?
Using the Huangfu family name just to start a delivery service? She continues explaining her clever plan with a mischievous smile on her face.
From the small space he rented before to the dockside warehouse, or even this massive luxury villa here.
He has always relied on food delivery to get his meals.
Now, don't miss this part. She even got someone to take his phone and download her custom delivery app. The second he orders, she will be the one personally delivering it.
Huang Futai coughs violently again.
Clutching his chest and shouting in absolute disbelief, "Cough, cough, food delivery. What on earth are you doing?"
Huang Fuzian simply smiles with total confidence, saying that soon he will surely be moved by her absolute sincerity.
Chen Ca drives his luxury car, resting his chin on his hand with a completely indifferent look.
As his luxury car rolls through the west gate of Ning University, the students begin whispering, and one gasps that it is Chancellor Chen's ride.
Another student confirms it, while Tian Tian, looking stunning in her elegant gown, sighs with a look of deep, pure longing.
She wishes she was the one he came for, but he just says briefly, "Get in the car." She beams with a bright smile and sweetly replies that she definitely will.
Two guys watch the car speed off, and one of them mutters insecurely about how they look like absolute trash compared to them.
The guy wearing glasses speaks up, warning the captain not to let another person's ambition get to him.
Since we have all evolved, I am completely confident that our squad will easily catch up to them.
The captain scowls, muttering that Tran Ca only happened to break through 5 stars before they did.
And I know what you're thinking, but he literally continues, claiming that the 3 of them are the chosen elite of N City, while an outsider like Tran Ca is just lucky.
The captain nudges the other guy, calling out to Lunzi, who is stammering as his eyes stay glued to the beautiful girls walking by.
Right. We are just as talented as he is, not a single bit less.
He sighs dreamily, whispering about how insanely beautiful that girl really is. Annoyed, the captain smacks him on the head, telling Lunzi to stop being so distracted.
Looking at Tran Ca driving away, he grits his teeth, saying that as long as he stays arrogant, girls will only ever look at him.
The absolute most important thing right now is that we have to grow much stronger. The guy wearing glasses asks if they should keep this from Lin Ruoya, especially since Tran Ca already seems to be driving off with someone else.
The captain places a hand on Lunzi's shoulder, acknowledging his crush on Lin Ruoya, but suggests he compete fairly, even though she likes Tran Ca. He adds that even if he does not win her over, at least he will be a real, honorable man.
He looks straight into Lunzi's eyes, saying that talking trash behind someone's back is definitely not how a real hero behaves.
As Tran Ca's sports car flies down the empty road, Tian speaks up with an incredibly serious expression.
She asks if he will actually step up if the special task force is completely overrun by monsters when the second apocalypse begins in just 2 weeks.
Chen Qi chuckles softly, asking why she is suddenly bringing this up.
She lowers her head, sadly explaining that tons of people are attacking him online, claiming he is nothing but a total coward.
He calmly asks why, questioning if it is simply because he refused to join the special task force.
She nods, explaining that they believe he refused to join because he is too terrified to face the deadly monsters scheduled to appear in just 2 weeks.
He leans back, noting that as the very first student in the country to evolve,
there will always be haters, and she agrees that the crown of glory is incredibly heavy. She then asks if he would step in if a world-ending monster appeared and the special forces were totally short on power. Smiling confidently, he declares he will stand on the front lines without hesitation, explaining his reasons as they speed down the highway. Trust me, you and I are not ready for what is coming next.
Let's dive into why our main character refuses to be tied down by boring rules and red tape.
Writing reports before taking action? Yeah, that is definitely not his style.
She smiles contentedly. Her crush is definitely no coward. Meanwhile, at the Supreme Hotel, Tran Ca walks in with Tudo Tian and politely introduces himself, wishing everyone a good afternoon.
Tudo Tian stands completely stunned by the powerful faces around them. They are all elite billionaires from top-tier corporations.
An elderly man, Lai Thian-ri's father, steps forward to welcome them in.
So glad to finally meet you, Mr. Tran. It seems my useless son has already filled you in on the whole situation.
Tran Ca replies that he gets the gist of it, prompting the man, Li Thon Hong, to go straight to business.
To guarantee our safety during the upcoming apocalypse, we have decided to form a brand new security council, and we want you to lead us as the chairman.
3. Tran Ca questions him, a security council. Li Thon Hong just smiles.
Of course, it is designed to protect old folks like us, ensuring that the luxury villas around this hill are totally safe from those terrifying monsters.
He goes on to say, 3.
With a confident tone, since you are protecting us, paying you 100 million a month is only fair. Hearing this, Tudo Tian is absolutely speechless.
Wait for it. 100 million a month? Tran Ca mutters that it actually does not sound half bad.
But he adds, that has to be the price to cover every single billionaire living in those villas.
He glares straight at Lai Thon Hong with sharp eyes, treating it like a fee to join their elite group. 3.
I am sure you can easily collect this from the 30-plus billionaires living here.
If split evenly, each family only has to pay 1 million. 3.
He smirks, wondering aloud how much the old man will actually charge them just to sign up.
10 million, 100 million? He concludes that this seems like a highly profitable business scheme.
Hong Fu-tai, who has been silent this entire time, finally speaks up, asking if that money is not enough. 3.
Tran Ca looks at him with pure sarcasm, noting how in peaceful times, rich folks love forming their little cliques.
Whenever trouble comes your way, you simply throw money at the problem to make it disappear.
He continues, explaining that because of this, they acted arrogant, but now this apocalypse has instantly dragged them off their high horses. 3.
The terrifying monsters threaten everyone equally. In this new world, there is absolutely no difference between a prince and a beggar.
And that harsh reality makes you, the elite who made millions all your lives, extremely unhappy.
Let that sink in for a second. He smiles, telling them he understands their greed perfectly.
Tran Hong forces a laugh, claiming they only did this because of that spatial rift from a few nights ago. 3.
The authorities even had to deploy nuclear weapons just to push back the monster horde. 3.
He adds that they just want to be able to sleep peacefully at night, but Huang Fu-tai looks on with absolute contempt.
Old Lai, isn't your own son, Lai Tong Van, currently serving in the Special Task Force?
You know better than anyone how useless those soldiers actually are. If they were reliable, we wouldn't be meeting today.
Another billionaire raises 3 fingers, offering 300 million a month to their future president.
3. Huang Fu-tai adds that if Tran Ca just nods, he will throw in another 100 million himself. 3. Tran Ca picks up a bill as a small flame erupts from his fingertip, turning the cash to ash.
He warns that after a few more waves, your cash will only be good for starting campfires, leaving two Do Tien Tien billionaires utterly shocked.
What? Mr. Tran, are you saying that after the second wave in 2 weeks, cash becomes completely worthless?
3.
Tran Hong breaks into cold sweat.
That is impossible! The officials promise this apocalypse is just a minor event. Tran Ca smiles, asking if they are still blind to the truth.
Media reports only show standard evolved humans being sent to fight. Tran Hong lowers his head in quiet defeat.
If what you say is true, Tran Ca stands by the window gazing out over the city.
Try to guess why even the Special Task Force has not located your precious 5-star awakened warrior yet.
They are too busy trying to seal off the 5 apocalyptic gates. He turns back with knowing eyes.
Trust me, you and I can see this is not the real battlefield, and the government is barely surviving.
3. What makes you think they can save you? Huang Fu-tai slams the table in pure rage, demanding to know what he wants from them instead.
All right, you and I are starting with Brother Tran, rejecting cash, demanding a rare type of soil from Julong instead.
Another tycoon stands up in shock. Brother Tran continues his list, demanding special medicine from Baicai and exported gold from Lantian.
Yet another billionaire stands up, completely stunned.
Then comes Brother Tran's final ultimate demand. He wants the mountain fortress blueprints in 3 days, and he expects the entire defense system fully finished in 1 month.
Li Chunghong stammers in disbelief, asking, "What? Blueprints for a mountain fortress?"
Since when did our luxury villas become a defensive military line? He screams out in total shock, a defense system?
Brother Tran patiently explains his master plan. These mountain villas will act as the core hub, utilizing the rugged natural terrain to form an easily defensible zone.
Even if the entire world faces a sudden, devastating apocalyptic event,
the residents will survive for years with fresh airflow, stable electricity, vast living spaces, clean water, plenty of food and medicine.
Now look closely at this moment. He stares them down, promising that once they meet his terms, he will lead their safety committee and protect them.
Huang Fu-tai slowly claps, saying it is no wonder he is known as the strongest man in the country. He praises both his raw strength and strategic mind. As the other men join in the applause, Huang Fu-tai adds that his foresight is unmatched.
Brother Tran remains silent, staring calmly ahead while Tu Dao Tien Tien stands right behind him, still looking a little dazed by it all.
As they walk out of the hotel,
Li Tianye runs up, speaking with pure admiration, saying it was amazing how he handled them all and made sure everyone benefited.
He holds up a shiny, glittering gold card, mentioning that his father actually owns shares in this very luxury hotel.
He hands the card to Brother Tran, telling him to enjoy himself before heading off, so he would not disturb the two of them.
Brother Tran takes the VIP card, turning to Tu Dao Tintian with a warm, gentle smile.
My dear sister, I want to discuss something with you. We cannot let Master Li's kindness go to waste, right?
Tu Dao Tintian blushes deeply, shyly replying, Senor, yes.
The scene shifts to a modern building with an internet cafe in Xinjie. Inside a room, Brother Tran unleashes his power, his eyes glowing bright red.
Inside this luxurious suite, the room is specially designed to block out all external noise.
You probably agree with Thien here as she looks around nervously, asking if things are moving too fast.
Brother Tran pulls her into a tight embrace, his voice firm. Be my girlfriend.
Staring at the red energy flowing on his fingertip, he reminds himself that Tien is just an ordinary girl. So controlling the energy inside her body requires absolute, extreme caution.
After all, he is an extraordinary being with a physical constitution over 4 to 5.
1,000 points. He gently places his glowing hand directly onto her chest.
Tu Dao Tian gasps as the massive wave of power surges inside her, making her feel as if she is being torn apart.
He stands by the bed, watching her lie motionless under the white sheets. Excellent, her body is adapting to the energy and slowly transforming.
Gazing at her gently. He notes there is no corruption or mutation, so he must wait until tomorrow to see the final results.
Later, standing in the room pouring red wine, he reflects on using his sealing mark to extract energy from the monsters he previously consumed.
He refines that energy into evolutionary seeds, which can trigger an evolution when implanted into an ordinary human.
Sitting down for a sip of wine, he reasons that even though it is dangerous,
he had to help Thien evolve. An hour earlier, Brother Tran lay on the bed, telling her that each apocalyptic wave will only grow stronger.
In a chaotic world like this, there is simply no way for you to finish college.
Tu Dao Tian asked innocently, Senior, what else can I do if I do not study?
Just run away from monsters? Staring deeply into her eyes, he told her to find her own answer.
Teen, do you want to become an evolver? Stunned, she knelt before him with an excited, hopeful expression.
Senior, do you mean that I can actually evolve too? Of course, that would be my absolute dream.
He explained his method, showing how he can use his sealing mark to crystallize a portion of a monster's power.
Once your body absorbs the energy from that crystal, you will become incredibly strong. But then, he warned her with a serious expression.
if you fail to control this wild power,
you will not only fail to evolve, but you will transform into a monster yourself. Are you ready to accept that risk?
She fell silent, weighing the terrifying offer. Lowering her head, she spoke firmly, saying she is not afraid if he is the one doing it.
She wants to stand on her own feet. And that is where we leave her, remembering her mother and vowing to protect her.
All right, let's dive into this scene as she looks up, her eyes burning with determination to fight by his side.
She vows to never ever be a burden to him. He smiles, totally satisfied with her fierce resolve. Very good, he says in a gentle voice. Do not move.
He hesitates, admitting it is his first time doing this, so he might put it in the wrong spot.
Qian stammers. This is my first time too. Relax, guys. She is just awakening her powers. Do not get any weird ideas.
Haha! In a flashy promo video, a heroic anthem plays as the dust clears, and a superhero steps onto the stage.
He is the absolute embodiment of strength.
The city's fearless guardian, the 4-star evolved heavenly dragon. With his gleaming metallic body, he will tear through the darkness and completely obliterate every single threat in his path.
Every single step he takes is a stride toward total freedom.
And every single appearance he makes strikes absolute terror deep into the black hearts of the wicked. A real man never turns around to look at the massive explosion behind him, because he knows his true battle is always waiting right ahead of him.
So cheer for him. Applaud him. Every single voice of support will give him the strength to keep pushing forward.
Now here is where it gets wild. A middle-aged woman, Madame Wong, is showing Brother Chen a crazy video on her phone.
Young Master Chen, this is the short video we shot for the Shentian City Special Ops Task Force.
They actually have several 100,000 followers right on our app.
She swipes to another clip. And here is the 5-star captain of the Shanghai City Ops. Looks incredibly cool, right?
She confidently claims these viral videos can rake in millions in the blink of an eye, and they are super easy to make.
Young Master Chen. But Brother Chen asks skeptically, these things, they are all made with special effects, right?
Madam Wang chuckles. Not completely, young Master Chen. Our app can activate filters with just a single tap.
It automatically makes your movements look 10 times more powerful. She then explains, after all,
every single app like this needs evolved individuals to promote themselves so they can easily gain the trust of the general public.
Which is why we have recently signed exclusive contracts with numerous special ops teams and highly powerful evolved individuals.
She steps closer, her voice dripping with sweetness. Young Master Chen,
you are a superstar we desperately want to sign. After all, the government officially recognized you as the pioneer of this new evolved generation.
She lays out her offer.
You just need to show off your strength, and we will handle the packaging to promote you everywhere.
Your popularity will explode, and finding huge sponsors will be a total breeze. Just look at some of these hilarious sponsored videos.
A bizarre advertisement suddenly pops up. Once you eat superhero instant noodles, you become our shining hope in the fight against the apocalypse.
From 1996 to 007 in 3 minutes.
Our special noodles are packed with gene enhancers, 5-ribonucleotide, calcium sorbate, and 58 other premium-grade food additives.
So you stay energized even under the crushing double pressure of the apocalypse and brutal capitalism.
Remember, you are not just a superhero, you are an office worker held hostage by instant noodles.
Hashtag eat noodles and get stronger. Hashtag the sweet flavor of cold cash.
Another ad pops up. Shock discount. Mega savings. Wear these explosive sneakers and you will run way faster than skyrocketing rent in this post-apocalyptic world.
They feature energy beads made from recycled materials, letting you outrun daily boredom and your boss's stressful key performance indicators.
Please remember, while the soles of our shoes might completely fall off under extreme pressure, your dreams never will. Hashtag sprinting is not that hard. Hashtag apocalyptic survival plan. Hashtag absolutely no refunds.
The final ad, Absolute Defense, specially designed and engineered for use during the apocalypse.
We use nano-level invulnerable materials, keeping you strong even under the brutal double onslaught of both heavy emotions and physical sickness.
Whether you are going on a date or doing chores, it fulfills your wishes before doomsday arrives. Hashtag safety first.
Madam Wang beams warmly. Young Master Chen.
As long as you are willing to start live streaming on our app and become an incredibly popular creator with millions of loyal fans, we will gladly meet any terms you want.
Brother Chen stands up, his expression icy cold. I am not a celebrity.
What fans? She gasps. Young Master Chen, trust me, you have absolutely no idea how famous you are right now.
She continues, want to know why.
All right, you and I are about to see how a guy with a face this perfect can easily gather millions of screaming female followers.
She holds up her phone, arguing that as long as he shows his face in a fan group chat, he can get any girl he wants.
Chen simply turns away in silence, before saying decisively, "Sorry, but I have absolutely no interest in that."
He calls for his secretary, calmly ordering them to please show this lady out.
Mrs. Wang still tries to convince him as she is led away, offering 100 million a year just for one promo video. He firmly repeats, show her out.
We desperately need a true hero, and that is something only you are capable of doing.
She screams out. Chen pauses in his tracks as she quickly shows him a photo.
The Hulk of Fog City can instantly transform into a giant 5-meter-tall green ape in the blink of an eye.
Once he transforms, he is completely unstoppable and totally immune to conventional weapons. He can run 100 meters in a single second and easily destroy armored tanks.
To the people of Fog City, he is essentially their living god.
She continues, mentioning another superhuman in the Y Country military named Iari Sanda, whose left arm can actually transform into a legendary king's sword, like Excalibur.
A single video of his has already been viewed 500 million times.
They call him the Blade of Humanity, a legendary general of Y City. Meanwhile, in F City, someone can turn into fire, and in D City, another can freeze the air itself.
A shapeshifter in G City, who can stretch like rubber to leap between skyscrapers, and even another person who can turn completely invisible.
She concludes that it is completely natural for ordinary people to be overwhelmed by fear and insecurity when facing the end of the world.
They need a real hero.
She looks closely at Chen, the one hero who can make everyone feel safe and give us some real hope.
Placing her hand on her chest, she names Hulk of Fog City and Iari Sanda of Y City.
They have already become symbols of their nations. We desperately need a symbol like that too.
Chen gazes out the window, quietly thinking that expanding his range of control might not be a bad idea.
Standing by the window, he looks out, noting how people online are criticizing him. He turns around, saying live streaming is a no-go.
But I can consider shooting a video instead.
Mrs. Wang squeals with absolute joy, really. Soon in the promo, Chen is depicted as a savior, light in the dark, hope in times of despair.
His blade strikes with deadly precision and grace as he moves through the air in a beautiful dance of death.
A massive demon suddenly looms behind him, yet he remains completely calm and unfazed.
A true hero fights not for his own glory, but to save every last living soul on this earth.
The video ends showing him facing a giant demon, Chen, the first evolved powerhouse of the new generation.
A truly fearless, legendary, and benevolent protector of humanity.
A guy watching the video on his phone gasps, "Damn it, is this some kind of apocalyptic game made only for evolved people?"
Over at the N City Special Forces headquarters, a group watching the video grumbles that there are too many special effects, making it look fake.
But their captain quickly shuts them down, saying there are no special effects. It is just slightly exaggerated.
And trust me, guys, Guande, who actually met Chen, looks dead serious as he claims Chen is already way past 5 stars.
He has evolved far beyond awakening. It feels like he is pulling further and further away from us.
Meanwhile, at a temple somewhere, a group of monks stands before a massive torii gate with a bizarre spatial vortex swirling inside it.
An old monk smiles warmly, chanting a welcome to their savior, the great Tengu.
Out of the vortex steps a majestic creature with pitch-black wings and a bright red Tengu mask, followed closely by a stunning white-haired woman.
She is revealed to be Lady Izanami. The old monk quickly bows down low, welcoming their other great deity, Izanami.
Izanami asks Tengu if he is absolutely sure they have detected the offspring of that legendary ancient monster.
Tengu replies, "Yes, milady. This massive beast has recently emerged right beside our territory."
In the sea territory of G City, but Fog City was actually the first to detect it.
The old monk sighs, noting that under international law, monster resources should belong to all humanity, but the first discoverer always gets priority.
In the end, we only get 30% of the resources. Izanami smirks, asking what international law she is talking about.
If we simply kill it first and take complete control of its resources,
we will naturally hold the power to dictate exactly how those resources are distributed.
As a mysterious submarine glides deep beneath the sea toward those precious materials harvested from giant monster corpses, you and I are left wondering who will strike first.
All right, you and I are about to join 2 elite divers as they plunge into the terrifyingly dark ocean depths.
One diver spots massive footprints on the sea floor, while the other suddenly shouts through the radio for his captain.
Before them lies a 20-meter-long skull. They stare in absolute horror at the giant skeleton of this ancient sea beast.
One diver checks his gauge, and the radiation reads 46 sieverts.
He confirms that this skeleton is the radiation source. Suddenly, a massive shadow glides past them through the murky water.
"Did you hear that?" one asks. "Hear what?" The soldier stares down at his tracking device in sheer panic.
Hold on, is there something wrong with this device? The numbers on his meter are spiking like crazy. 88, 125, 459 sieverts.
The numbers just keep rising. He screams, 1,000 sieverts. There is no way it could be this high unless we are standing right next to nuclear waste.
Out of the shadows.
Now look closely because this is terrifying. Out of the darkness, a colossal whale monster with glowing blue eyes glares at them.
making their gauge hit an insane 1,500 sieverts as the soldier stammers.
Meanwhile, at a haunted house in Haiphong City, an officer is interrogating the manager.
Someone vanished here yesterday. Why did you not call the police immediately? The manager anxiously tries to explain his side.
He thought a guest just got lost, and since it had not been 24 hours, he sent people to search.
He never expected.
With a dead serious expression, the officer snaps back. 3 people vanished tonight alone. Along with the previous victims, your haunted house has practically swallowed 5 people. This could be a sign of the impending apocalypse itself.
The special task force will handle this,
he says, as his squad enters, led by their captain. The captain notes how strange it is that their sensors detected contamination just a moment ago.
Why did the contamination suddenly vanish the second we stepped inside?
The guy with glasses replies that they might be dealing with a strange monster. Naturally, it would absorb all the contamination within its immediate range.
The captain raises his staff, asking if this is the themed room shown on the map that the manager gave them.
The group stands in the middle of a ruined room, paper talismans floating all around them in a highly eerie atmosphere.
And don't blink here. A long-haired mannequin with glowing red eyes suddenly drops from the ceiling, completely terrifying the team captain.
He quickly thrusts his spear forward to push it away, letting out a loud, undignified shriek.
The mannequin's head rolls onto the cold floor, while the rest of its body, crafted from old wooden dolls, instantly shatters into 1,000,000 tiny pieces.
The captain sighs with relief, though he is still visibly shaking.
Damn it! I thought that was a real ghost. The gunslinger girl rolls her eyes, muttering that it was just a prop.
Was all this drama really necessary? Looking down at his strange watch, the bespectacled Li Zongwen suddenly grows highly anxious.
The contamination is closing in. Instantly, the ground beneath them explodes, sending deadly debris flying in all directions.
Luan Tu screams out, raising his massive shield to protect a silver-haired girl behind him, yelling for her to watch out.
A massive, muscular beast wielding a glowing purple chainsaw charges forward, attacking them with absolute wild fury.
Luan Tu fights with everything he has to block the strikes and push the beast back. Li Zongwen screams in terror, warning that it is a 3-star anomaly with boosted attack and defense stats.
It also possesses an insanely powerful regeneration ability.
Its weakness is, before he can finish, another teammate charges in, shouting that he does not care if this thing ate 5 people, and got tougher.
It won't survive my extraordinary weapon. But as he strikes, his heavy attack seems to have absolutely zero effect.
Li Zongwen mumbles that its weak point is the head. The captain turns to him with a highly skeptical look.
Yes, Li Zongwen panics and screams that its absolute weakness is indeed the head.
Are you going to hit its head? Without hesitation, the gunslinger girl raises her rifle and fires a precise shot.
The bullet pierces straight through the monster's head, stopping it dead in its tracks. She coolly blows the smoke from her barrel.
Staring at the beast's destroyed head, she mutters with a highly disappointed tone.
How disappointing for a 3-star anomaly. I mean, it died from a single shot. Hearing this, the captain huffs in annoyance.
That is only because my spear pinned its movements down, he yells back defensively.
Otherwise, how would you have even gotten a shot? Li Zongwen tries to keep the peace, reminding them they are a team.
Everyone work together, all right? Luan Tu then tells the silver-haired girl to check the entire perimeter.
If there's no more contamination, let's report to the captain. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you won't want to miss what's next. Suddenly, a harsh voice echoes behind them, and trust me, you and I are about to see a brutal reality check.
Quan Duke, who has been watching them from afar, approaches with crossed arms, staring at Fan Hao.
Why did you act without waiting for the captain's orders? Do you think you are smarter than Lai Tong Van?
Wait, the captain? Fan Hao mumbles nervously, but then Quan Duke turns directly toward Lai Tong Van.
You can handle scheduling and scouting, but do you just sit back and watch when danger strikes?
Pointing a stern finger at him, the captain barks that he is a teammate first, and the brain second.
Li Tong Van bows his head, stuttering out an apology. But Quan Duck coldly shuts him down, warning that if he only watches from the sidelines, he will end up sacrificing the entire team.
Quan Duc shifts to Luan Tu.
demanding in a booming voice, Banluan, who does that shield of yours protect?
Answer me. Banluan stammers that it is for his teammates. Quan Duc points at the silver-haired girl, snapping, Is Lam Nuok Na your only teammate?
He glares at the whole group, declaring that in battle, nobody cares about your personal opinions.
You must protect every single teammate. Clearing his throat with a grunt, he points toward the silver-haired girl.
One of you is so reckless, she lacks any sense of danger. Then he points at the gunslinger,
while the other shoots blindly while her teammate is in close combat with a monster. Where does that reckless courage come from? His eyes turn razor sharp.
Now pay attention to this. A single tiny mistake here, and they are dead.
Locking eyes with everyone, he barks that they must watch each other's backs if they want to make it out of here alive.
Got it? The squad shouts back in unison, Yes, Captain! Finally, his tone softens a bit.
All right, that is enough lecturing. As for your second mission, things could have been much worse.
Lighting up a cigarette, he notes that with their current power, they can easily handle standard 4-star monsters.
What I am about to tell you next is classified. Nobody is allowed to leak it, he warns, blowing out a cloud of smoke.
I do believe you are all strong enough to stand against a standard 4-star threat.
With a deadly serious face, he repeats, What follows is top-secret military intelligence. You must not share this with a single soul.
The squad is stunned. An apocalypse-level threat? They have never heard of anything like that before.
Quan Duc stands before the projection of a devastated city. City M lost over 17,000
evolved individuals in a single night. The military had to deploy nuclear weapons, and even then, they barely managed to drive the monster away.
Taking another drag, he adds, As far as I know, no monster corpse was ever recovered from the ruins.
Official reports only state that the creature seemed to have retreated.
Luan too is stunned. Can you believe they used nukes and still couldn't kill it?
Quan Duc explains that 17 different apocalypse gates have been heavily affected to varying degrees by the shifting waves of space and time.
The apocalypse over the next 10 days will be far worse than we ever expected. Facing these buffed up monsters is going to be incredibly difficult for you guys.
Looking worried, the silver-haired girl, Lam Nuok Na, asks,
Captain, how can we possibly get stronger in time? Is there going to be some special training?
Quan Duc sits down, picking up a glowing blue crystal. Time is running out, so the special forces are rapidly distributing these soul crystals.
You all should know exactly what this means, right?
Fan Hao gasps, noting that these can awaken one's hidden potential and accelerate their growth rate. Quan Duc nods, confirming they have been chosen to use these crystals to reach a whole new level.
He commands everyone on this team must surpass 4-star rank within the next 10 days.
This is for the future of humanity. The team shouts with absolute determination, Captain, we won't let you down. For the future of mankind.
Meanwhile, standing on a cliff overlooking the vast sea, Tran Ca is checking his status panel.
Name, Tran Ca. Level demigod. Extraordinary individual. Constitution, 9,535. Spirit,
1,298. Abilities, armament hockey, observation hockey, conqueror's hockey. Talents,
Flying Fist, Tempest Kick, Moonwalk. Passive talents, Thunder God and Flowing Fire. Weapon,
Heaven Sword, Demon King Armor Replica, Ancient Sword Relic, evolved 3 times. He thinks to himself that with the rapid hunting speed of the divine scale crab in the North Sea fish farms, it should evolve a 4th time in just a few days. After that,
I will only have to worry about Tian's evolution. Suddenly, inside a crimson space, she awakens.
Where am I? Together, we watch her awaken in this bizarre, crimson dreamscape.
Let's dive into this wild story. A massive shadow beast with glowing red eyes suddenly appears in front of her, and she desperately tries to escape its terrifying dark reach.
Screaming in absolute terror to get away, she suddenly jolts awake in her bed, gasping heavily for breath.
It was just a nightmare. Sitting upright, drenched in cold sweat, she looks up to find her senior sitting calmly across from her, asking a simple question.
How are you feeling? She stares at him blankly, still completely shaken up by that horrifying nightmare.
Senior, what do you mean? He simply tosses a cup straight toward her.
She catches it instantly, but the raw, unawakened power inside her body accidentally crushes it into tiny pieces.
He stands up and walks closer.
How does it feel to evolve? Staring at the shattered fragments in her hands, she gasps, "Wait, what just happened?"
He explains that one-star evolved humans can strike with 200 kilograms of force and sprint at 15 meters per second.
Congratulations, your evolution was a total success.
Feeling the massive power surging through her veins, she whispers, "I feel so much stronger. Did I actually just evolve?"
Becoming an evolved human has become the ultimate dream for countless people all over the globe.
Now pay attention here. On the black market, even a low-grade evolution serum has become highly coveted, with its price skyrocketing to an unbelievable $50 million.
However, resorting to such a cheap, low-quality stimulant comes with an incredibly high risk of failure.
The slightest mistake can mutate the user into a horrific monster, leaving countless normal people bound by their own desperate desires.
Under these brutal conditions, family members stand guard with loaded guns during this dangerous artificial evolution process.
Because once the body destabilizes, the outcome is absolutely catastrophic.
Even so, countless desperate souls are still willing to risk mutation and leap into this path without a single hesitation.
As the apocalypse looms, a universal era of evolution begins. Out at sea, near Aocho Island, Izanami looks down from above.
Izanami commands Ebisu, "Clear a path for us."
Standing beside her is a group of elite, powerful, evolved humans. Ebisu bows deeply, saying, "Yes, Grand Master." Ebisu dives straight into the ocean like a brilliant golden sphere of energy.
He generates a massive energy bubble, pushing the seawater back to create a pathway to the ocean floor before crashing deep into the underwater ground.
Izanami and her crew land on the sea floor, surrounded by bones and rusted weapons, before entering a dark underwater cave.
You and I can see this giant shadow at the end of the cave pulsing with energy. A woman named Bitten warns them.
The monster is about to release a king-class aura. Everyone, whatever you do, do not look into its eyes.
Another woman named Irina, wearing a fox mask, gasps in shock. Even in its infant form, its sheer presence easily matches a 9-star beast. How terrifying, a true Emperor-class creature.
A man wearing a demon mask, Susanoo, asks, "Inari, are you absolutely sure your senses are correct?"
Inari, who is actually Irina, replies with complete confidence.
This beast is actually slightly stronger than the Emperor-class monster that attacked our base last month. My perception cannot be wrong.
Izanami stares at the monster with pure greed. A magnificent primal beast like this will definitely provide us with a massive amount of core essence.
She orders, Benton, "Activate your illusion magic now and bring this beast under our control."
The rest of you extract every single drop of its core essence and then destroy the corpse. Leave absolutely no trace behind.
Her followers shout in unison, "Praise the gods," as the massive monster roars in fury.
A brilliant wave of bright blue energy quickly wraps around it. Benton braces herself, focusing all her illusion magic to subdue the beast.
The monster unleashes a deafening roar, fighting the control. Izanami watches the beast's raw, overwhelming power.
Look at it. Just look. The power of this magnificent creature. Is it not beautiful?
We will devour it, absorb it, and become it. She spreads her arms wide, declaring that darkness will consume everything.
Chaos will rule over all. You shadow, you absolute chaos, you endless void of nothingness.
She laughs like a madwoman, crying out about the blending of light and dark, the eternal cycle of life and death.
Everything will return to nothingness. We will become eternal, and we will finally rise to become true gods.
You shadow, you absolute chaos, you endless void of nothingness.
Inside a highly secret laboratory, a scientist closely monitors a growing fetus inside a glass test tube. Our pursuit of transcendent power has never stopped.
A nuclear bomb is dropped directly from a fighter jet. As the destructive flames tear through the sky, a massive mushroom cloud blooms as a symbol of the end, leaving you and me engulfed in death.
All right. You and I are starting with a voice echoing from a distant past, describing a massive shockwave that ripped across the earth like a divine vessel.
Civilization and order were torn to shreds, dragging the entire world back into the primal chaos of creation itself. It took 30 long days and nights for the dust to finally settle, revealing towering mountains completely flattened to the ground, while massive roaring rivers were reduced to stagnant, dead puddles of water.
Deep within the newly exposed cracks of the rocky earth,
The terrified survivors stared in absolute horror at the skeletal remains of a mountain-sized monster, its colossal bones glittering with a strange, unnatural metallic luster.
Even after being completely destroyed,
it still held a fierce battle stance, silently telling the story of a lost era. Deep within its crystallized marrow, researchers discovered a mysterious substance that glittered like a field of stars.
When light hit the substance,
it vibrated like a living creature, refracting colors far beyond the visible spectrum. After 700 days and nights of intense research, our scientists finally unlocked its ultimate hidden secret.
One elderly scientist even shed tears of pure joy.
It could reconstruct the molecular structure of living organisms, allowing carbon-based life to completely shatter the chains of natural evolution.
This was the fire of Prometheus, the forbidden fruit of wisdom. Holding up a glowing blue vial during a massive press conference, the Prime Minister proudly declared,
"Today, we are going to crown ourselves as gods."
Now pay attention, because here is where destiny is quick to show its true, terrifying face to the world.
The very first batch of brave volunteers instantly turned into crystal statues under that sacred blue light.
Their final facial expressions were forever frozen in a bizarre mixture of agony and ecstasy.
Their mortal flesh was like wet paper trying to hold back a raging fire, and we finally understood that the issue was not the power of the origin, but the human body itself.
Made of mere clay, we were simply unworthy and completely incompatible with this sacred gift of the gods.
However, destiny always has a plan. After the apocalypse descended, horrific monsters began roaming across the earth.
To our absolute surprise, the remaining survivors who had been exposed to the origin substance discovered that they could actually evolve by directly absorbing the toxic pollution from these monsters.
Only then did we finally realize
mythology had not abandoned us. It was actually rushing right toward us, making us the true heirs of myth in this brand new era.
We continue to evolve and grow stronger,
until one day we reached the realm of the gods. Izanami spread her arms wide as her devoted followers chanted in unison.
"We are destined to become gods ourselves. Praise the gods, praise the gods."
I know what you are thinking, and yeah, she freezes in absolute shock, spinning around to scream, "Who is there? Show yourself."
Standing right on top of the giant monster, a mysterious figure appears, his calm yet commanding voice echoing down, "Praise me instead."
My name is Tran Ca.
Left in temporary shock, Izanami instantly flies into a rage and orders her loyal subordinate, Inari, to analyze this intruder's identity immediately.
Bowing low, the fox-masked girl quickly activates her unique divine eye ability to scan him, whispering, "Yes, Grand Master."
A soft pink light surrounds her, while Tran Ca calmly leaps down from above,
creating barely a single ripple on the water as his feet touch the ground. He smirks, finding it highly amusing that her sensory ability feels so similar to observation hockey.
Then his eyes flash with a brilliant red glow.
And he mutters with pure disdain, "No, her power is far inferior." Crack.
With a sharp, deafening sound, Inari's fox mask suddenly cracks wide open as an invisible force slams her backward, causing her to scream out in agony.
Izanami watches the brutal scene in complete horror, turning to the wounded Inari and demanding, "Where is his information?"
Collapsing onto the cold ground, Inari's voice trembles with shock and pain as she gasps, "My divine eye was completely deflected."
Izanami is utterly stunned, stammering with wide eyes. "What? How is that possible? Susanoo?"
The massive warrior wearing the demon mask roars in anger and steps forward to shield his leader, Grand Master.
"I do not care what trickery he is using. I will crush him with a single punch."
With a thunderous roar, he charges straight toward Tran Ca, screaming, "Die, you miserable bastard!"
Tran Ca, looking incredibly calm, simply tilts his head and asks mockingly, "You actually dare to make the first move?"
Susanoo's powerful punch tears through the air, hitting nothing but wind. His eyes widen in pure shock as his target vanishes right before him.
Whoosh! With one effortless motion, Tran Ca easily slips past the giant's devastating strike, sending him crashing backward directly toward a field of deadly spikes. Trust me, you are going to want to see who intervenes next. Let us dive right in as a blue energy hand glows, and he coldly commands his gravity magic to stop.
Instantly, an unseen force freezes Susanoo in place,
suspending his body just inches above those deadly razor-sharp stone spikes.
A second later, and he would have been skewered. Meanwhile, Tran Ca casually crosses his arms with an amused smirk on his face.
Oh, is that gravity control?
That is actually a pretty impressive ability. Susanoo roars in absolute fury, struggling against the energy holding him, shouting to stay out of his business.
Daikokuten slowly lowers his hand, releasing the gravity hold and freeing his teammate from the invisible trap.
Boom. Susanoo crashes heavily to the ground,
while Daikokuten floats above with an expressionless face. Staring at Tran Ca with pure rage, he conjures a massive energy hand in the air, ready to strike, declaring that it is his turn to die.
Get ready to feel what it is like to be crushed to pieces.
The gigantic energy fist slams down, shaking the entire ground as it aims straight for Tran Ca.
Boom. Tran Ca simply stomps his foot, unleashing a sudden burst of energy right beneath him,
completely shattering Daikokuten's massive strike with ease.
Daikokuten stands completely stunned, cold sweat pouring down his face as he stares in utter disbelief, wondering how even gravity could fail to suppress this guy.
Now pay attention to Tran Ca standing in the epicenter as red lightning crackles around him, unleashing massive pressure.
Watching from afar, Inari gasps in pure terror, realizing that he is completely neutralizing their physical impacts.
Daikokuten grinds his teeth as veins pop on his forehead, screaming in absolute disbelief and rage.
What on earth is this? Is he actually surpassing divine power? Susanoo gets up, clenching his fists in anger as he roars, asking how he dares to humiliate him.
Then you will pay for this with your own blood.
He channels all his power into his fist, charging at Tran Ca while screaming his ultimate move, Iron Cannon Nora.
Tran Ca barely glances at the incoming attack with complete indifference, muttering to himself that it is just another basic physical technique.
With a deafening crack, Tran Ca effortlessly stops Susanoo's devastating, earth-shaking punch using only a single hand.
The ground beneath them cracks from the sheer force as Susanoo's eyes widen, drenched in cold sweat.
Trembling, he mutters that this guy is a total monster, while Tran Ca slowly looks up, his glowing red eyes glaring cold as ice.
Snap! With a simple flick of his hand, Tran Ca brutally breaks Susanoo's wrist.
Tran Ca throws him down hard, making Susanoo scream out in absolute agony.
The bone-shattering pain drops him to his knees as a desperate red aura flares up around him, making him wonder if he is going to die.
I must block this upcoming strike.
You and I can see Daikokuten is pale with terror as he desperately tries to cast a barrier to protect his ally.
But it is too late as a massive wave of energy from Tran Ca blasts Susanoo away like a broken rag doll.
Boom! Susanoo is sent flying dozens of meters, carving a deep, long trench into the shattered ground.
Amidst the rubble, Tran Ca emerges as the violent red sparks around his body crackle with even greater intensity.
Blood begins to drip from Tran Ca's eyes and hands.
His hair gradually turns pure white, and he roars to unleash his full power, blood crimson flame.
Sensing the extreme danger, Izanami flies into the air with her remaining followers and delivers a commanding iron order.
Gods of Takamagahara, combine all of your power right now to destroy this enemy once and for all.
The subordinates respond in unison, obeying her command as Ebisu immediately begins to channel his power.
Gigantic stone hands rise up from deep within the ground, making a terrifying, bone-chilling grinding noise.
The stone hands reach out to grab Tran Ca, but he just stands there, his cold face completely expressionless.
Ebisu smirks arrogantly as he chuckles quietly, slamming both of his hands hard onto the ground,
shouting his technique as the earth violently trembles under the sheer force of his divine magic.
With loud cracks, massive rocks rise from the earth, quickly surrounding Tran Ca to form a solid stone prison. Trapped in the dark stone prison, Tran Ca's glowing red eyes shine through the shadows with mysterious power.
Boom! The massive boulders slam shut, crashing into the earth and kicking up a thick cloud of dust.
Ebisu crosses his arms, looking smugly at his work, knowing these divine-infused rocks are actually tougher than steel.
But trust me, you and I both know that even the most solid stone prison cannot hold a monster like this for long.
Trust me, you and I are about to watch things get absolutely insane, starting right now as Inari screams in horror, pointing at the melting stone.
The stone prison begins glowing bright orange from within
as molten lava-like cracks spread wildly across its entire surface.
Boom! Tran Ca shatters the stone prison, stepping out into a raging vortex of liquid lava.
Susanoo turns and mocks Ebisu with a look of pure disgust.
Hey, look at that! Your stone shell is as soft as natto. Are you actually strong or what?
Infuriated, veins pop on Ebisu's forehead as he grinds his teeth and roars. If one layer is not enough, then have another.
Slapping his hands onto the ground, he unleashes an even stronger technique, summoning a massive wall of solid silver.
Countless sharp silver spikes burst from the earth. 2 layers are still not enough? Then let us add a third.
Ebisu screams, pouring every ounce of his energy into it.
Golden walls erupt from the ground, creating a magnificent palace of the heavens that serves as a flawless cage with absolutely no escape.
Thud. Ebisu collapses to the ground, gasping for breath as he mutters that this triple seal has completely drained his divine power.
Susanoo pats his shoulder, his voice sounding both comforting and deeply sarcastic.
Hey, watch closely here. Susanoo playfully teases him, saying he didn't need to use his strongest skill right away since it was just a joke.
Another member with hair as red as blazing fire confidently claims that absolutely no one can survive Ebisu's celestial golden palace.
This battle is already over.
Crossing his arms, Susanoo looks at the golden prison with disdain, admitting he thought the target was actually someone formidable.
But in the end, he is easily crushed under the absolute might of our Takamagahara temple.
Izanami smiles with satisfaction now that the obstacle is gone, commanding them to slay the Killin and seize its primordial essence.
She gives the order, and her subordinates immediately charge toward the beast.
Suddenly, Izanami notices Inari standing completely frozen, prompting her to ask in worry what is wrong.
What did your divine eye see, Inari? Inari just stares at the golden palace, his voice trembling with sheer terror.
This seal cannot hold him. Cold sweat pouring down his face, Inari turns around with a look of pure horror.
He can manipulate metal structures. Ebisu's triple-layered seal is completely useless against a monster like him.
Zap! Crackle! Violent blue lightning strikes the golden palace from the inside, causing the entire structure to shake violently.
You and I both know that voice. A deep, powerful roar echoing from inside the prison like an ancient beast.
If you want to hunt the offspring of this ancient beast, you will have to walk over my dead body first.
Boom! The golden palace explodes into 1,000,000 pieces as that powerful voice warns them, "Step aside, or I will trample your lifeless bodies."
Ebisu's eyes go wide in complete shock as he stammers.
I was sure that I sealed him completely. Sharp fragments of the palace fly everywhere like bullets, forcing the gods to desperately dodge the incoming debris.
Right at the center of the blast, Tran Ca stands tall,
his body glowing with bright red patterns and his white hair standing on end as he coldly declares, "Bring it on.
I will take your lives one by one and crush your bodies into dust."
His eyes flashing with a blinding white light, full of murderous intent.
The red-haired god roars in pure rage, flames erupting around him as he shouts. He killed our comrade, so talk is completely useless now.
Anyone blocking our path to godhood will only find death. Pointing at Tran Ca with absolute contempt, he sneers. My flames are nothing like your petty magic.
My divine power can summon the fires of purgatory that will burn relentlessly for 7 straight days.
Your lukewarm flames are only good enough to brew some tea.
Unleashing the burning spear of purgatory to incinerate everything, he screams, creating a massive fiery lance in his hands and throwing it straight at Tran Ca.
Whoosh! The spear flies forward like a deadly arrow, but Tran Ca just stands there with a smirk on his face.
He slowly takes a very deep breath
and blows out a gentle puff of air, completely putting out that massive purgatory fire and leaving everyone watching in absolute shock.
The red-haired god lets out a manic laugh, the flames around him burning even brighter as he cackles mockingly.
Wait! He suddenly freezes, unable to believe his ultimate attack was neutralized so effortlessly.
Now, you and I are going to want to see this epic clash as Susanoo commands an attack from below, while pressure comes from above.
Daikokuten, back us up with gravity!
Understood, Susanoo replies sharply. Trust me, you and I are about to watch an epic battle as he dives down like an arrow alongside the red speedster and Daikokuten, forming a perfect pincer movement.
Watching from afar, Izanami grits her teeth in sheer fury.
I do not believe you can take on all three of us at once. Benton yells, her face tight with stress as she turns to Izanami, screaming, Is there anyone else who can help?
Is there anyone else who can help me suppress that absolute monster?
Susanoo charges forward at a terrifying speed, his fist glowing as he roars, Wrath of the Rakshasa Cannon.
Crash! But Tran Ca easily dodges. With a simple flick of his hand, he slams the god down, completely shattering the earth.
Right away, the red speedster unleashes a devastating strike from above, combining with the destructive, burning seal of Yomi.
A massive sea of fire engulfs Tran Ca. Suddenly, Inari screams out in terror to warn the others, Watch out, that is the dragon seal!
From beneath the ground, glowing golden magic circles suddenly rise up, completely trapping Daikokuten.
Clang! Giant golden chains appear out of nowhere, rapidly binding the completely shocked Daikokuten in an instant.
Slam! The chains drag him violently through the air, slamming and pinning him flat against a massive rock.
Now watch closely. Inari is stunned, his voice trembling as he realizes this magic is way stronger than Ebisu's seal.
Izanami turns to Benton with a sharp, determined look, asking what she plans to do next.
Benton replies, her eyes flashing with a dangerous pink light as she announces that it is finally time for their spiritual unit to strike.
Her face twists into a monstrous mask, her eyes turning dead white as creepy fangs and a long, sickening tongue erupt. With her pink hair whipping wild in the air, she confidently makes her declaration.
No matter how strong that monster's physical body might be, he stands absolutely no chance against my lethal spiritual attacks.
She begins her eerie chant, a haunting voice echoing through the air, telling him to listen to Yomi and fall.
This is the Yomi Koto Dama.
Tran Ca suddenly freezes, seemingly affected by this invisible strike, releasing his grip on the red speedster, who gasps and coughs for air.
Benton, now fully monstrous, explains maliciously that the pure corruption of Yomi inside her will completely destroy him.
I will bind your soul forever. Listen closely, for I am the law of death, like a mother's warm embrace, like the strangling of a helpless child.
Fall down, and sink into the dark path of Yomi.
You and I both know how deadly this is. Even gods rot here as she drags him into a dark mental void.
Seeing Tran Ca caught in the trap, the red speedster smiles in satisfaction, coughing.
Benton's Koto Dama worked perfectly. That devil cannot move a single muscle anymore, trapped deep inside our horrific realm of nightmares.
Inside the mental realm, Tran Ca places a hand on his forehead, looking slightly dizzy.
A giant, grotesque version of Benton suddenly looms right over him, mocking him by saying that his real-world physical strength means absolutely nothing here.
This is my mental domain, and crushing you is as easy as turning over my hand.
Your physical power-ups are totally useless here, and you cannot cast any of your magic anymore either.
Blue ice begins to encase Tran Ca's body as she viciously declares that this arena is reserved purely for raw mental strength.
She keeps attacking, landing invisible blows that send Tran Ca stumbling backward.
Tran Ca coughs up a mouthful of black blood, a clear sign of severe mental damage.
The giant Benton leans right down, bringing her hideous face close to whisper with sheer, cruel delight. Does it hurt?
In my domain, pain is amplified 100 times over. Did you know that? And the absolute best part is, you can never pass out in here.
In fact, you will only become even more conscious. She laughs like a maniac.
Every single nerve in your body will transmit this raw agony perfectly. Countless pink energy spikes impale Tran Ca's body, subjecting him to an absolutely unimaginable level of torture.
Tran Ca looks down at his wounds dripping with black blood.
He mutters with complete calm, noting that since this is a mental domain, this imaginary damage...
He raises his head, sharp eyes piercing the void, wondering if it cannot actually kill him.
Benton roars with wicked joy, screaming that the sheer torment is enough to make him wish for death, and his only choice is to kneel and beg her to end it. For example, are you not feeling right now that ending your own life is your only escape?
Tran Ca wipes the blood from his lips.
A sudden grin spreads across his face. Yeah, what I mean is, and as he stands tall, no longer shaking, you and I can feel the absolute chills in his calm voice.
Let's dive into this epic fight where our main character tells her that if he can't even feel pain, then her Kododama is nothing but useless noise, leaving Benton's twisted face frozen in sheer shock.
She screams out in complete disbelief, yelling that this is impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Boom! She lunges forward, punching Chen Ca straight in the stomach.
Stunned, Benton stammers, asking if he really doesn't feel any pain. Chen leans in close to her ear, whispering with a haunting voice that if this level of pain counts as 100 points.
Then, when I activate my crimson blood burst, the agonizing pain of my own blood boiling inside would probably be around. He stares directly into her terrified eyes and coldly finishes his sentence. 1,000,000 points.
Chen Ji's eyes flash with a powerful, commanding blue light. Peering straight into the depths of Benton's mind, he remarks that her wild imagination is certainly quite fascinating.
From this very moment on, your soul will remember one thing forever, as his voice echoes and carves itself deep into her mind. You have been defeated.
Blown backward, Benton mumbles unconsciously, repeating the same words over and over like a broken puppet.
I am defeated. I am defeated. I am defeated. As they snap back to reality, watch closely, Benton collapses straight to the ground, completely knocked out.
Izanami stands there, completely frozen in shock by what just unfolded. Chen Ca, now casting aside his shredded clothes, gives a cold command to Benton, lying on the ground, to get up.
Without a second of hesitation, Benton rises and floats toward Chen Ca, moving exactly like a completely soulless puppet.
Izanami gasps, unable to believe her eyes, asking if he really just turned Benton into his own puppet.
Did her own Kododama actually backfire on her like that? Ignoring her shock, Chen Ca simply commands his new thrall, saying, "Let us get out of here."
This place is bad luck. Benton obeys immediately, flying right behind him.
Izanami grits her teeth, her beautiful face twisting with absolute fury, screaming about betrayal and how she actually learned to turn on her own master.
Chen Ji turns back, glancing at Izanami with a smug grin, declaring that today's sparring session is over.
You can take her back, as my domineering aura will automatically wear off in 3 days anyway.
Either way, do not go scheming after my dragon sword scabbard ever again. Izanami roars in pure rage, demanding if he truly believes things will end this easily for him.
Those who dare to show disrespect to the gods will pay for it with their own blood.
Benton, you can go ahead and die now. Slash! Izanami swings her wings, launching a razor-sharp blade of wind directly at her former servant.
Chen Ji, keeping an eerie and calm expression on his face.
He mutters, "Damn it. You and I are seeing a villain so heartless she actually executes her own follower."
Inari asks in absolute horror, Grandmaster, "Why would you do this? Benton was clearly one of us."
Izanami replies coldly, "The useless have no right to become gods. The empty shell of a failure does not deserve the sacred blessing of the divine."
The endless intertwining of light and darkness,
the endless cycle of life and death, all shall return to nothingness. We will become eternal. We will become gods.
She raises her head high, her voice filled with fanaticism. The intertwining of light and darkness, the cycle of life and death.
This is the dance of doom of Takamagahara. Izanami and her remaining followers combine their power to unleash a wave of destructive energy at Chen Ca.
Chen smirks, whispering, "Crimson blood burst." His entire body erupts in glowing red energy and lightning. His silver hair grows long, and 2 horns sprout from his forehead. Ah!
Suddenly, Izanami senses that something is terribly wrong.
In utter shock, she demands, "Your primordial essence power and that legendary lizard dragon sword behind you are so similar. What is your true relationship with it?"
Whoosh! Chen Ca gives no answer, charging forward with unimaginable blinding speed.
Izanami freezes in place, her gorgeous face twisted in absolute, pure terror.
Boom! A massive explosion erupts as Chen Ca, moving too fast for the naked eye, punches straight at the winged foe, who barely blocks with his wings.
Boom, boom, boom! Chen Ca pursues him like a relentless, ghostly shadow,
unleashing a barrage of brutal, heavy attacks. The enemy roars in anger and leaps back into the fray.
Izanami and her remaining allies quickly activate their devastating combined ultimate move, the Yada Mirror since Iokurin.
This legendary divine mirror technique represents the ultimate truth, a sacred treasure of ancient lore that shines with power.
It is one of the 3 sacred relics, summoning a divine light of overwhelming and absolute power.
Chen Ji is completely engulfed in this divine light as the ground splits apart. Crackle!
The tough dragon scales covering his body begin to fracture under the sheer pressure of this attack.
Izanami smiles in triumph, boasting that this attack can pierce any beast. You and I will have to wait to see how he survives.
Alright, we are diving into a fight where a microwave-like force destroys the victim from the inside.
But Tran Ca only grits his teeth, his burning red eyes flashing with a deadly, lethal light.
Roaring aloud, a massive glowing sword wrapped in crackling lightning manifests in his hand, and he quickly summons a red energy shield to block the devastating attack.
Emerging from below, one of Izanami's loyal subordinates
slowly rises from a dark puddle, and Kagekui Sangokusasu appears, but Tran Ca, sword in hand, charges forward.
This technique's name actually means Shadow Eater, instant hell, suggesting a highly deceptive, demonic, and brutally powerful attack.
Clang! From behind, Izanami's subordinate stabs straight into his back, gasping in utter shock as he realizes.
This is Tran Ca's entire body is fully clad in royal demon armor. Get lost! Tran Ca roars in a voice of absolute authority.
Boom! He swings his sword, releasing a strike of fire and darkness that blasts his opponent far away.
Izanami watches the scene with a smug smile, whispering that it is completely useless.
Wherever there is light, there is shadow, and as long as darkness exists, I, Tsukuyomi, am immortal.
Now pay attention here. Tsukuyomi's shadow rises, preparing Kagesu Oborozuki Giri, a deadly sneak attack.
This technique's name means Shadow/Hazy Moon Slice, combining stealthy illusionary movement with a graceful strike under the moon.
Using Yosuzum Sakaban, Tsukuyomi emerges suddenly from the deep shadows to execute a surprise attack.
Clang. His sudden attack, Iosuzum Sakabane, also known as the Nightbird,
is a deceptive, lightning-fast strike with an inverted blade, but Tran Ca easily blocks it.
Wrapped completely in his royal demon armor without a single scratch, Tran Ca stands unbothered. Tsukuyomi stumbles back, shocked by this unbelievable defense.
Tran Ca just stares coldly at his enemies as they hover high up in the air.
Swoosh! The Tengu god roars, diving down at terrifying speed with a massive razor-sharp slash that slices the air in two, aiming right at Tran Ca.
Crack! Crack! The armor on Tran Ca's shoulder begins to split open under this fierce pressure.
Izanami proudly boasts that a Tengu's strike can break through any defensive barrier his opponents might try to use.
Even the ultimate shield shatters in just one blow. As the two face off, the tension in the air becomes suffocating.
Tran Ca smirks, his burning red eyes flashing as he whispers, "Not a bad effort at all."
Boom! Tran Ca's greatsword suddenly reacts, releasing a crescent-shaped wave of raw energy that violently repels the Tengu god.
You and I both know he is ready, as Tsukuyomi strikes with Jigoku Jaga, aiming a fatal blow.
This hellish snake fang technique is a vicious, unpredictable thrust that strikes like a venomous viper.
Using Ususumi Ranka, he follows up with a series of dazzling and destructive illusionary strikes.
This cicada shell molting, scattering flower move creates a perfect illusionary dodge followed by a barrage of devastating slashes.
With Muchin, Kagenui, he finally unleashes an inescapable absolute binding technique. This inescapable shadow-sewing move is a dark binding curse straight from the deepest abyss of hell.
Trash, Tran Ca coldly utters, swinging his massive sword to shatter the binding attacks and slice through Tsukuyomi. Looking down at Tsukuyomi's fading shadow, Tran Ca mockingly asks, "So you cannot be killed as long as darkness exists?"
Then I will vaporize all of this shadow along with you.
With a mighty roar, Tran Ca releases a colossal wave of pure light, engulfing Tsukuyomi in a blinding explosion of smoke.
Tran Ca floats up, ready to deliver a ruthless final strike to his completely defeated foe.
Boom! Tran Ca slams his giant sword down into the earth, delivering a brutal, decisive blow.
Tsukuyomi lies motionless amidst the ruins, his lifeless eyes staring blankly up at the sky.
Black blood trickles from his mouth. Standing tall among the ruins with his sword resting on his shoulder, Tran Ca sweeps his gaze across the remaining enemies, challenging them coldly. Who else is next? Who dares to take another step?
A red-haired woman screams out in utter despair, calling for her brother.
She tries to charge forward, but the Tengu god quickly holds her back.
The Tengu god simply shakes his head, his gaze silently signaling that it is already too late. Her face twisted in blinding rage, Izanami roars at her hesitating followers. "What are you doing standing there? Attack!"
All of you, strike him together.
but the red-haired goddess and Inari just stand there,
trembling and utterly overwhelmed by Tran Ca's terrifying power, not daring to take a single step.
And that's where we leave things. The red-haired woman collapses, sobbing and punching the ground, screaming in agony over why this tragic sacrifice had to happen.
You and I are diving into a twisted world where brothers are sacrificed for ultimate power. Izanami steps forward,
staring down at the weeping girl with eyes of absolute ice and declaring that they are candidates for godhood.
Pointing a cold finger at Tran Ca, she commands with total indifference, "Kill him."
Destroy that monster, and we will claim enough origin essence to grow stronger than ever.
The girl looks up, tears streaming down her face as she sobs. But I do not want more power.
I only want to be a normal, decent human being. Suddenly, smack! Izanami strikes her hard across the face.
Grabbing the girl by her throat, she snarls, "You coward! You dared to betray the oath of Yajigong."
That is a mortal sin. Izanami glares with deadly eyes, declaring they are the true heirs of myth.
We must constantly evolve,
unceasingly growing more powerful until the day we can finally grasp the divine realm. The girl, her eyes full of tears but shining with fierce defiance, whispers, "Go ahead, let us see if you can actually kill him."
Izanami whips around to the god Tengu, issuing a ruthless order. "Tengu, execute this traitor right now."
Her foolish heart is wavering now.
She is unworthy of being a divine vessel. Now pay attention here. Tengu hesitates, silent before this brutal order.
Izanami growls with extreme impatience, "Damn it!" But her remaining followers still stand frozen like statues.
Tran Ca slams his massive greatsword into the earth with a heavy metallic clack. He looks at them, speaking calmly. "I have absolutely no interest in fighting any of you to the death."
Just drop your hostile attitude.
"And you are free to leave right now." Izanami laughs maniacally, her eyes glowing red. "You expect me to surrender? Never!" "Absolutely impossible," she shrieks as her flesh begins to warp hideously, expanding into a massive giant.
Her hair mutates into writhing white serpents, and one of them instantly lunges forward to swallow the red-haired woman.
Laughing like a demon, she declares that every single drop of origin essence will serve as her nourishment.
Cruelly, the giant serpent slowly gulps down its own ally as she screams in sheer terror.
Izanami cackles as her other snakes strike at the remaining subordinates, screaming that all their power belongs to her now.
The vicious white snakes coil tightly around the helpless Yajigong members, preparing to devour them whole.
One by one, they are swallowed in absolute despair. You saw that too, right? The red-haired survivor murmurs in utter disbelief that their leader is stealing their very powers.
Does this mean she only ever viewed us as disposable tools? Izanami, now fully mutated into a monster, sneers mockingly at her former followers' realization.
Exactly right.
Yajigong? How absolutely hilarious. You fools were never anything more than mere vessels to cultivate my precious origin essence.
Throwing her head back, her crimson eyes flash with the dark light of pure madness and ambition.
In this world, only I am truly worthy of ascending to godhood.
Tran Ca crosses his arms, watching this horrific bloodbath unfold with a calm, amused smirk. Well, this is quite a twist.
Looks like you have some serious backyard drama going on. Susanoo, despite being covered in bloody wounds,
struggles to his feet to stand in front of Tran Ca, roaring, "I hate your guts, but this is strictly Yajigong business."
If you do not want to die, then get lost right now. This fight is for our very survival.
With a fierce roar, he lifts a massive boulder and hurls it straight at Izanami.
One of the snakes on her head unleashes a beam of pure red energy, effortlessly shattering the rock to pieces.
Izanami glares down at him with utter disgust, like looking at a stray dog. "So you are another mutt who dares defy your creator."
She hovers effortlessly in midair as massive rocks float around her, showcasing a display of absolute crushing godlike power.
Daikoku 10, his face hardened with absolute resolve,
screams that they are just orphans, test subjects, and the sole survivors of a horrific disaster. A tragic memory flashes back, showing thin, terrified children and lifeless bodies scattered across the cold floor.
By ascending to godhood, they hoped to escape the endless agony of their mortal lives. But that path demanded a truly horrific price.
We see a boy screaming in agony as his body violently explodes in a flash of eerie blue light.
Amid that absolute chaos, Izanami appeared like a savior, gathering the few children who managed to survive.
From this day forward, you are Yajigong. Her voice echoed, planting a spark of hope deep in their hearts.
Back in reality, Daikoku-ten clasps his hands, channeling everything. Let us see how this unfolds.
All right, you and I are about to witness a desperate fight, where they joined the Yajigumi for one single reason: to stay alive.
He faces the woman who was once his leader, preparing for the final showdown. Boom!
Izanami releases a massive surge of raw energy, blasting him far back.
Daikoku-ten screams out as a dark phantom looms behind him. Izanami sneers, claiming she now holds the power of both light and darkness.
Do not think you are worthy of opposing me. Izanami smirks with absolute confidence.
Out of nowhere, shadowy tentacles emerge, tightly wrapping around Daikoku-ten.
Choked and unable to breathe, he still grinds his teeth and roars that he will never submit. The tentacles squeeze tighter, forming a dark sphere that crushes him from within.
Izanami scoffs coldly.
A dark serpent manifests beside her. It opens its jaws wide, ready to devour the remaining shattered crystals of Daikoku-ten.
Izanami laughs hysterically as she absorbs the power of her own subordinate.
Raising her hand, she commands them to rise. The remaining members of the Yaji clan are lifted into the air by an invisible force, completely helpless.
Glaring at them with the eyes of a conqueror, she demands them to surrender all of their power.
But pay attention here. A hand suddenly grabs Inari's leg, pulling her out of Izanami's grasp.
Inari looks back in shock, recognizing Gen-ga. She stammers, asking why the red-haired god is here.
With nothing left to lose, he roars and charges at Izanami, swearing to fight her to the death.
Susanoo roars in desperation, pouring everything into one final punch. Even if it means mutual destruction, he will not let her succeed.
Izanami just laughs, a deeply bone-chilling sound.
Completely brushing off his desperate assault, she giggles as a chaotic battle erupts.
Susanoo and Kagutsuchi strike with all their might from both sides, causing massive explosions, but Izanami is just too strong. One of her giant serpents bites Susanoo in half. Kagutsuchi, erupting into his final blazing flames, yells with fierce determination that even if he cannot win, he will drag her to hell with him.
Burning down Yomi with solar wrath, he dives straight into the serpent's mouth.
Boom! An earth-shattering explosion erupts from inside the serpent, releasing an intense heat that seems capable of burning down the entire world.
Standing in the epicenter, Izanami stares at the ashes and mutters with slight regret, wondering if he chose self-destruction over being devoured.
A serpent licks up the glowing red energy crystals left behind by the massive blast.
Now you and I both know she's pure evil as she sneers, mockingly calling Kagutsuchi naive.
Your physical body was merely a temporary vessel for the primordial essence. And even if you choose to destroy yourself, that essence inside you will never truly fade.
She reveals a brutal truth as the serpent gulps down the final remaining essence of Kagutsuchi.
Izanami throws her head back, enjoying the fresh power surging through her body, while her serpents absorb different kinds of energy. Smiling with satisfaction, her crimson eyes glow as she boasts of having swallowed 7 of them now.
Now, only Gen-ga, Inari, and the wounded Tengu god remain on the battlefield.
Inari watches the horrific scene in absolute despair, realizing even death is useless and wondering if there is any escape.
The Tengu god, though completely exhausted, struggles to stand and shield Inari from danger.
Izanami gazes down at the last survivors, her voice ice-cold as she notes only 2 remain.
Clenching his fists tightly, the Tengu god seems to have reached a final decision.
He vanishes, his physical body scattering into dark blue feathers and leaving nothing but empty space behind.
Izanami smirks with slight surprise, wondering if they actually managed to escape.
A smart, cowardly, and realistic choice, she murmurs, turning her attention to Gen-ga and Inari.
Inari drops to her knees before Gen-ga, pleading desperately. She begs him to use his vast power to destroy the primordial crystal resting deep inside her.
Grabbing his hand with tears streaming down, she begs him to kill her and destroy the crystal.
She refuses to become part of Izanami's power, crying that he is the only one who can do this. Gen-ga remains silent, his glowing crimson eyes staring at the hopeless girl before him.
Floating in the air, Izanami sneers, asking if she truly hopes to destroy primordial essence with demonic power.
As we reach the climax of this clash, she calls him a traitor who defied the gods of Takamagahara.
Inari screams, her voice cracking with terror and desperation, begging him to kill her quickly.
Let's dive straight into the absolute chaos as she grabs Tran Ca's clothes, begging him to destroy her inner crystal before it is too late.
Oh ho ho, do you actually want to die? Izanami laughs hysterically as one of her massive serpents lunges from behind.
I will devour the ancient essence of this demon and that lizard goddess at the same time she greedily declares to the world,
and ascend to true godhood, her eyes flashing with a bright red glare of absolute madness.
Suddenly, Tran Ca takes Inari's short sword and gently brushes her hand away. He turns to her, calmly stating that she does not need to die.
Both of you can become sacrifices for the new god together.
Izanami roars, sending her deadly serpents charging straight towards Tran Ca and Inari.
Boom! Tran Ca grips the sword as crackling blue lightning wraps around the blade, and he hurls it straight at Izanami's head, snapping it back.
He lands back down, staring at Izanami with ice-cold eyes.
I originally decided not to get involved in your chaotic mess, but you just tried to drag my lizard goddess into this. Because of that, I have officially changed my mind.
She pulls the sword Tran Ca just gifted her right out of her own skull.
Izanami sneers, completely unharmed, claiming this weak level of power is not enough to kill her.
Bam! Pay attention here because Tran Ca instantly teleports in front of her, landing a devastating punch to her face and roaring that she dies today.
An absolute blizzard erupts from his foot, instantly freezing everything in its path.
Boom! The terrifying shockwave blasts both Izanami and Inari deep into the distance.
Inari crashes hard onto the ground, clutching her shattered mask as tears flow freely in complete fear and utter helplessness.
Tran Ca's arm bursts with a radiant golden energy. He looks at the staggering Izanami, asking with absolute authority, "How does that feel?"
Floating in a dense cloud of dust, Izanami's blurry figure seems to be struggling to compose herself after that devastating impact.
She slowly stands up, brushing off the dirt with a contemptuous sneer, claiming that did not even count as a scratch.
Heh! Tran Ca sneers coldly.
Deadly blue lightning crackles in his eyes as he roars, releasing an even more terrifying level of power. Thunder tempers the body, fire refines the bones.
Bloodburst Crimson Flame, Stage 4!
Izanami's crimson eyes widen, reflecting the image of Tran Ca transforming amidst a massive storm of destructive energy.
You and I are looking at a straight-up demon god now, as Tran Ca hovers in the air, enveloped in fire and lightning, freezing the very space around them.
With a wave of his hand, a terrifying fusion of fire and lightning blasts forward at blinding speed.
Boom! The earth-shattering explosion forces a terrified scream out of Izanami as the entire ground shakes violently.
Sporting long black hair and scaly dragon armor, Tran Ca looks down in his new form and mutters.
To think she actually dodged that, even though one of her massive snakes was completely incinerated.
Staring at her while the snake ashes drift away, Tran Ca mockingly tells her to show him whatever other tricks she has left.
Izanami clasps her hands, performing a complex hand seal to summon massive shadow serpents, rising directly out of the ground.
They lunge right at Tran Ca, but he simply clenches his fist with a low grunt.
A burst of crimson energy explodes outward, easily shattering the shadow snakes to pieces.
Izanami grits her teeth in absolute disbelief that her ultimate shadow technique was dispelled so easily, while Tran Ca slowly begins to march directly towards her.
Every step he takes cracks the earth beneath him, as the fierce orange aura surrounding his body grows increasingly wild. Izanami watches him approach, her eyes filled with deep wariness and absolute terror. She realizes that this demon's walk carries an oppressive pressure far more terrifying than any god she has ever faced before.
Chanting loudly, she channels her absorbed subordinates, commanding bronze to corrode his body and silver to lock him down, to seal his soul in gold to completely defile his holy status, before a giant green serpent crashes down directly onto Tran Ca's position with a loud boom.
Ch! He merely clicks his tongue in pure annoyance.
With a quick swipe of his hand, a bolt of orange lightning easily pierces the green beast, but a giant blue serpent instantly lunges from his blind side.
Using Ember Illusion, Tran Ca summons a massive fiery hand that tightly chokes the incoming serpent.
Suddenly, the ground rumbles as a massive golden serpent emerges out of nowhere, opening its jaws to swallow him whole.
Izanami stands back and watches this spectacle with absolute delight.
Clasping her hands, Izanami coldly orders the magic to extinguish him as the golden serpent glows brightly. But trapped inside, Tran Ca just smirks contemptuously, muttering how ridiculous this is.
With the serpent now frozen in solid metal, that is where we leave our heroes today.
Let's watch as Izanami stands frozen, completely clueless about what's happening. Huh?
Slash! The metal serpent is suddenly sliced in half from within, black blood spraying everywhere.
Tran Ca appears behind Izanami, his voice dripping with disappointment. Even after devouring your own ally, is this really all the power you have?
He raises his hand, sending a flash of golden energy slicing across her neck while Izanami fails to react.
No, 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 no! Izanami screams in absolute raw panic.
Her once beautiful face twists in sheer terror. I am a god. I simply cannot die.
Covered in blood, she stumbles backward, muttering to herself in complete manic madness.
I was supposed to be a god above all others. I was supposed to ascend to the pantheon.
She collapses to her knees, her serpent hair turning weak. I was supposed to look down on all living things as a god.
Tran Ca looks down at her coldly, his voice delivering the final judgment. Your sins end right here.
No, it cannot be. The light fades from Izanami's eyes, leaving behind only a hollow, empty blackness.
She collapses dead onto the ground, her last breath escaping in a faint whisper. Behind a rock, Inari weeps in sheer relief and deep sorrow.
Here is where Tran Ca steps forward, his shadow looming over the weeping girl.
Reaching out, his voice softens as he says, "Let us go." Carrying the unconscious Inari, he swims up while fish swirl around them.
Boom! He lands heavily on the deck of a warship, sending water splashing everywhere.
Two sailors on board freak out in terror. One of them stammers. Where did these two even come from?
Looking at them, Tran Ca silently realizes they are foreigners. Facing the bewildered sailors, he speaks up. Please take care of her.
Pointing toward the distant mainland, he raises his hand in a friendly gesture and asks if they can do it.
The two sailors just stare at each other, completely baffled by what is going on.
Watching them, Tran Ca wonders if they even understood him. Sometime later, Inari wakes up on a soft, comfortable bed.
The narration chimes in, human beings are a species unmatched when it comes to infighting and sheer selfishness.
Tran Ca stands by the bedside, quietly watching the fast-asleep girl.
Throughout history, the number of humans killed by their own kind is tens of thousands of times higher than those lost to disasters or monsters.
A brief flashback of Izanami's brutal cruelty flashes by.
Once they gain power, most people never think about protecting the weak or upholding justice, choosing instead to turn their weapons against those who are even more vulnerable.
You and I can see Tran Ca looking out the window, watching the two sailors wave goodbye.
I do not deny that there will always be good people in this world who step forward.
Yet the darker side of humanity remains. Tran Ca flies into the sky, leaving the stunned sailors watching a streak of crimson lightning.
The two of them stand frozen, completely speechless, after witnessing such a surreal, mind-blowing sight.
Therefore, I will never hesitate to deem anyone who threatens my very survival as the absolute worst kind of trash. He soars away as the red aura around him flares violently. I am not good, and I do not save crying souls.
I am not evil, and I do not feed on bitter malice. I am not chaotic, and I do not stir up mortal dust.
I am not order, and I do not bind the bizarre laws of the world. I am not light, nor do I shine on lost cities.
I am not darkness, nor do I shroud the curious lamp. I am not matter, nor do I forge an eternal shape.
I am not the void, and I will not leave behind any fading shadow.
I am the blade hovering between good and evil, and I alone shall slash through the dawn and dusk of chaos. Back at the agency, a man gives a presentation showing the battle footage of Tran Ca.
According to the latest data, Tran Ca's strength is confirmed to have already surpassed the 5-star level.
What? The entire classroom gasps in shock as a blonde girl mutters, surpassed the 5-star level?
Pointing to the screen, the instructor continues.
A reinforced concrete pillar measuring 100 centimeters in diameter was completely shattered in a single strike, with initial calculations estimating the impact force of this punch exceeding 1,000.
500 tons. Hearing this, one student literally spits out his water in shock. He screams, 1,500 tons? Is this guy even human?
Another student clenches his fists, looking incredibly defeated. My maximum punch is only 1.5 tons. Is his power really 1,000 times greater?
The instructor explains that under global evolver standards, the baseline punch of a 5-star user is 100 tons.
So, do you and I rank him 6-star or 7-star?
All right, you and I are diving right back in as a nervous student asks a killer question. Once an evolver passes the 5-star limit, basic power stats do not even matter anymore.
Instead, it gets replaced by a whole new tier called Transcendent Power.
The student excitedly asks, Transcendent power? What is that anyway, and do I have it too? The instructor explains that evolvers in every single nation have their own unique systems, but the ultimate goal for everyone is always the same: awakening this incredible transcendent power. We are talking abilities like gravity control,
unleashing hellfire from your own body, or even mind control. Seriously, people will do absolutely anything just to break past that 5-star limit as early as possible.
From what I know, the VLN Nation even tried using advanced technology to force speed their evolver's development.
He glares down at the entire classroom with pure contempt,
telling them that a bunch of rookies who can't even reach 4 stars should stop daydreaming.
Yes, Captain. The class shouts back in unison, all of them wearing these goofy-looking helmets.
The instructor holds up a glowing shard, calling it Source Essence, though it is basically just a high-grade psionic energy crystal.
Now watch closely here. Back at Tran Ca's mansion, he is lounging on the couch, holding his newly acquired crystal. Izanami never expected this would end up benefiting him.
He squeezes his fist, crushing the crystal to dust as a system notification pops up for physical enhancement.
He looks up, slightly surprised, seeing his level stuck right at 1999.
His stats are completely maxed out. Does this mean his 4th major evolution is finally about to trigger?
Suddenly, a petite blonde girl appears out of thin air, softly calling out his name.
Sitting on the arm of the sofa, she anxiously asks if he is okay, and Tran Ca smiles to reassure little she.
He sits up and tells her he is fine, but super hungry, offering her some energy crystals he has on hand.
Do you want some too?
Her face lights up with blushing cheeks as she says yes, opening her mouth wide, ready to eat right from his hand.
Tran Ca gently feeds the crystal right into her mouth and tells her to eat up, promising that once she can finally restore the portal, they will go out and hunt monsters together.
Yes, she cheers happily, playfully licking his finger as she takes the treat.
Suddenly, inside a high-tech lab, a blaring emergency siren sounds off, warning that abnormal global contamination levels have just been detected.
I repeat, all local defensive bases must activate Class 1 security protocols immediately without delay.
Alert! The toxic energy has exceeded the critical threshold by 20 times, and energy fluctuations are still accelerating. All personnel, a state of high alert is now in effect.
A massive purple energy dome completely envelops the city. Attention! All evolvers under 4 stars are strictly forbidden from leaving the purification zone.
And, yeah, I know what you are thinking. A massive crisis is starting, and exposure to the contaminated zone will cause completely irreversible mutations.
Stomp! Stomp! Heavily armed soldiers in high-tech armor and gas masks march forward in a tense, hurried rush.
A booming voice echoes over the speakers, ordering all combat personnel to their battle stations. The first wave of contamination is projected to hit the defensive line in 72 hours, as a massive army prepares for the ultimate survival battle.
Meanwhile, over at a luxurious hillside mansion,
Tran Ca's eyes flash with a strange light, sitting up in bed with glowing red eyes as he senses something incredibly abnormal.
Staring down at his hand, he mutters that a massive disaster is heading their way, just as a roaring motorcycle engine revs outside.
He sits up and peers through the window, listening closely to the loud engine getting closer.
a gorgeous woman with vibrant pink hair steps off her bike, looking sharp in a tight leather outfit.
Tran Ca steps out onto the balcony,
sleepily asking if she could please stop waking him up so early in the morning.
Huang Fu, what was it again? Smiling brightly, she waves up at him, calling out her full name, Huang Fu Zian. She yells that she brought his takeout, but Tran Ca just scratches his head. Confused, since he hasn't ordered anything for 2 whole days.
So where on earth did this food come from?
Giving him a playful pout, she says she was worried. He would starve to death in his room since he didn't order any food for 2 whole days.
She holds up the 2 plastic bags and says, "Look,
On the left is your favorite braised chicken, and on the right is your late-night spicy malatang. Extra numb and extra hot."
Tran Ca crosses his arms, squinting suspiciously at her. Seriously, what is your deal? Are you some kind of stalker?
Winking playfully, she says she is going to conquer him. Trust me, you and I cannot miss what happens next.
You and I are starting right as she leans in close, whispering that she will watch his every move.
Tran Ca stays silent, holding the 2 bags of food. "Hurry up and eat while it is hot," she calls back, walking to her car.
She winks again, sending a playful heart before saying she has to go. Junior.
Tran Ca just stands there, watching her figure slowly disappear.
He looks down at the food, then in the direction she went, grumbling that whether he eats or not is none of her business. But suddenly, his stomach lets out a loud growl.
Staring at the bags with a complicated look, he cannot help but let out a helpless smile.
This woman definitely planned this entire thing out. Brother, Xiaoxi's voice suddenly calls out from behind him.
Tran Ca turns around and sees the little girl standing by the door. "What is it, Xiaoxi?" he asks.
Staring into the distance, she whispers that she can feel it. A brand new portal is opening up.
Tran Ca smiles and says that is great. They will head out right after breakfast.
Deep inside an unfinished and abandoned building, a massive dark purple spatial portal is slowly swirling open.
"We have finally arrived, brother," Xiaoxi says, pointing directly toward the active gateway. "Watch out," she warns him as they take a step closer.
Now pay attention, because he instantly summons his demonic emperor armor for the upcoming clash.
Looking at Xiaoxi floating right over the dark abyss, he mutters that it is time to begin.
He plunges headfirst into the swirling gateway, instantly getting completely swallowed by a sea of toxic purple energy.
This contamination level is absolutely insane. Is even the massive defense boost from his demonic emperor armor not enough to fully block it?
He grunts, struggling to resist the corrupting wave of energy, as he is pulled deeper into the pitch-black void, unable to see anything.
Activating his observation aura, his eyes glow with a sharp blue light that slices through the dark.
Suddenly, he senses a deadly threat hurtling straight down toward him from right above.
Boom! A massive boulder crashes down on him, but his blade flashes in time, slicing the giant stone completely in half.
Tran Ca lands safely on a ledge, smirking into the dark void. A fight just a second after we meet?
Just my style. Out of the darkness, a massive figure emerges as the system detects a 4-armed demon ape.
A muscular beast with 4 powerful arms and glowing red eyes stares him down. It roars furiously and vanishes from sight in a blink, but Tran Ca stands firm, completely unfazed by this opponent.
You and I both know he is ready as the ape charges, launching a devastating punch at him.
Suddenly, a system alert flashes in his mind, warning him that the contamination is rapidly rising.
He smirks, wondering if pushing his strength to the absolute limit would let him take this beast down in one shot.
Countless small fireballs instantly manifest all around his body, locked and loaded for a highly destructive strike.
The ape freezes in shock, sensing a mortal threat as a massive volcanic burst of fire erupts violently right behind him.
Tran Ca swings his greatsword, unleashing a massive crimson arc of energy that sends the beast flying backward.
He glares ahead with absolute determination, knowing he needs to wrap this up as fast as possible.
Charging forward with his sword raised, he drives it straight into the beast's chest, triggering a massive, earth-shaking explosion.
The demon ape is blasted backward, its physical form completely ripped apart by the overwhelming force.
Smirking with pride, he estimates the impact of that blow had to be close to 500 tons.
Absolutely no defense, no matter how tough, could ever survive that kind of explosive force. The beast completely disintegrates, leaving a glowing red crystal floating behind.
He kneels down to grab the crystal, instantly feeling the absolutely terrifying concentration of energy pulsing deep inside.
It is incredibly similar to Izanami's rare origin essence crystal.
Only this one is much, much smaller. Clenching his fist, he quickly absorbs the crystal.
This is a completely pure energy crystal, meaning he can gain instant evolution points just by absorbing one. Checking his holographic status screen, he grumbles that he still needs 10,000
more evolution points to finally rank up.
Who would have thought he would stumble upon such a fast way to level up? Tran Ca walks through the dense jungle, highly alert.
Standing on a high cliff, he gazes out at a completely new world, a majestic floating land high in the clouds with massive trees of life.
Standing on a high rocky peak, he looks down at the untouched wild jungle and mutters.
This massive, unexplored tropical jungle. I wonder how many evolution crystals are waiting out there for me to hunt down.
He smirks with excitement, unable to wait. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens on his journey deep into this wild forest.
Let's dive in as he closes his eyes, focusing his energy until they burst with blue light.
He expands his detection aura to the absolute limit. Instantly, the world around him shifts into pure, raw energy signatures.
Right away, he spots a massive swarm of giant ants moving.
System alert, demon ant, a tier 3 nature beast. One of them is currently gnawing on a glowing blue crystal.
Our main character, Chen, observes them and notes that their crystal energy is much cloudier than the demon apes. Could they actually be eating these raw, unrefined demon crystals? How interesting. Suddenly, a loud buzzing echoes from above as a massive swarm of insects hovers over the treetops.
System alert, demon mosquito, a tier 4 nature beast. It turns out to be a swarm of giant demon mosquitoes.
Following their flight path, he realizes these beasts have already spotted their target, and thankfully, it is not him.
Swoosh! A demon mosquito swoops down,
using its razor-sharp proboscis to pierce a demon ant and suck out its crystal. Chen watches in shock. What on earth is this?
After absorbing the crystal, the demon mosquito begins to transform, its body completely enveloped in a surge of deep purple energy.
You and I can see what he realizes immediately. It is evolving right here and right now.
He smirks with pure amusement. That tier 4 demon mosquito can actually evolve into a tier 5 elite by hunting other creatures. How incredibly fascinating.
Suddenly, a loud crash echoes from behind. Bam! A massive ape leaps high into the air.
A demon ape appears right above him. Boom! Chen quickly dodges to the side as the beast slams into the ground.
The demon ape snatches up the remains of the mosquito and begins devouring it. System alert, tier 6 nature demon ape.
Watching from a safe distance, Chen finally understands the brutal rules governing this entire area.
Every single hunt in evolution is solely meant to refine raw energy from tier 1. Suddenly, the demon ape roars as its strength surges to a brand new level.
Looking toward the distant tree of life, he begins to contemplate.
When these high-tier magic beasts reach the end of their lives, they return to the tree of life, laying down forever within its coiled roots.
Their bodies slowly decay, and the refined demon crystal essence they gathered over a lifetime returns to the tree's roots, serving as vital nutrients to sustain its eternal existence. The tree of life remains silent,
gently caressing the skeletal remains of these loyal miners with its small, delicate root tendrils.
He steps forward, directly confronting a massive four-armed demon ape.
New demon ant eggs are already incubating deep inside the nest. Soon, the next generation of crystal miners will hatch to keep this endless energy cycle going, born only to serve as slaves.
Let's be real. This is an endless loop of life, feeding on death.
But suddenly, Chen erupts in a massive storm of blazing fire and purple lightning, boldly declaring that this entire perfect energy cycle is going to end right here, today.
Every bit of crystal essence you spent your entire lives refining is about to become mine.
Boom! He charges headfirst into the chaotic battle, ruthlessly slaughtering every single monster in his path.
With a single swing of his sword, arcs of purple lightning erupt, easily tearing through demon mosquitoes and apes. Monster after monster falls beneath his relentless blade. He lands smoothly, turns back, and watches them explode from his sheer, overwhelming power.
As the final demon ape collapses, a glowing red crystal drops directly from its chest.
Countless system notifications pop up,
confirming he defeated a Tier 3 demon ant and obtained a low-grade demon crystal. Reaching out his hand with a satisfied smile, he commands, collect.
Dozens of glowing red crystals fly straight toward Chen, getting vacuumed directly into his open palm.
Next, he orders, fuse. The system screen reveals the formula. 8 low-grade crystals merge into 1 mid-grade crystal, and 8 mid-grade crystals combine into 1 high-grade crystal.
With a bright flash, a high-grade red crystal forms directly in his hand.
System alert, the power of evolution has condensed into a single crystal.
This high-grade red demon crystal doesn't just grant a massive amount of evolution value. It also carries a tiny 1% chance to trigger a random domain super evolution.
If successful, it will unlock a godlike tier of power far beyond any ordinary evolution.
Staring at the gem in complete surprise, he wonders if a random domain super evolution could actually exist.
Frowning, he realizes that a mere 1% chance is just way too slim.
If this fails to trigger that super evolution, this extremely precious high-grade red demon crystal will go completely to waste.
Turning around with absolute determination in his eyes, he knows he needs something even higher tier than this.
He pushes even deeper into the dangerous forest where the monsters are far stronger. Once again he roars, charging straight into another wild battle with a thrilled, excited grin.
Swinging his sword, he mercilessly slaughters every beast in his path. And we're definitely ready for what's next.
Let's dive right into the aftermath of a massive slaughter as our main character stands before a pile of red crystals.
This should be enough. System alert. Collect 8 high-grade red demon crystals to fuse into a common-grade dread blue demon crystal.
The red crystals float into the air, spinning in a perfect circle above his palm.
He commands the red crystals to begin their evolution. Fuse! Clenching his fist with immense force, the glowing gems shatter and violently merge together in his palm.
System warning, you have successfully obtained a common-grade dread blue demon crystal.
Super evolution chance increased by 10%. He mutters 10% is still not enough.
I want 100%. He roars, refusing to stop. He marches straight toward the Tree of Life, where the most terrifying monsters await him.
He pants heavily, drenched in sweat, but his eyes still burn with absolute determination.
Staring at the blue energy sphere in his hand, a crazy thought crosses his mind. What if he fuses the essence of every beast in this forest?
Fuse! He screams, a wild, confident smile creeping onto his face.
He waves his arm, creating a massive energy vortex that sucks in essence from the entire forest. Warning, synthesis of the high-grade dread blue demon crystal is successful.
Alert. A high-grade dread blue demon crystal allows the user to trigger a super evolution with a guaranteed 100% success rate.
Gazing at the radiant blue crystal in his palm, he whispers that he has slaughtered every single beast in this entire forest of death.
I have finally forged it. Now watch closely, because once he uses this item,
a random super evolution is guaranteed. But out of nowhere, a massive winged beast dives down from the sky, aiming to snatch the crystal right out of his hand.
Boom! Tran Ca easily dodges as the giant lion crashes into the dirt. He slowly stands back up.
Sword in hand, his eyes widen in pure shock. An oppressive tyrant aura like this is unheard of.
I have never faced a creature like this before. The monster lets out a deafening roar, purple energy wrapping around its deadly claws as it strikes down.
The beast, a massive winged lion, hovers menacingly in midair.
Glaring down with hostile eyes, he realizes its aura field is literally warping the surrounding environment. No ordinary demonic beast could ever possess this kind of insane reality-bending power. It is on another level.
I slaughtered every living thing in this forest to forge this crystal, and you think you can just swoop in and steal it from me?
Warning. Level 9 demonic beast, the Chimera King. The monster roars, ready for a bloody, life-or-death battle.
Let's pause here, because a crazy idea suddenly flashes in Tran Ca's mind as a mysterious smile creeps onto his face.
What if I actually let it eat this demon crystal? He thinks, staring at the snarling chimera.
Since the law of this forest is survival of the fittest through eating, you can complete the ultimate evolution.
For me! He tosses the glowing blue crystal straight at the chimera. Roaring in excitement, the beast lunges and swallows it whole.
I will push the super evolution chance way past 100%.
Evolve. Tran Ca mutters, eyes wide with anticipation. Warning, the Chimera's ultimate form has evolved into a level 10 king demonic beast.
The Chimera roars as its massive body begins to violently transform.
Tran Ca watches the monster evolve and smiles. Go ahead, evolve. I will let you eat it now, but you will spit it back out for me, magnified 100 times over.
One of the Chimera's snake heads fills with deadly acid. Swish!
It unleashes a devastating blast of acid, forcing Tran Ca to leap back. He stands stunned by this terrifying new power.
Swinging his sword, he slices the acid blast apart. Acid droplets rain down, instantly corroding everything they touch.
He smirks. Heh, that is some incredibly powerful acid. This is exactly what I expected from its fully evolved snake tail.
If even a single drop of that acid grazed my skin, the sheer toxicity would mean instant death. He analyzes the towering beast carefully.
While its colossal body might lack the nimble agility of a human, its raw strength advantage is absolutely glaring.
It behaves almost like a predatory sword lizard. A massive size like that grants them a growth potential far exceeding human limits. On top of that, ruling at the peak of the food chain, it is likely hunted in this deadly forest for several decades.
The massive amount of demon crystal energy accumulated inside its body by now must be completely immeasurable. It sprouts multiple horns, looking absolutely horrific.
Actually, a few decades is probably a major understatement.
This monster must be a king-tier beast over a century old. Let's see what's tougher. Your scales or my blades, he roars, charging forward. Trust me, this is going to be epic.
My dual blades! Clang! His sharp weapons crash violently against the Chimera's thick scales, unleashing an ear-piercing metallic screech.
Ch! He clicks his tongue in pure frustration.
Stick with me. We are jumping right into a brutal battle where a roaring chimera blasts our hero back, leaving him shuddering under its pressure.
The chimera is clearly hurt, but its wounds are healing at an unbelievably rapid pace.
He stands stunned as the flesh regenerates in seconds. Then, the beast roars, sprouting glowing red eyes all over its massive wings.
It begins gathering massive energy. Tran Ca gasps as devastating lightning magic crashes down around him with deafening booms.
Giant bolts of lightning rain from the sky. Tran Ca swings his sword to block, triggering a series of terrifying explosions.
The chimera screeches in anger, utterly shocked by the raw power of its human opponent.
Tran Ca charges forward, his sword blazing with crimson flames and crackling lightning as a defensive shield erupts around him.
With a fierce battle cry, he unleashes his full power, colliding head-on with the beast in an earth-shattering explosion. Wait, what? He is shocked to realize his ultimate attack only managed to push the giant monster back.
Now watch closely here. He gets flung backward, crashing onto the ground with his arms trembling violently.
The sheer impact leaves his entire arm completely numb, proving this beast is tougher than solid steel. Still, purple blood begins dripping from the monster's wounded head.
Tran Ca lets out a ruthless, knowing smirk.
If I can make you bleed, then your time is officially up. In response, the chimera roars, its massive wings glowing brilliantly.
Looking up, he senses a massive new threat. Hundreds of glowing blue energy spheres begin raining down from above, completely cutting off any hope of escape. This time, the beast is not even leaving him any room to dodge.
Then a frontal clash is his only option. He charges forward just as a warning flashes. His armor's durability has dropped to 0.
He roars. That is enough.
With a clever smirk, his plan forms. An intelligent beast like this chimera will definitely abandon its ranged lightning magic once they get into close combat.
After all, in a chaotic brawl, any massive area of effect spell would end up hurting the caster itself.
As the energy spheres fade, Tran Ca charges. You and I know what is coming next. The panicked chimera wraps its wings in defense.
Perfect. I knew you would fall for that, Tran Ca says with a confident grin.
He slips right behind the beast, wearing a cunning smirk. This strike was never aimed at your head.
With a lightning-fast slash, his sword cleaves right through the chimera's snake tail. You can defend your front, but not your back. There is simply no way to protect both ends at once, as the severed snake tail screeches in agonizing pain.
The chimera lets out a furious roar, absolutely unable to believe it just got outsmarted so easily.
Holding the freshly severed tail, Tran Ca mocks the beast with a sarcastic grin. Surprise, look what I found. Your own tail.
He lifts the tail, showing its mouth still dripping deadly acid, which happens to be your absolute biggest weakness.
He hurls the tail back, aiming to end this intense battle in a spectacular fashion.
The moment she touches him, she recoils in shock, her face pale from the extreme heat radiating from his body.
Keeping a cold expression, Tran Ca tightly squeezes the severed tail, forcing it to activate its very last venom gland.
A stream of deadly fluid shoots out, creating an incredibly powerful blast of corrosive acid.
It splashes right back onto its owner. The direct hit makes the monster shriek in agony as toxic green smoke rises from the melting flesh.
A sickening hiss echoes as the corrosive power of the acid completely melts away the beast's final layer of defensive scales.
Losing its balance entirely, the chimera's massive body goes tumbling across the ground.
It crashes helplessly onto the earth. Tran Ca calmly steps forward, tosses the useless tail aside, and declares that it is time to end this.
He leaps high into the air, looking like an absolute god of war.
His glowing blade is raised high for the final, fatal strike. He plunges it deep into the beast's skull, instantly triggering a bright red system notification. Level 10 Chimera Overlord successfully defeated. The monster's body shatters into 1,000 brilliant purple petals, dropping a rare item, the ultimate dark gold magic crystal.
Tran Ca holds it. The brilliant gem glows in his palm, and a satisfied smile spreads across his face as he mutters that it is done.
Squeezing the crystal tight in his fist, a massive surge of golden energy begins flowing intensely through his entire body.
A terrifying pressure explodes from his body, sending out a massive shockwave that shakes the entire area.
Deep inside his chest, his golden heart beats violently, overflowing with unimaginable power.
Bathed in a brilliant golden aura, the system flashes with a legendary alert. Armored Aura Super Evolution, breaking through to the absolute peak tier.
He reaches out, feeling the air vibrate, and you and I have to wonder, is space itself actually responding to his will now?
In just a flash.
All right, you and I are about to watch his silhouette completely vanish, suddenly reappearing at a massive distance. He realizes this isn't normal movement. Space itself literally swapped him here.
To test his newfound power, Chen extends his hand towards some massive boulders while coldly commanding them to rise.
Instantly, a giant boulder gets lifted high into the air and shatters completely under his invisible pressure.
His sharp, cold eyes focus on the center. With a quiet command to collapse, everything around is violently sucked into a single point.
Staring at the dense, pitch-black sphere of matter in front of him, Chen can't help but marvel.
Its density is so extreme it makes you shudder. Chen points his finger at the pitch-black sphere, a confident smile playing on his lips as he thinks,
"Trust me, the sheer power of this is going to be pretty impressive."
A moment later, he unleashes the energy, triggering a terrifying explosion that sweeps away everything in its path and sends violent shockwaves outward.
Amidst the thick dust billowing from the epicenter, the residual power continues to relentlessly scour every single inch of the ground.
Chen hovers in mid-air, purple lightning crackling around his body as he looks down at the absolute devastation and coldly sighs.
This world has truly become so boring now. Standing amidst the smoldering ruins,
He gazes up at the distant sky, fully decided that it is finally time to leave. With one powerful motion, he swings his heavy greatsword, tearing open the fabric of space and carving a blinding rift in the void.
A spatial portal opens up, glowing brilliantly like a mystical galaxy,
Guiding his steps onto a journey across dimensions until the scene abruptly shifts, instantly transporting him back home.
Lying on his familiar bed, wearing his red outfit, his breathing is still a bit heavy after such a long journey.
Noticing his strange state, the girl beside him approaches with deep concern on her face, asking him gently,
"Is something wrong with your body?" He looks at her and explains his situation, saying his body has entered an evolutionary phase, meaning he will likely sleep heavily for the next 2 days.
She listens, her eyes filled with deep worry, and gently leans in to warn him, for these 2 days absolutely do not run around. If you get hungry and want food, just...
Chen slowly closes his eyes, drifting off into a deep slumber.
Silently thinking that if things get bad, he will just wait for Huangfu Ziyan to bring meals. After all, she always delivers his food right on time every single day.
just as his consciousness drifts deep into hibernation. Get ready for this.
A glowing system notification suddenly flashes on screen, confirming his evolution has begun.
Chen's soul seems to completely detach from reality. He finds himself floating in an endless void, his body radiating a brilliant golden aura while undergoing a divine transformation.
Meanwhile, back in the bedroom, the phone left on the bed continuously lights up with an incoming call,
showing Situ Tayantian is calling. Elsewhere, dressed in an elegant black gown, Situ Tayantian stands there waiting, staring at her phone with disappointment as she hears the automated voice.
The subscriber you are calling is currently unavailable. Please try again later.
Her cheeks flush slightly, her eyes showing a mix of eager anticipation and a little pout as she thinks.
I really wanted to share my excitement about finally becoming an evolver with him, but Chen, why aren't you picking up?
The next day at school, a male student, happily munching on a chicken leg, curiously asks his group of friends, "Hey guys, do you know about that famous girl, Situ Tiantian?"
Over at the #1 cafeteria of Ning University, the entire place starts buzzing as the crowd whispers about a hot new rumor. Is it true that she officially became Chen's girlfriend now?
Panicking, the guy with glasses quickly covers the mouth of his gossiping friend and snaps, "Just shut up and eat your food. Stop talking absolute nonsense."
The other guy, sitting nearby, also shoves another chicken leg into his mouth to keep him from causing trouble, saying, "Eat this too."
I refuse to believe this won't shut your mouth.
Right then, the long-haired girl sitting opposite them looks highly annoyed, coldly scoffing. Chen definitely doesn't have a girlfriend yet. How could any ordinary woman ever hope to be a worthy match for him?
Her sharp eyes flash with pride as she confidently doubles down on her point.
If you ask me, Chen would definitely prefer someone with actual capability.
That highly provocative statement causes the entire dining table to fall completely silent, sending the tension in the room through the roof.
The guy with glasses leans in close to whisper mysteriously to his friend. The dress she's wearing right now costs 80,000 yuan. And that handbag she is carrying was actually bought by Chen, worth over 100,000 yuan. He continues sharing more juicy gossip.
Ever since the day Chen brought Situ Tiantian back home, she has started claiming to be his girlfriend to literally everyone.
Hearing that, she slams the table and walks away. You know drama is coming.
Grab your popcorn, because we are diving right into a scene where a terrified student is shaking with fear.
He grabs his friend's collar, yelling, "Damn it, Lunzi! Why on earth would you bring that up right now?"
You nearly scared me to death. But Lunzi just shrugs, acting completely casual as if it is no big deal.
He looks confused, replying, "What is the issue? Everyone at Ningda University already knows this. It is no secret."
Why cannot I say it? But his friend knows that even though it is common knowledge,
Adding fuel to the fire right in front of Lam Nukic Na is extremely dangerous.
He warns him that during the upcoming combat practice, her absolute rage will definitely rain right down on his head.
In the middle of this tense moment, a girl dressed in pink walks over to their table, curiously asking if they saw a highly talented new evolver who just arrived to register.
The two guys awkwardly look at each other and reply that they have not heard of any big shot joining.
Right away, the girl narrows her eyes in deep suspicion, staring at the two of them while demanding to know what on earth these two fools were secretly whispering about.
Watching her elegant figure walk away into a quiet corner,
The student wearing glasses mutters to himself with a thoughtful look, wondering if the highly talented evolver she mentioned is actually none other than her.
Now, pay attention here as the entire cafeteria suddenly goes dead silent. The tension is absolutely unreal.
Then someone blurts out in pure excitement, realizing the two most famous girls in school are about to clash.
An elegant woman wearing glasses steps in to break the heavy tension, cheerfully greeting Lam Nuke Na and offering to introduce the two of them to clear the air.
She turns to Tudo Tian Tian, proudly introducing Lam Nuke Na A not just as an older student, but as an elite evolver warrior currently working with the Special Agent Bureau.
In turn,
she also introduces Tudo Tiantian to Lam Yukes N.A., emphasizing that this junior has incredible potential, having just awakened a powerful full-body flame during class earlier this afternoon.
Facing her newly awakened junior,
Lam Yuxian flashes a knowing smile, offering her congratulations to Tu Do Thien Thien for officially joining the prestigious ranks of Evolvers, but the junior does not flinch even a single bit.
Instead, she curls her lips in sheer arrogance, coldly firing back with a highly provocative reply. It was nothing more than a bit of luck.
With a highly provocative smirk, she mockingly remarks that compared to being handpicked by the government to become an evolver like Senior Lamb, her own little stroke of luck is barely worth mentioning at all. Watching this intense face-off from a distance,
and trust me, we can all feel this guy's utter despair as he clutches his head and groans.
Sensing the stifling tension, a booming voice suddenly cuts through the air.
Now, Student To Do, before we can officially finalize your registration as an evolver, we must first conduct a physical data measurement to determine your exact tier.
The authoritative, bearded leader stares at the young girl with sharp, assessing eyes before decisively issuing an order. If you are free right now, go take your exam immediately.
Lam Yuknya nods gently.
A strange light flashing in her eyes as she submissively replies, "That is no problem at all, Director."
Immediately after, she steps in front of the leader and makes a highly suggestive proposal.
Director, since we are both students at Ningda University, why do not I personally take Junior To Do to complete her test?
The director nods in agreement, trusting her with the task. Very well. You know the testing process best, so I will leave you in charge of overseeing this.
Witnessing this scene play out,
the two male students turn pale, whispering that Lam Yunye has finally found a target to vent her anger on, and Tudo Tien Tien is in for a world of trouble.
the group heads over to the designated area marked as the Evolver testing room.
Inside, Lam Yuk Neye points to the machine and coldly instructs, "Measuring your strength is very simple. Just punch the target area with every single bit of power you have."
The device will automatically calculate and display your exact power score. Standing before the meter, Tudo Tien Tien
clenches her fist tightly and closes her eyes, focusing deeply as she tells herself,
I just need to pour all my strength into this one punch. Just pure power.
Tudo Tien Tien throws a devastating, fiery punch straight into the machine, sending thick white smoke billowing across the room as Lam Yuk Na narrows her eyes at the number 4.
1,700 kilograms appears on the screen, leaving her deeply wary, realizing this girl is not simple.
Walking over to the steaming machine, Lam Yuk Ne folds her arms and looks at her junior with an evaluating gaze.
4,700 kilograms. Your power has reached the limit of a 3-star evolver. Quite impressive, Junior.
Outside the window, 2 male students press their faces against the glass in pure, unadulterated shock. Damn it.
How on earth did she do that? And that is where we leave it today, with a terrified student realizing his own punch was barely 1,000 kilograms. What a massive power gap!
You and I are about to see her score nearly 5,000
points, putting her on the verge of breaking through to 4 stars. Right after, Tien Tien shifts to the speed test, her body moving so incredibly fast that she leaves streaks of glowing light across the training room floor.
Lam Nuok Enye stands quietly, tracking the maximum speed displayed on the digital monitor,
and a speed of 68 meters per second hits the limit for a 3-star evolver.
Suddenly, a powerful shockwave erupts from inside the room, sending 2 sneaky onlookers crashing to the ground as Tien Tien's hands burst into a deep, brilliant red flame.
While her energy profile pops up, revealing a superhuman power belonging to the fire element,
packing extreme heat and explosive condensing properties. Amid the dust of the test explosion, the final assessment of her offensive capabilities is confirmed,
specifically manifesting as homing fireballs capable of high-impact damage,
with a 20-meter maximum range and destructive power equal to a high-explosive grenade.
Lam Nuok Ne crosses her arms with authority, giving her final summary of the young girl's strength, rating her as a peak 3-star superhuman evolver.
Behind the glass, the watching male students stand completely stunned by this unbelievable natural talent.
Hitting the 3-star limit instantly? Don't blink, because her starting potential is about to change the game.
Seriously, it looks like we have run into yet another absolute genius.
A girl named Wu Yimei approaches them with a mocking smirk,
pointing out that they only reached 3 stars today thanks to Chief Guan's spirit elixir.
Wu Yimei, don't talk down to us. Didn't you also just barely break through to 3 stars yourself?
The student in the black hoodie covers his mouth, his eyes filled with doubt over the rumors he'd heard.
Wait, didn't the higher-ups say our evolutionary talent was the absolute highest in City N?
Sweeting profusely, his face twists in disbelief at this massive gap. First, they have Chen Chu in front,
and now Tian behind them. How is this even fair? Luckily, the glasses-wearing guy keeps his cool, trying to calm everyone down.
Forget about the others. Talent only decides your starting line.
How far you go depends on your own effort. Plus, our evolution is purely natural.
His gaze sharpens as he stares at Tian with silent suspicion, hinting that some people
might have used external shortcuts. But hey, let's wait and see who actually comes out on top.
Chief Guan strokes his chin, deeply astonished by the ridiculous growth rate of this new prodigy.
A 3-star evolver already on the verge of reaching 4 stars.
Later, inside Chief Guan's office, the leader sits solemnly behind his desk, looking straight at Tian, asking about her future plans. Bowing her head slightly,
Her face shows deep hesitation and uncertainty as she admits she hasn't really thought about what she wants to do next.
Chief Guan looks at Tian with high expectations, saying her talent easily rivals that of the genius Lam Nuok Na.
I am certain that before long, you will break through to 4 stars,
5 stars, and eventually become a fully awakened powerhouse.
Sitting solemnly behind his desk, he places his hand on a confidential file and makes a proposal, asking if she would consider joining the Special Operations Bureau.
His eyes turn dead serious as he extends a formal invitation to join their ranks,
asking if she would consider joining the Special Operations Bureau to serve the nation.
And more importantly, official government resources can help her avoid any detours, letting her double her strength with half the effort.
He narrows his eyes, closely watching her expression while waiting for her response, asking, well?
Tian lowers her head, blushing deeply in her confusion, saying she appreciates the chief's kindness.
But she needs to consult with Chen Chu first. Chief Guan freezes, highly confused by her dependence on this young man, asking why she needs his permission.
Clasping her hands tightly,
her eyes glisten as she gathers her courage to confess that Chen Chu is her boyfriend.
An amused smile spreads across the chief's face as he recalls Chen Chu's insane power, realizing she is his girlfriend.
How interesting. Tian sighs, worrying that Chen Chu might not want her to join the bureau.
Understanding her, Chief Guan nods, pulling a black card with 3 stars out of his pocket, saying it is perfectly fine.
Your license is ready, and we're about to see if her boyfriend approves.
Let's dive in as Tian reaches out with both hands, gratefully accepting the crucial item. Once she has it, she is good to go. Thank you, sir.
The moment she takes the card, the director suddenly remembers something extremely important and quickly adds one last piece of advice.
Oh, right. Please tell Chen Chu that the Hang City Chamber of Commerce issue has been completely and successfully resolved.